From The Complete Servant by Samuel and Sarah Adams, 1825. The virtue of silence is highly commendable, and will contribute greatly to your ease and prosperity. The best proof of wisdom is to talk little, but to hear much. From Hints to Governesses by One of Themselves, 1856. Remember who it is that has placed you in your present position. Perhaps you have no home. Perhaps you have experienced a reverse of fortune. No matter what, it is God who has willed it so. Therefore look to Him for guidance and protection. Prologue. For years I could not recall the day without a smouldering coal of remorse burning within me. I tried to bury the memory deep in the dark places of my mind, but now and again something would evoke it. A public house placard, a column of figures, a finely dressed gentleman, and I would wince as the memory appeared and then scuttled away, like a silverfish under the door. The day began wonderfully well. My mother, father, and I, then 12, rode into Chedworth together and spent a rare afternoon as a harmonious family. We viewed many fine prospects and toured the Roman ruins, where my mother met by chance an old friend. I thought it a lovely outing and remember feeling as happy as I had ever been, for my mother and father seemed happy together as well. The mood during the journey home was strained, but I chalked it up to fatigue and soon fell asleep in the gig, my head lolling against my mother's shoulder. When we arrived home, I remained in such buoyant spirits that when my father duly proclaimed himself off to the Crown and Crow, I offered to go along, although I had not done so in many months. He muttered, "Suit yourself," and turned without another word. I could not account for his sudden change of mood, but then, when had I ever? I had been going with him to the Crown and Crow since I was a child of 3 or 4. He would set me upon its high counter, and there I would count to 1,000 or more. When one has mastered 100, are not 2, 5, and 9 so much child's play? By the age of 6, I was ciphering sums to the amusement and amazement of other patrons. Papa would present 2 or 3 figures, and there before me, as if on a glass slate, I would see the totals of their columns. "What is 47 and 55, Olivia?" Instantly the numbers and their sum would appear. 102, Papa. 102. That is right. That's my clever girl. As I grew older, the equations grew more difficult, and I began to wonder if the weary travellers and foxed old men would even know if I had ciphered correctly. But my father did, I was certain, for he was nearly as quick with numbers as I. He also took me with him to the race clubs, even once to the Bybury racecourse, where he placed wagers entrusted to him by men from Lower Cubberley all the way to Foxcote. Beside him, with his black book in my small hands, I noted the odds, the wins, and losses, mentally subtracting my father's share before inscribing the payouts. I found myself caught up in the excitement of the race, the smells of meat pasties and spiced cider, the crowds, the shouts of triumph or defeat, and the longed-for father-daughter bond. Mother had always disliked my going with Papa to the races and public house, yet I was loath to refuse him altogether, for I was hungry for his approval. When I began attending Miss Cresswell's school for girls, however, I went less often. In the Crown and Crow that day, being 12 years of age, I was too old to perch upon the high counter. Instead, I sat beside my father in the ingle-nook before the great hearth and drank my ginger beer while he downed ale after ale. The regulars seemed to sense his foul temper and did not disturb us. Then they came in. A well-dressed gentleman and his son, wearing the blue coat and banded straw hat of a schoolboy. The man was obviously a gentleman of quality, perhaps even a nobleman, and we all sat up the straighter in defence of our humble establishment. The boy, within a year or two of my own age, glanced at me. Of course we would notice one another, being the only young people in the room. His look communicated disinterest and contempt, or at least that was how I ciphered his expression. The gentleman greeted the patrons in gregarious tones and announced they had just visited a Lord Somebody or other, and were now travelling back toward London to return his son to Harrow's hallowed halls. My father, cheeks flushed and eyes suddenly bright, turned to regard the boastful gentleman. "A Harrow lad, eh?" "Just so," the gentleman answered. "Like his old man before him." "A fine, clever lad, is he?" Papa asked. A flicker of hesitation crossed the gentleman's face. "Of course he is." "Not one to be outwitted by a village girl like this, then?" Papa dipped his head toward me, and my heart began to pound. A sickening dread filled my stomach. The gentleman flicked a look at me. "I should say not." Father grinned. "Care to place a friendly wager on it?" This was nothing new. Over the years, many of the regulars had made small wagers on my ability to solve difficult equations, and even fellows who lost would applaud and buy Papa ale and me ginger beer. The gentleman's mouth twisted. "A wager on what?" "That the girl can best your boy in arithmetic. They do teach arithmetic at Harrow, I trust?" "Of course they do, man. It is the best school in the country, in the world." "No doubt you are right. Still, the girl here is clever, is she not, folks?" Papa turned to the regulars around the room for support. "Attends Miss Cresswell's school for girls." "Miss Cresswell's?" The gentleman's sarcasm sent shivers down my spine. My, Herbert, we had better declare defeat before we begin." My father somehow retained control of his temper, even feigned a shrug of nonchalance. "Might make for a diverting contest." The gentleman eyed him, glass midway to his lips. "What do you propose?" "Nothing out of the ordinary. Sums, divisions, multiplications. First correct answer wins. Best of 3? That was when I saw it. The boy's look of studied indifference, of confidence, fell utterly away. In its place pulsed pale, sickly fear. The gentleman glanced at his son, then finished his drink. "I don't find such sport amusing, my good man. Besides, we must be on our way. Long journey ahead." He placed his glass and a gold guinea on the counter. "I don't blame you." Papa rose and placed his own guinea on the bar. "A bitter pill being bested by a girl." "Papa," I whispered, "don't." "Well, Herbert, we cannot have that, can we?" The gentleman poked his son's shoulder with his walking stick. "What do you say, for the honour of Harrow and the family name?" And in the stunned dread with which son regarded father, I saw the rest. I recognized the fear of disappointing a critical parent, the boy's eagerness for any morsel of approbation, and his absolute terror of the proposed contest. Clearly he was no scholar in mathematics, a fact he had perhaps tried desperately to conceal, and which was now about to be exposed in a very public and very mortifying manner. "Excellent," my father said. 10 guineas to the winner. Per equation? Excellent, the gentleman parroted shrewdly. 30 guineas total. Even I am skilled in ciphering, you see. I swallowed. My father had not meant 30 guineas, did not have 30 guineas, as the gentleman must have known. My father did not so much as blink. Very well, we shall start out easy, shall we? First with the correct answer wins. He enunciated 2 3-digit numbers, and the sum was instantly before me and out of my lips before conscious thought could curtail it. I glanced at Herbert. A trickle of sweat rolled languidly from his hairline to his cheek. "Come, Herbert, there is no need to act a gentleman in this instance. You may dispense with ladies first this time, eh?" Herbert nodded, his eyes focused on my father's mouth, as though willing the next numbers to be simple ones, as though to control them with his stare. Papa gave a division problem, not too difficult, and again the answer painted the air before me, and again the young man did not speak. "Go on," I silently urged. "Answer." "Come, Herbert," his father prodded, features pinched. "We haven't all night." "Would you mind repeating the numbers, sir?" Herbert asked weakly, and my heart ached for him. I felt my father's pointed look and heard his low prompting. "Out with it, girl." 644, I said apologetically, avoiding the gazes of all. Murmurs of approval filled the room. The gentleman stood, eyes flashing. "There is no way the girl could figure that in her head. I see what this is. A trick, is it not? No doubt we are not the first travellers to be taken in by your trained monkey, who has memorized your every equation." I cringed, waiting for my father to rise, fists first, and strike the man. Cheetahs infuriated him, and many was the time I'd seen him fly into a rage over a thrown game or race. Yes, he'd take his share of other men's winnings, but not a farthing more. "Let us see how she fares if I propose the question," the gentleman demanded. "And the first correct answer wins the entire wager." Would my father abide such an insulting insinuation? The proprietor laid a hand on his arm, no doubt fearing for the preservation of his property. "Why not, man?" he quietly urged. "Let Olivia prove herself the clever girl we all know she is." My father hesitated. "Unless you are afraid," the gentleman taunted. "I am not afraid." My father's eyes bore into the face of the proud traveller, while I could not tear mine from the son's. Such humiliation and shame were written there. It was one thing for a girl to be clever. It was unexpected. A parlour trick, however honestly come by. But for a son, his father's pride and no doubt heir, to be proven slow, to be made a fool by a girl. I shuddered at the thought of the piercing reprimands or cold rejection that would accompany him on the long journey ahead, and perhaps for the rest of his life. The gentleman eyed the hop-bowed beams as he thought, then announced his equation. No doubt one he knew the answer to, likely his acreage multiplied by last year's average yield. Something like it, at any rate. Against the background of the boy's pale face and bleak green eyes, the numbers appeared before me, but lacked their usual clarity. Instead, they swayed and slithered like that old silverfish and slid beneath the door. The young man's eyes lit up. He had likely hit upon the number by memory rather than calculation, but as soon as he proclaimed the answer, I knew he was correct. The relief and near jubilation on his face buoyed me up for 1 second. The answering smile and shoulder clap from his father 1 second more. Then the disapproval emanating from my own father's eyes pulled me around, and I saw the terrible truth of what I had done. Too late, I saw. Never again would he take me with him. Never again would he call me his clever girl, nor even Olivia. The gentleman picked up my father's guinea from the bar. "I will take only 1 guinea, and let that be a lesson to you. I shall leave the rest to cover your debts to the others you have no doubt tricked over the years." Turning with a flourish, the gentleman placed a gloved hand on his boy's shoulder and propelled him from the room. I watched them go, too sickened to be relieved that all I had cost my father was 1 guinea, for I knew I had cost him far more, the respect of every person in that room. Slowly, I became aware of their hooded looks, their unconscious shrinking back from us. Now they would believe the traveller's accusation that my ability had been a trick all along. All their applause and ale and wagers accepted dishonestly. In his eyes, in theirs, they had all been made fools by us, by me. By my silence. A quote from Geoffrey Chaucer. "It is naught good a sleeping hound to wake." Chapter 1. 12 years later. November 1st, 1815. Heart pounding with fear and regret, Olivia Keene ran as though hellhounds were on her heels, as though her very life depended upon her escape. Fleeing the village, she ran across a meadow, bolted over the sheep gate, caught her skirt, and went sprawling in the mire. The bundle in her cape pocket jabbed against her hip bone. Ignoring it, she picked herself up and ran on, looking behind to make sure no one followed. Ahead lay Chedworth Wood. The warnings of years echoed through her mind. Don't stray into the wood at night. Wild dogs stalked that wood, and thieves and poachers camped there, with sharp knives and sharper eyes looking for easy game. A woman of Olivia's 24 years knew better than to venture into the wood alone. But her mother's cries still pulsed in her ears, drowning out the old voice of caution. The danger behind her was more real than any imagined danger ahead. Shivers of fear prickled over her skin. She hurled herself into the outstretched arms of the wood, already dim and shadowy on the chill autumn evening. Beneath her thin soles, dry leaves crackled. Branches grabbed at her like gnarled hands. She stumbled over fallen limbs and underbrush, every snapping twig reminding her that a pursuer might be just behind, just out of sight. Olivia ran until her side ached. Breathing hard, she slowed her pace. She walked for what seemed like an hour or more and still hadn't reached the other side of the wood. Was she travelling in a circle? The thought of spending the night in the quickly darkening wood made her pick up her pace once more. She tripped on a tangle of roots and again went sprawling. She heard the crisp rip of fabric. A burning scratch seared her cheek. For a moment she lay as she was, trying to catch her breath. The pain of the fall broke through the dam of shock, and the hot tears she had been holding back poured forth. She struggled up and sat against a tree, sobbing. Almighty God, what have I done? A branch snapped, and an owl screeched a warning to his mate. Fear instantly stifled her sobs. Hairs prickling at the back of her neck, Olivia searched the moonlit dimness with wide eyes. Eyes stared back. A dog, wiry and dark, stood not 20 feet away, teeth bared. In silent panic, Olivia scratched the ground around her, searching for something to use as a weapon. The undergrowth shook and the ground pulsed with a galloping tread. 2 more dogs ran past, one clenching something round and white in its jaws. The head of a sheep? The first dog turned and bounded after the other 2, just as Olivia's fingers found a stout stick. She gripped it tightly, wishing for a moment that she still held the fire iron. Shivering in revulsion, Olivia thrust aside the memory of its cold, hard weight. She listened for several tense seconds. Hearing nothing more, she rose, stick firmly in hand, and hurried through the wood, hoping the dogs wouldn't follow her trail. The moon was high above the treetops when she saw it. The light of a fire ahead. Relief. Wild animals were afraid of fire, were they not? She tentatively moved nearer. She had no intention of joining whoever had camped there, perhaps a family of gypsies or a gentleman's hunting party. Even if the rumours of thieves and poachers were stuff and nonsense, she would not risk having her presence known. But she longed for the safety the fire represented. She longed, too, for its warmth, for the November night air stole mercilessly through her cape and gown. Perhaps, if another woman were present, Olivia might ask to warm herself. She dared move a little closer, stood behind a tree and peered around it. She saw a firelit clearing and 4 figures huddled around the flames in various postures of repose. The sound of men talking and jesting reached her.
"Squirrel again tonight, Garby?"
a gravelly voice demanded.
"Unless Croom comes back with more game." "This time of night, not dashed likely." "More likely he's lying foxed in the Brown Dog, resting his head on Molly's soft pillows." "Not Croom," another said. "Never knew such a monkish man." Laughter followed. Every instinct told Olivia to flee, even as she froze where she stood. This was no family, nor any party of gentlemen. Fear slithering up her spine, she turned and stepped away from the tree. "What's that?" A young man's loud whisper stopped Olivia's retreat. She stood still, afraid to make another sound. "What's what? I don't hear nothing." "Maybe it's Croom." Olivia took a tentative tiptoe step, then another. A sticky web coated her face, startling her, and she stumbled over a log onto the ground. Before she could right herself, the sound of footsteps surrounded her and harsh lamplight blinded her. "Will, kiss my bonny luckstar," a young man breathed. Olivia struggled to her feet and pushed down her skirts. She brushed her fallen hair from her face and tried to remain calm. "Croom's got a mite prettier since we saw him last," said a second young man. Beside him, a bearded hulk glowered down at her. In the harsh, gravelly voice she had first heard, he demanded, "What are you doing here?" Panic shot through her veins. Nothing. I saw your fire and I—" "Looking for some company, were ya?" The big man's leer chilled her to the marrow. "Well, you come to the right place. Hasn't she, lads? Aye, another agreed. The big man reached for her, but Olivia recoiled.
No, you misunderstand me, she said. I simply lost my way. I don't want...
Oh, but we do want.
His gleaming eyes were very like those of the wild dog. The stout stick she had been carrying was on the ground where it had landed when she fell. She lunged for it, but the man grabbed her from behind.
Where do you think you're going? Nowhere soon, I'd wager.
Olivia cried out, but did manage to get her hand around the stick as he hauled her up. Let go of me! The burly man laughed. Olivia spun in his arms and swung the stick like a club. With a thwack, it caught the side of his head. He yelled and covered the wound with his hands. Olivia scrambled away, but two other men grabbed her arms and legs, wrestled the stick from her and bore her back to the fire. You all right, Borcher? The youngest man asked, voice high.
I will be, which is more than I can say for her.
Please, Olivia implored the men who held her. Release me, I beg of you. I am a decent girl from Withington. My brother lives near there, the youngest man offered.
Shut up, Garby, Borcher ordered.
Perhaps I have met your brother, she said desperately. What is his name?
Shut your trap,
Borcher charged forward, hand raised. Borcher, don't, young Garby urged. Let her go.
After the hoyden hit me, not lightly.
Borcher grabbed her roughly, pinning both arms to her sides with one long, heavy arm and pressing her back against a tree. She tried in vain to stomp on his foot, but her kid slippers were futile against his boots. No, she shouted. Someone help me, please. His free hand flashed up and clasped her jaw, steely fingers clamping her cheeks in a vice that stilled her shouts. She wrenched her head to the side and bit down on his thumb as hard as she could. Borcher yelled, yanked his hand away, and raised it in a menacing fist. Olivia winced her eyes shut, bracing herself for the inevitable blow. Pfft! Smack! Something whizzed by her captor's ear and shuddered into the tree above her. She opened her eyes as Borcher whirled his head around. Across the clearing, at the edge of the firelight, a man stood atop a tree stump, bow and arrow poised.
Let her go, Phineas,
the man drawled in an irritated voice.
Mind your own affairs, Croom.
Borcher raised his fist again. Another arrow whooshed by, slicing into the tree bark with a crack.
Croom!
Borcher swore.
Next time I shall aim,
the man called Croom said dryly. Though he appeared a slight, older man, cool authority steeled his words. Borcher released Olivia with a hard shove. The back of her head hit the tree, where long arrows still quivered above her. Even the jarring pain in her skull did not diminish the relief washing over her. In the flickering firelight, she looked again at her rescuer, still perched on the stump. He was a gaunt man of some 60 years in a worn hat and hunting coat. Ash-grey hair hung down to his shoulders. A game bag was slung over one of them. The bow he held seemed a natural extension of his arm. "Thank you, sir," she said. He nodded. Glimpsing the stout stick by the light of the forgotten lamp, Olivia bent to retrieve it, then turned to make her escape.
"Wait!"
Croom's voice was rough but not threatening. He stepped down from the stump, and she waited as he approached. His height, tall for a man of his years, and limping gait surprised her.
"Take these provisions I brought for these undeserving curs."
She accepted a quarter loaf of bread and a sack of apples. Her stomach rumbled on cue. But when he extended a limp hair from his game bag, she shook her head. "Thank you, no. This is more than enough." One wiry eyebrow rose.
"To make up for what they did to you, and would have done?"
Olivia stiffened. She shook her head and said with quiet dignity, "No, sir. I am afraid not." She handed back the bread and apples, turned, and strode smartly from the clearing. His raspy chuckle followed her.
"Fool!"
And she was not certain if he spoke of her or of himself. Olivia walked quickly away by the moonlight filtering through the autumn bare branches, the stick outstretched before her like a blind man's cane. She stayed alert for any hint of being followed, but heard nothing save the occasional to-woo of a tawny owl or the feathery scurrying of small nocturnal creatures. Eventually her fear faded into exhaustion and hunger. Perhaps I should not have been so proud, she thought, her stomach chastising her with a persistent ache. Finally, unable to trudge along any further, she curled into a ball beside a tree. She searched her cape pocket for her gloves, but only one remained, the other lost in the wood, no doubt. She again felt the firm bundle in her pocket, but did not bother to examine it in the dark. Shivering, she drew her hooded cape close around herself and covered her thin slippers with handfuls of leaves and pine needles for warmth. Images of her mother's terrified eyes and of a man's body lying face down on the dark floor tried to reassert themselves, but she pushed them away, escaping into the sweet forgetfulness of sleep. From the Rivals by R.B. Sheridan, 1775. Send her to a boarding school, in order to learn a little ingenuity and artifice. Then, sir, she should have a supercilious knowledge in accounts. Chapter 2. Olivia awoke to birdsong and mist, her hand still grasping the heavy stick. It reminded her once more of the fire-iron, and she was tempted to hurl it away. But was it not her only protection from wild dogs, if not wicked men? The sunrise glimmered through the canopy of branches, beribboned with sparse, tenacious leaves. Her limbs were stiff, her toes numb from sleeping on cold, rooted ground. She rubbed warmth into her hands, then her feet, before replacing her shoes. If she had known what would happen yesterday, she would have taken time to lace on half boots instead of wearing her flimsy kid slippers. The dreadful scene replayed in her mind. She'd come home late from her post at Miss Cresswell's school. Found her father's coat on an overturned chair. Her slippers crunched on broken glass. What had he thrown this time? A drinking glass? A bottle? A shrill cry pulled her into the bedchamber, dark but light enough to see a chilling sight. The back of a man with his hands around her mother's throat. Her mother's eyes wide, gasping for air. Olivia had not thought, only reacted, and suddenly the fire-iron was in her hand. She raised it high and slammed it down with a sickening clang, and he fell face down on the floor. The force of the blow reverberated up her arm and into her shoulder. Numbing shock followed like an icy wave. She stared, unmoving, as her mother sucked in haggard draws of air. Then her mother was beside her, pulling the fire-iron from her stiff fingers and drawing her from the room, through the kitchen to the front door, both of them trembling.
"Did I kill him?"
Olivia had whispered, glancing back at the darkened bedchamber door.
I did not mean to do it. I only—"
Hush. He breathes still, and may revive any moment. You must leave before he sees you, before he learns who struck him. By the light of the kitchen fire, Olivia glimpsed the welts already rising on her mother's neck.
"Then you must come with me. He might have killed you."
Olivia Keene nodded, pressing shaky fingers to her temples, trying to concentrate. "But first I will go to Muriel's. She will know what to do. But he must never know you are here. You have left the village for a post."
"Yes." "But where? I don't know of any."
"Far from here." Her mother squeezed her eyes shut, thinking. Go to St. Aldwyn's, east of Barnsley. I know one of the sisters who manage the school there. They may have a post, or at least take you in." Her mother turned and hurried across the kitchen. Reaching up, she winced as she pulled a small bundle from behind a portrait frame.
"I cannot leave you, Mamma. You are hurt."
Returning, her mother gripped her arm. "If he should die, it will be the noose for you, and that would kill me more surely than he ever could." She shoved the bundle into Olivia's cape pocket. "Take this and go, and promise you will not return. I will come to you when I can, when it is safe." A low moan rumbled from the other room, and panic seized them both. "Go now! Run!" And Olivia ran. The scene faded from her mind, and Olivia shuddered. She drew forth the small bundle, studying it by morning's light. At first glance it looked like an old folded handkerchief, but on closer inspection she saw that it had seams and a small beaded clasp. Why had her mother made this? Had she foreseen last night's events and Olivia's need to flee? Or had she been prepared to make her own escape from a husband whose violent temper had been escalating for months? Olivia opened the concealed purse and examined its contents. 4 guinea coins were tacked in with thread to keep them from jingling and giving away their hiding place, she supposed. There was also a letter. She picked it up, but saw it was firmly sealed with wax. She turned it over and read the tiny script in her mother's fine hand. "To be opened only upon my death." Olivia's heart started. What in the world? She thought once more of her father's jealous rages, the overturned chairs, the broken glass, the holes punched in the wall. Still, Olivia had never believed he would actually harm his own wife. Had her mother feared that very thing? Curiosity gnawed at her, but she quickly returned the letter to its place. As she did, she felt a thin disc within the folds of fabric, apparently a 5th, smaller coin. A small tear in the lining revealed its would-be escape route. Curious, she worked the coin with stiff fingers back to the hole. As she extracted the shilling, a scrap of paper came with it. It was an 1 by 3 rectangle, torn from a newspaper, yellowed with age. It appeared to be a brief portion of a marriage announcement. The Earl of Brightwell, of his son, Lord Bradley, to Miss Marian Escort of Cirencester, daughter of... Brightwell. Escort. The names echoed dully in Olivia's mind. She could not recall her mother mentioning either name before. Why had she kept the clipping? Her stomach growled, and Olivia tucked away the paper, and her questions for another time. Gingerly she rose and began pulling leaves and needles from her hair. Brushing off her cape and dress, she grimaced at a long tear in her bodice. Her shift and one strap of her stays showed. Thinking of her peril of the previous night, she shuddered, realizing the damage could have been far worse. She pulled up the hanging flap of bodice and tied it crudely to the strip of torn cloth at her shoulder. She hoped she didn't look as dreadful as she felt. She tried to run her fingers through her hair and discovered it was a knotted mess, her neat coil long since fallen. She longed for a bath and a comb. No use in fretting about it now, she told herself. If I don't get moving, no one but the trees shall see me anyway. Olivia once more wove her way through the trees and underbrush, wondering if the schoolmistress her mother knew would really take in a stranger, and what Olivia would do if not. She bit the inside of her cheek to hold back self-pity and tears. She breathed a quick prayer for her mother and kept walking, her breath rising on the cold morning air. The trees thinned as the sun rose higher in the sky, lifting her spirits with it. She saw a ribbon of road ahead and decided to follow it, knowing she could return to the shelter of the wood if necessary. She walked along the road for several minutes, then accepted a ride in the back of a farmer's wagon. His wife looked askance at the stick in her hand, but did not comment. After many jostling, jerking miles, the farmer called a welcome "Whoa!" to his old nag and smiled back at Olivia. "That's our farm up the lane there, so this is as far as we can take you." Thanking the couple, Olivia climbed stiffly from the wagon and asked the way to St. Aldwyn's. "Follow the river there," the farmer said, pointing. "It'll be quicker than the road, though you'll not meet another wagon." Olivia followed the river as it passed through a rolling vale, skirted a tiny hamlet, then another. Soon after that, the river disappeared within a copse of trees. Not another wood, Olivia lamented. She did not wish to lose her way, so she took a deep breath and entered the copse. The trees were not dense, and through them she saw an open field beyond. Having had her fill of trees the previous night, she walked faster. A sound startled Olivia, and she stopped abruptly. Listening over her pounding heart, she heard it once more. Barking. Her stomach lurched. More wild dogs. Coming fast. She was running before she consciously chose to, stick banging against her leg. With her free hand, she hiked up her skirts and darted onto the field. Ignoring the cinder burning in her side, she ran on, not daring to pause to look behind her. Another sound joined the first, a low rumble, growing louder. Thunder? A search party? The dogs drew closer. She could hear the barking distinctly now. They were nearly upon her. Panic gripped her. Something nipped at her skirts and she spun around, swinging the stick and yelling at the top of her voice. "Begone! Go!" The barking dog skidded and jumped. She grazed one on its rump and it yelped and ran away. Slowly the blur of mottled fur came into focus, and she realized these were not wild dogs at all. Horse hooves thundered around her. She looked up in a daze as a small army of scarlet coats and black hats, men in hunting attire, charged up on all sides. "Stand clear!" one of the riders shouted, his roan galloping dangerously close. She leapt out of his way, then she screamed and lifted her arms over her head, for she had jumped right into the path of an oncoming horse. Its rider pulled up sharply and the black horse skittered and reared up. Dirt flew, splattering Olivia's face. The horse's hooves flashed inches from her chin and then exploded onto the ground before her. "What on earth do you think you are doing?" The rider of the black yelled down. "Are you mad?" Other riders, whippers in, and gentlemen on field hunters of white, grey, and chestnut circled around her, their voices raised and angry. "You have spoiled an excellent hunt." This from the elderly master of the hunt, silver side whiskers showing beneath his telltale velvet hat. His lined, aristocratic face was nearly as red as his coat.
"She tried to kill the hounds,"
another accused.
"The lead dog is limping."
"I thought they were wild dogs," Olivia sputtered in lame defence.
"Wild dogs?"
the huntsman echoed, copper horn hanging from his neck.
"I don't believe it. Are you daft?"
She wiped her sleeve across her eyes to clear the mud and her mind.
"No, I
believe her, gentlemen." The rider of the black horse dismounted and grabbed the stick from her hand. "She is obviously armed to ward off wild dogs."
"From the looks of the chit,"
the stout rider of the roan called down,
"I'd say she battled a mud puddle and lost."
The other men laughed. Ignoring the jeers, Olivia kept her eyes on the tall young man before her. Though not the master of the hunt, and by all appearances no older than she was, he was clearly a leader of men, and cut an imposing figure in his hunting kit and Hessian boots. Forcing her voice into cool civility, she said, "I am sorry about the dog. Now kindly return my stick, sir." His eyes were glinting blue glass in a face that would have been handsome were it not imperious and angry.
"I believe not. You are far too dangerous."
Olivia could feel her anger mounting as the men continued their laughter and taunts. But it was the disdainful smirk of the young man before her that threatened her self-control, already worn thin by recent stress and lack of sound sleep. She thrust out her hand. "Return it to me at once." The elderly master of the hunt called derisively,
"Have you any idea whom you are addressing, gel?"
Keeping her eyes on the haughty young man before her, she answered levelly, "Someone with very poor manners." The others reacted with barely concealed snorts of laughter. Good, she thought. See how he likes being laughed at. Some new emotion flickered across the man's face, but the expression was quickly overlaid with contempt. Broad shoulders strained against his close-fitting coat as he carelessly flung the stick into the brush some 30 yards away. Olivia opened her mouth to protest, but the old master called down a steely warning.
"Careful, gal. Bradley there is magistrate as well as lord. You don't want to risk his wrath."
She looked once more at the young man called Bradley. Golden side whiskers indicated fair hair beneath his hat. Under its brim, blue eyes rested on a bit of dirt on his coat sleeve. With the merest glance at her, he flicked it away with a finger, and in that one gesture, Olivia knew she had been dismissed as thoughtlessly.
"Ross,"
he called, and a younger man, by appearance his groom, jogged over.
"How is Mr. Linton's hound?"
"He is well, my lord, merely bruised."
"Still, bear him on your horse. Linton's kennel man will want to have a look at him."
"Yes, my lord."
"Thank you, Bradley," the master said. "I think we must call off the hunt for today."
The huntsman nodded and pocketed his horn.
"That fox is in Wiltshire by now, at any rate." "Perhaps she could be our fox,"
the stout roan rider jeered, gesturing toward Olivia with his riding crop.
"Excellent plan," another said. "Quite sorry, Constable. We thought the sorry creature a fox." "No, a mad dog."
A second man poked Olivia on the shoulder with his crop, and soon 3 of them were circling her on their horses, laughing all the while.
"Gentlemen,"
came a loud command.
The three men reined in and looked at Bradley. "That is quite enough," he said. "Peasants are not for prodding." "Just so," another snorted. "They are for paying rents." Lord Bradley scowled, clearly not amused. "Take heart, gentlemen," the master consoled. "The season has barely begun. We shall have many more hunts come winter." Lord Bradley prepared to remount his tall black horse. He paused, his icy glare resting briefly on Olivia. "Are you still here?" She expelled a dry puff of air. "No, sir. I have disappeared utterly." His eyes narrowed. "Have you not somewhere to go?" It wasn't a question. "Go!" he commanded, jerking his crop to the south. Olivia strode blindly across the field, humiliated and indignant. She was angry at herself for obeying, for fleeing in the exact direction he pointed. Was she a dog herself? He surely had not meant for her to go in any specific direction, only away. I was travelling in this direction at any rate, she thought hotly, and trudged toward the river once more. From The Complete Servant by Samuel and Sarah Adams. Always remember to hold the secrets of the family sacred, as none may be divulged with impunity. Chapter 3. The sun was high in the sky when Olivia knelt beside the river to wash her face and hands. She scrubbed at the stubborn dirt encrusted in the lines of her palms and beneath her nails. She hoped the dirt on her face did not cling as tenaciously, nor the guilt she felt. Had there been no other recourse? Surely she might have thought of another way to stop her father. She might have called the constable or a neighbour. But it was too late now. Olivia splashed cold water on her face, wishing she could wash away the memory, the regret, as easily. She found but 2 hairpins still tangled within her fallen curls and, in the end, tore a strip of ribbon edging from her shift and tied back her hair with it. She did not wish to enter the next village looking like a beggar, or worse. The water, while too frigid for comfortable washing, seemed inviting to her dry throat, and she bent low to drink, using her now clean hand as a cup. Cold and delicious. She bent low over the water once again. "I say, hello there! Don't! Are you all right?" Still on her knees, Olivia turned at the call. A man in a black suit of clothes and tabbed white neckcloth briskly approached. Behind him followed a spotted dog and 4 young boys, a sight which put Olivia more at ease than she would otherwise have been. "I am well, only thirsty." "Oh!" He stepped nearer. "I feared you might be about to do yourself harm. Though I suppose the river is too shallow and gentle here to pose much danger." "No, sir, I was not." "Of course not. Forgive me. A young lady such as yourself could have no reason to be so desperate, I trust." She hesitated, her lips stiffening. "No reason?" "I am Mr. Tugwell," he said, doffing his round, wide-brimmed hat of black felt, "Vicar of St. Mary's." "How do you do?" She guessed him to be in his mid-30s, with light brown hair and soft, mobile face. He extended his hand. "May I offer you a hand up?" "I fear mine are wet and cold, sir." She apologized as she placed her hand in his. He pulled her to her feet. "You were in earnest. A cold fish comes to mind." He grinned. "Never fear, I have handled far worse." She found herself grinning in spite of her recent ordeal. "And my face? I suppose it is a fright?" He cocked his head to the side and appraised her. "Your face is charming." He nodded toward his boys. "You fit right in with my lot here. These are my sons, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, and Tom. Amos, my eldest, is at school." "Hello, I am Miss Keene." The name was out of her mouth before she could think the better of it. But how could she lie to four such angelic, albeit dirty, boys? Mr. Tugwell handed her his handkerchief, then tapped a broad finger to a spot along his jaw. Blushing, she wiped the same place on her own jaw. "I am afraid I have fallen and made a mess of myself." "Have we not all done so, Miss Keene?" he asked, a twinkle in his kindly hazel eyes. "Have we not all?" Not knowing how to respond, she returned the handkerchief and asked, "And who is this?" of the spaniel sniffing at her skirts. "That is Harley," little Tom supplied. "Harley likes these wonders as much as we do," Mr. Tugwell explained. "The lady of the house believes a great deal of exercise keeps male animals from tearing about the place," he grinned. "The dog as well." She smiled. "Might you direct me to St. Aldwyn's, sir?" "With pleasure." Tucking the handkerchief back into his pocket, the vicar said, "We are for Arlington, which is on your way. May we escort you that far at least?" "Thank you." She thought a moment. "I suppose my first task will be to repair my appearance. Is there some place in Arlington where I might purchase a needle and thread and perhaps a pair of gloves?" "Indeed there is. Eliza Ludlow's shop. Miss Ludlow is a friend of ours. Might we have the pleasure of introducing you?" "Yes, that would be most kind. Thank you." In the company with Mr. Tugwell and his boys, Olivia crossed a stone bridge near the village mill and turned up the high street, passing the Swan Hotel and a row of weavers' cottages, evidenced by stone troughs for washing and dyeing cloth and the narrow mill-leat flowing past. They crossed the cobbled street and approached a cluster of shops, a chandler's, a wool agent's, and the promised ladies' shop with a display of hats and bonnets in its many-paned bow window. "Please await me here, boys," Mr. Tugwell said, "and do keep Harley from the chandler's wares this time, The vicar opened the shop door for her. Quickly smoothing back the wisps of hair at her temples, Olivia stepped inside while the bell still jingled. The shop was small, neat, and sweet-smelling. Shelves displayed gloves, scarves, stockings, fans, and tippets. A dress form wore a flounced walking dress of white cambric muslin. The front counter held fashion magazines and an assortment of cosmetics and perfumes. A woman in her 30s, dressed in an attractive vested gown of striped twill, stood at a tidy counter. She smiled brightly at the vicar. "Mr. Tugwell, what a lovely surprise!" Her ready smile dimmed only fractionally as Olivia stepped near. "Good afternoon, Miss Eliza." He made a slight bow. "May I present Miss Keene of—" Olivia faltered. "Near Cheltenham." "Who is in need of your services." "Of course." Miss Ludlow turned warm brown eyes in Olivia's direction. Mr. Tugwell straightened. "I shall leave you ladies to it. I know little of such folderols, and confess I prefer my ignorance." He smiled at Olivia. "But you may trust Miss Ludlow implicitly, I assure you." The woman blushed at his praise. Mr. Tugwell rubbed his lip in thought. "I don't wish to be presumptuous, Miss Keene, but it does grow late, and St. Aldwyn's is still a few miles off. You would be most welcome to stay the night in the vicarage guest room. Miss Tugwell will make you quite welcome, I assure you.
You are very kind. Perhaps I shall indeed, if you are certain it is not too much of an imposition.
Not at all. And the boys and I promise to be on our best behaviour, though I cannot speak for Harley.
He grinned, then turned once more to Miss Ludlow.
If you would be so good as to point out the way, Miss Eliza, once your business is concluded.
Of course.
Then I shall bid you adieu for now.
He bowed to both ladies and made his exit. When the jingle of the shop bell faded, Eliza Ludlow asked kindly, "And how may I help you, Miss Keene?" "I hope to find a situation, you see," Olivia began. The woman's dark eyebrows furrowed.
"I am afraid this little shop barely provides for me."
"Oh, no. Forgive me, I did not mean here. I understand there is a girls' school in St. Aldwyn's."
"Yes, I have heard of it. Managed by a pair of elderly sisters, I believe. I cannot say whether they need anyone, but you might try."
"I plan to. But I should not go looking like this." Olivia pulled back one shoulder of her cape, exposing the crudely tied fabric of her frock. "I am afraid I suffered a mishap. A few of them, actually, on my way here." Miss Ludlow tutted sympathetically.
"You poor dear."
"Have you needle and thread I might purchase to put this to rights?"
"Indeed I have. Blue thread?"
Olivia nodded. "And perhaps a hairbrush and pins?" Her stomach rumbled, a rude complaint, and Olivia ducked her head to hide a blush.
"Of course, my dear."
Eliza Ludlow smiled sweetly.
"And you must come up to my rooms and repair yourself properly. Perhaps you would join me for tea and cake."
Tears pricked Olivia's eyes at this unexpected generosity. "You are very kind. I thank you." An hour later, Olivia's hair was combed and securely pinned, and her gown repaired and brushed reasonably clean. She wore a new chip bonnet, 2 gloves, and a small reticule dangling from her wrist. She had money enough to purchase the bonnet, but Eliza had insisted on giving her a lone glove, saying she'd lost its mate and wasn't it nearly a perfect match. Not wanting to deplete her funds, Olivia had gratefully agreed and accepted. Now her mother's small purse, a new comb, and a handkerchief were encased within the reticule, which Miss Ludlow had sold her for a suspiciously low price. Prepared to take her leave, Olivia listened as Eliza described the way to the vicarage.
"Continue up the high street as it angles to the north. The vicarage is just past an old white house with a dovecot."
"Is it proper, do you think, for me to accept the vicar's invitation?" Olivia asked. "Mrs. Tugwell won't mind?"
"You mean Miss Tugwell, his sister?"
"Oh, I thought—" "Mrs. Tugwell died several years ago, poor soul." "How tragic. Those poor motherless boys." "Yes." Miss Ludlow's brown eyes glowed sympathetically. "Still, I think it appropriate, unless you would feel more comfortable in the Swan, though the inn might be more expense than you wish to bear." "I am afraid it would be."
"Then we shall hope and pray the school has need of you directly."
Olivia pressed the shopkeeper's hand. "Thank you. You have been prodigiously kind, and I shall never forget it."
"You are more than welcome."
Miss Eliza was suddenly distracted by a bandbox on the counter, her dark brows knit in perplexity or irritation.
"Oh, fiddle!"
"Are you all right?" The woman sighed.
"I would be better had Mrs. Howe paid for this feathered cap she ordered. Said she wanted it for a party at Brightwell Court, but the party is this evening,
and still she has not sent anyone round to collect it. And bonne chance trying to sell this piece of London frippery to anyone else in the village." "I am sorry," Olivia murmured, but her mind had caught on something else Miss Ludlow had said. "Brightwell Court?" Olivia asked. She remembered the name Brightwell from her mother's newspaper clipping. "Yes, do you know it? The largest estate in the borough, save the Lintons. There is a party there this very evening." She winked at Olivia. "But I seem to have misplaced my invitation." Olivia grinned at her joke. "As have I." Promising to call on her new friend when she was able, Olivia thanked her once again and let herself from the shop. The evening was already growing dark, the hours of daylight quite abbreviated in the final months of the year. The wind pulled at her cape and she shivered. It was indeed too dark and cold to continue further, at least by foot. She walked up the high street where it curved to the north and past the village square. She saw a stately church beyond it, which she supposed to be St. Mary's. Several fine carriages passed, and one coachman stopped to ask if she would like a ride. "Are you for St. Aldwyn's?" she asked hopefully. He shook his head. "Not bound for Brightwell Court like every other fine lady in the borough. Big doings here tonight." Brightwell. There it was again. Olivia shook her head. "Thank you, anyway." She waited while the carriage passed, then watched as it turned through a gate and up a long torchlit lane. Had her mother some connection to the place? Olivia felt compelled to lay eyes on this Brightwell Court. Then she would make her way directly to the vicarage. Olivia walked through the gate, up the gravelled lane, past several small outbuildings, and then there it was. A tall, grey Tudor manor in an E-shape, with a many-peaked roof. Had her mother friends here? Had she once visited or had a post here? Olivia certainly was not going to knock on the door and ask, especially while the owners were entertaining. She started to turn back when the lively, happy music caught her attention. It swirled in her ears and swelled in her chest. She stepped carefully across the lawn, drawn by the light spilling from large mullioned windows. As she drew near, she received her first good look into one of the grand rooms. Lovely women in fine gowns and distinguished gentlemen in black evening attire stood in groups, talking, laughing, bowing, eating and drinking. A sigh escaped her. Mesmerized, she slowly walked past the first wing, glimpsing a buffet graced by a life-size ice swan, towering jelly moulds, a stuffed boar, and a huge golden bowl overflowing with fruits. She walked past the recessed courtyard of the shorter leg of the E, and then around the final wing, staring in each window as if watching vivid tableaus lit by 100 candles. As she rounded the manor, she walked by another window, open, she guessed, to release cigar smoke or the heat of the crowd. Her steps faltered. Inside what appeared to be a library, a dapper, middle-aged gentleman embraced his middle-aged wife. They were alone. The man kissed the top of her head and stroked her back, murmuring some reassurance or encouragement near her ear. The gentle tenderness stung Olivia's heart. She knew she could turn away, respect their privacy, but she could not. Then the man put his hands on either side of her face and said something. The woman nodded, her pale cheeks wet with tears. The man brushed them away with his thumbs and kissed the woman full on the mouth. Embarrassed, Olivia lowered her head and walked away. She leaned against a shadowed tree to catch her breath. If only her mother and father might have shown such affection to one another instead of brooding silences and heated arguments. If only she herself might one day know such tender love. A side door opened. Olivia froze beside the tree. Footsteps sounded on the flagstones of the veranda, followed by another set.
"Edward, wait. This is not something I wish to discuss before the assembled company, nor the servants. Must we discuss it at all?"
Olivia peered from behind the tree, looking for a way of escape. The veranda was mottled shadow and moonlight. Upon it she glimpsed the same older gentleman from the library standing before a taller man whose back was to her. The taller man sputtered, incredulous.
"Am I to simply forget what I read?" "No, I don't suppose you could, but it need not be a disaster, my boy." "How can you say that?" "I have known all along, and it has not altered my feelings." "But how did you? Where did I come from? Who was my mother, my—" "Edward, lower your voice. I will tell you one day if you really must know, but not today, not on the eve of our departure."
Olivia was chagrined to overhear such a personal conversation. What should she do? If she moved at all, even to lift her hands to her ears, they would see her. The elder man put his arm around the younger man's shoulder.
"I am sorry you had to learn of it at all, and especially now, but nothing has changed. Nothing. Do you understand?"
The younger man slapped his chest, his voice hoarse.
"Everything has changed. Everything. Or will, if—"
His voice broke, and Olivia missed the rest of his sentence.
"There is nothing we can do about that now. Promise me you will not attempt to ferret out anything more until we return. Let it lie for now, Edward, please. You have been given enough to adapt to already."
"That is an understatement indeed, sir." The father turned his son back toward the manor.
"Come inside, my boy. How cold it is. Your mother will wonder what became of us."
The young man muttered something inaudible as they stepped to the door, and Olivia released a breath she had not realized she was holding.
"May we not burden your mother with this right now?" the older man asked. "I want nothing to spoil this journey for her."
His son sighed.
"Of course. Her health must come first."
He held the door for his father.
"After you."
The older man pulled a sad smile and disappeared inside. Olivia stepped from behind the tree, ready to make her escape at last. But the young man stopped suddenly, hand on the open door. He stood staring blindly in her direction. Had he seen her? Heard her? Her heart pounded. She took a step backward, hoping to further conceal herself in the shadows, and instead collided with something solid and warm. She cried out as a foul sack descended over her head, and wiry arms grasped her by the shoulders and hauled her away. From the Gamekeeper's Directory. A poacher becomes an infirm old man if he be fortunate enough to escape transportation or the gallows. Chapter 4. When the sack was pulled from her head, Olivia found herself in a small parlour, staring at a bald man and a round aproned woman. The man introduced himself.
"I am John Hackham, village constable. Again."
"Again," the woman echoed. "No one else will take his term." The constable nodded to the woman.
"My good wife."
"What did the Earl's man catch her at?" Mrs. Hackham inquired. "Thieving?"
"Mayhap,"
Hackham replied. An earl, she thought. No,
Olivia protested. "I took nothing." "No time to hear your tale of woe now, girl. I've an inn to run, and we are full up tonight."
"Full up?" his wife nodded.
Mr. Hackham took Olivia's elbow. "It's the lock-up for you tonight, and we'll sort it in the morning."
The constable led her from the inn's parlour and out a side door to a windowless octagonal building some 20 yards distant.
"Court is held here at my humble inn regular-like, but the JPs are all at Brightwell Court tonight and can't hear your case at present."
He unlocked the heavy door and firmly, though not roughly, compelled her inside. The door shut behind her, enveloping her in darkness. She heard the key scrape in the lock and footsteps retreating. Weariness and fear competed for precedence within her. Was this God's judgment for what she had done? She berated herself yet again for not going directly to the vicarage. Olivia blinked, trying to adjust her eyes to the darkness. Not complete darkness, after all. A small red glow shone several yards away. A rat's eye? No. A lit cigar. Suddenly a flame sputtered and sparked to life, illuminating a big man holding a candle stub in one hand and the cigar in the other. Her heart lurched and stomach seized. Borcher! The big man held up the candle and peered at her. She prayed he would not recognize her from Chedworth Wood.
"Well, well, what have we here?"
He stepped closer and held the candle near her face. In the wobbling light, his fat lips curled into a feline smile.
"The hoyden from the wood."
"No, I—" Tossing aside the candle, he slammed her hard against the door. Pain shot up her spine. She turned and banged on the door. "Help! Please help me!" A scream caught in her throat as Borcher slapped one hand over her mouth and with the other gripped her arm, pulling her back against him. He laughed a ghoulish giggle in her ear, his foul breath making her gag. "I told you I'd get you, girlie, and now I have done." She struggled and tried to call out, but only a muffled murmur escaped his thick hand. Her mind reeled. "No, no, no!" She opened her mouth and tried to bite his hand.
"Not this time, pet."
He released her mouth only to grasp her neck with both hands. He squeezed until Olivia thought his thumbs would crush her windpipe. Something popped within her throat. Olivia choked and struggled against the pain and suffocation, panic soaring as she struggled to suck in the thinnest stream of air. Was this what her mother had experienced? At least Olivia had been able to save her. "Oh, God," she prayed, "please forgive me. I only meant to stop him." She hoped he would not try again. "Please watch over her," Olivia silently pleaded as her mind clouded over, the shutters of her brain closing tight. Blackness. Vaguely she heard something. A key in the lock? The door banged open, though Olivia could see none of the lamplight that surely was flooding in. Borcher growled and pushed her roughly away as he released her. She would have fallen, but strong arms caught her. She tried to breathe through a throat that felt sealed off, crushed. She gasped painfully and smelled a man's sweat and pipe smoke. Sputtering and sucking in panting breaths, her vision returned. The constable righted her, then scowled, first at her, then Borcher.
"You there!" He glared at her attacker. "An extra fortnight for you. And you, come with me. There is someone to see you."
A fortnight, Olivia thought dumbly. That is all my life is worth. Relieved to be leaving the lock-up, she asked no questions. With a trembling hand, she tentatively reached up to survey her burning throat. She thought it a miracle her neck was not broken. As it was, Her legs shook from the shock and violence of the ordeal. When she stumbled, the constable took her arm and pulled her along. She would not have remained upright otherwise.
"Lord Bradley wants to question you," the constable sighed in a long-suffering manner. "Wants to see the trespasser properly punished, no doubt." He whistled low. "Looks dreadfully fierce, he does."
He led her back into the Swan, pushed open the door to the same parlour and propelled her within. She shrank at the sight of the tall man in full evening dress, his blue eyes intense with scrutiny and suspicion, but not, she thought, recognition. She, however, recognized him at once. The haughty young man from the hunt. Lord Bradley. His father was an earl. Theirs was the conversation she had overheard. She looked down, hoping he would not remember her. She imagined she appeared quite altered with a clean face, her hair neatly pinned back, at least it had been, and a proper bonnet over all. Olivia could feel his glare on her bowed profile. She registered his finely shod feet, then slowly raised her head. "I am not a dog to cower in the corner," she encouraged herself, forcing her gaze to meet the man's icy blue eyes. He scowled, his countenance darkening. Had he just recognized her from the spoilt hunt? Staring at the slight figure before him, Edward Stanton Bradley bade his heart rate to slow and his anger to calm. His mind still reeled, not only with the stunning sledgehammer of news he had barely had time to assimilate himself, but with the terrifying prospect that someone had overheard the tidings he hoped with all his being to bury forever. He fisted his hands, ineffectively trying to quench the irrational desire to squash this unknown foe, to silence her before she might open her mouth and devastate them all. When she looked up at him, Edward felt the barest hint of recognition, but it quickly flitted away. He knew not this sorry creature. Good heavens, what had befallen her? She seemed barely able to walk, let alone stand. Had Hackham not held her arm, she seemed certain to fall. Her face was ashen, her neck. What the plague?
"Hackham, what have you done to the chit?" "Nothing, my lord." "Did my man do this to you?" he asked her directly, knowing Hackham would not hesitate to lay blame at the gamekeeper's feet. Eyes glazed, the girl shook her head. "Dash it, Hackham. Punishment before a hearing?" "No, my lord, it was another prisoner. Gordon didn't tell me he'd put a poacher in the lock-up. I thought it was empty." Biting back an oath, Edward grimly shook his head. Still he believed Hackham. He was not a cruel man, but he was busy with his inn and held little patience for his secondary role as constable. The quarter sessions and more frequent petty sessions brought business to his establishment, so he begrudgingly took up the unpopular duty year after year when no one else stepped forward. "Do you not wish to hear about the poacher, my lord?" Hackham asked. "Likely to be one of the lot what evaded us all summer. Is that not good news, my lord?" Edward ignored the man's attempt at diversion. "The next session is not for a fortnight, and there is no question of calling an early hearing. My father is leaving the country on the morrow, and Farnsworth is already on the continent. If this is what happens in half an hour, what would become of her in a week?" "I plan to send her up to Northleach. Let the justices up there deal with her." Hackham referred to the new House of Corrections, a fortress-like prison only about as old as Edward himself. An improvement over the jails of old, where men and women were held together, but a prison just the same. "That will not be necessary." "Course it is. Your man said she were trespassing. Maybe even a thief." The young woman swayed, and Hackham tightened his grip. "Have you any evidence she meant to steal anything?" Edward asked. He knew trespassing was a petty offence, unless accompanied by theft, nuisance to the land, or injury to a person. But could not great personal injury come of her eavesdropping? Not to mention the repercussions his father would face should his deception be made known. "Well, she weren't an invited guest now, were she? What else would she be doing there?" "That is what I should like to know." Edward turned to the pale-faced woman. "What is your name?" She opened her mouth to speak, her small lips forming a silent O. Wincing in surprise, tears swamping her bright blue eyes, she raised thin fingers to her rapidly discolouring throat. Could she really not speak, or was she a consummate actress? "Could have her flogged on the pillory," the constable jovially suggested. "That would loosen her tongue." The girl's pale skin blanched nearly white. "Or hang in the stocks on the village green. An example to other would-be thieves." The constable rocked on his heels as he considered. "Or ducked on the ducking chair. Haven't used that contraption since my first term." The woman's eyes flared, then drooped, her posture rigid. She was falling forward before she realised it, her eyes open but unseeing. Hackham's grip was insufficient to stop her fall, and she crumpled to the ground. Returning to her senses some time later, Olivia peered through her lashes to find a bespectacled, middle-aged gentleman leaning over her. She shrank back instinctively, only to realise she was lying flat while he sat peering down at her, touching her throat in the gentlest of palpitations. An apothecary, she guessed. Or a surgeon. She closed her eyes once more and listened to the conversation above her.
"Such an injury could indeed render a person speechless for a time. Have you reason to think her pretending to muteness?"
"She was caught trespassing on our estate," Lord Bradley's voice.
"A great many people were at Brightwell Court this evening. Why do you think her intentions nefarious?"
Lord Bradley did not respond. Instead he asked, "Can she be moved?"
"I think so. Doesn't seem to have any broken bones. Even so, I have given her laudanum. That neck injury must be dreadfully painful." "Move, my lord," the incredulous voice of the constable. "Moved where?" "Clearly I cannot leave her here, Hackham, nor do I wish her taken to Northleach for mere trespassing. Release her to my custody for now." Hackham's voice rose. "Are you certain that is wise, my lord?" "She doesn't look dangerous to me," the medical man offered.
"Is that your professional diagnosis?" Bradley's tone was acerbic. "I shall hold you to it." "But," Hackham tried once more, "she might turn out to be a thief after all." "Then you shall have your chance to flog her yet." Olivia sank into darkness once more from a hefty dose of laudanum and fear. Edward and the constable helped Dr. Sutton settle the young woman into the back of Sutton's cart.
"Speaking of moving," the doctor said, "I dearly hope the trip to Italy does your mother good."
"Thank you, Sutton, as do I."
"Many in my profession attest to the benefits of a warm Mediterranean winter for their patients."
"Do you concur?"
"What I can attest to are the benefits of avoiding a damp English winter. That I heartily recommend. When do they depart?"
"Tomorrow." The doctor nodded.
"Then I wish them Godspeed."
The constable had just bid them good night and returned to the Swan when the Reverend Mr. Charles Tugwell crossed the cobbles toward them.
"Bradley? Sutton?"
His gaze flicked from the men to the prone girl, concern drooping his hound-dog eyes.
"I say, what is happening here?"
"Mr. Tugwell," Edward said quickly, "I am afraid you have come upon me at an inopportune time. Might I come round the vicarage next week?"
"Of course, but that young woman, I know her."
Edward was stunned.
"Do you?"
"That is to say, I met her today near the river. What has befallen her?"
"She was caught trespassing at Brightwell Court, and, I am afraid, was injured in the lock-up by a male prisoner."
"Good heavens!"
"Sutton here believes she will shortly recover."
"Thank God!"
The clergyman shook his head.
"A young lady such as she, locked in with a criminal."
"We do not know that she is not a criminal as well."
The clergyman shook his head.
"She seemed a genteel, well-spoken young lady to me."
"Lady?" Edward sneered. "What sort of lady lurks behind trees unchaperoned at night, eavesdropping on private conversations?"
"A desperate one, to be sure. But let us not be too quick to judge. I myself escorted her to Miss Ludlow's to replace the glove she had lost in some mishap. I believe she said she was on her way to St. Aldwyn's, seeking some post or other."
"And of course you believed her?"
The clergyman eyed him speculatively.
"Have you some reason to suspect her of more than curiosity?
My own boys were tempted to sneak over and have a look in at Brightwell Court tonight. All the fine carriages and horses, footmen and musicians, and I know not what. I had to send Zeke to bed without his supper and forbid Tom to leave his window open in hopes of hearing the music.
Everyone in the village knew of the party. Why, I imagine Miss Ludlow mentioned it to her. The young lady was to come to the vicarage tonight and sleep in our guest room."
"Was she, indeed?"
"I wondered what became of her and dropped by Miss Ludlow's just now to see if she had changed her plans. I imagine she took a brief detour to see the goings-on at the manor, and that is all. Pray do not besmirch her reputation by calling her a criminal until she recovers and you learn her true intentions."
"Regardless of her intentions, she has likely—"
Edward broke off, glancing at Sutton, and waited while the doctor climbed onto the bench of his cart.
"Likely what?"
Tugwell urged. Edward lowered his voice.
"I cannot say, but it is imperative that I learn who she is, and whether she plans to use whatever she may have overheard for mercenary ends."
"Good heavens, Edward, what is it?"
"Forgive me, Charles, I am not at liberty to say."
His friend's eyebrows rose.
"Even to me?"
Edward grimaced.
"Even to you."
From a Sentimental Journey Through France and Italy by Lawrence Sterne. People leave their native country and go abroad for one of these general causes: infirmity of body, imbecility of the mind, or inevitable necessity. Chapter 5. It was nearly midnight when Edward faced his prim housekeeper. Fortunately, she was still dressed, the party having only recently broken up. He held the young woman in his arms, still limp from laudanum. He found it ironic that a figure so light could weigh so heavily on his mind. His future.
"This girl was injured in the village," he began,
attacked by a suspected poacher.
In the village?
Mrs. Hinckley repeated, wide-eyed. He hesitated, remembering Tugwell's request, and did not mention the arrest.
Yes. I don't know all the details because her injury, there, you see her bruised throat, seems to have rendered her unable to speak. Merciful heavens!
She opened the door to her small parlour and gestured for him to lay the girl upon the settee. Her attacker is in the lock-up, Mrs. Hinckley. There is no call for alarm.
Shall I send Ross for Dr. Sutton?
Sutton has already seen her, in the Swan. In fact, we bore her here in his cart. He could see her brain working, trying to add up his disjointed sentences and make them equal a reasonable explanation for bringing the young woman to Brightwell Court.
And you thought I could?
I want to see her recover. I feel some responsibility, as she was injured in our village, being the new magistrate and all. Again he could see the wheels of her mind turning, could guess her thoughts. Would not the vicarage be better suited, or Dr. Sutton's offices, or even the almshouse? But the woman had not risen to her position by questioning her masters.
Shall I see to her in my parlour, my lord? The nursery maid recovered here after she ricked her ankle.
Excellent. Dr. Sutton will call tomorrow, but he does not believe her injury severe. In the meantime, I would rather not inform Lord or Lady Brightwell. I do not wish anything to spoil their departure in the morning.
I see, my lord, as you wish.
After a fitful sleep, Edward bid a stilted farewell to his father, and warmly embraced his mother as they prepared to depart. Once the coach disappeared up the lane, Edward went directly to the housekeeper's parlour. He was determined to discover how much the girl had heard, and if she had understood its import. He'd had insufficient time to grasp the potential consequences himself. He had barely slept for thinking of what might happen were she to sell such news to the highest bidder, or even to let it slip in company, where it would spread like barley fire through the country, through the London ballrooms and clubs, to the Harringtons and the Bradley relatives. He would lose all, his reputation, inheritance, title, his very home. Could one slip of a girl ruin his life as he knew it? Mrs. Hinckley met him at the door with a curt nod and let him in, closing the door discreetly behind him. The young woman half reclined on the settee, some foul-smelling poultice wrapped around her neck. Whether the work of Dr. Sutton or Mrs. Hinckley he did not know or care. She wore the same light blue gown, neither that of a hussy nor a lady. A scratch marred one cheek. Her complexion was still pale, but not ashen as it had been the previous night. Her dark hair was neatly coiled at the back of her head. Her intense blue eyes regarded him levelly from between black lashes. She clasped and unclasped her hands, then stretched one out, indicating he should sit as though receiving guests in her very own drawing-room. He remained standing. "If you will excuse us, Mrs. Hinckley?" The matronly housekeeper hesitated, pressing her thin lips into a disapproving line, but let herself from the room. When she had gone, he said briskly, "Now that you are somewhat recovered, I must put several questions to you." She hesitated slightly, then nodded her acquiescence. "Have you regained the power of speech?" Again she hesitated, then parted her small lips. A broken rasp came from her throat, and her eyes immediately filled with tears. She gingerly touched her wrapped neck and shook her head, her expression apologetic. How convenient, he thought, far less than charitably. "Very well. Then I shall pose questions, and you will nod or shake your head as appropriate." She nodded. He took a deep breath. Was it your intention to spy on us last night? She shook her head no. Well, what would she say? You overheard my father and I speaking to one another on the veranda? Shame flushed her pale cheeks, and she looked down at her clasped hands before nodding. His heart hammered. You heard everything? Not meeting his eyes, she nodded once more. Dread twisted his stomach. Burn it, I am ruined. Were you here on anyone's behest? He began pacing before her. Did someone send you? The girl shook her head. Sebastian's solicitor? Admiral Harrington? He leaned near and stared into her eyes, daring her to lie. Seeing her shrink from him, he pulled back quickly, trying to rein in his emotions. Never before had he dealt so harshly with anyone. Where do you... that is, do you live nearby, or... He ran agitated fingers through his hair. Dash it, this is maddening. She imitated the act of scribbling. You can write? She nodded and had the cheek to roll her eyes at his scepticism. He helped himself to the small desk in the housekeeper's parlour and produced a piece of paper, quill, and pot of ink. He placed them on the low table before the settee and waited while she opened the ink and took up the quill. She looked at him, expectant as a schoolgirl awaiting her tutor's instructions. He asked, What is your name? She dipped the quill but hesitated. She bit her lip, then wrote, Miss Olivia Keene. Suspicion filled him. Is that your real name? Avoiding his eyes, she merely nodded. And where do you come from, Miss Olivia Keene? Again that slight hesitation. Near Cheltenham. She was being purposefully vague. But why? He was familiar with Cheltenham. A school chum had recently relocated to the area, but he had no enemies there. Did it signify? How old are you? He asked. She wrote 24. His age. That surprised him. She looked younger. What brought you to our borough? I came seeking a post. So our good vicar said, godly man, always believes the best in people, sometimes to his cost. Why did you come to Brightwell Court? Again that maddening hesitation as she apparently calculated her answer to best effect. She wrote, Miss Ludlow mentioned the party. I only meant to glimpse the place. And to eavesdrop? She shook her head. That was a mistake. I regret it. As well you might, he muttered. Did you know of Brightwell before the helpful Miss Ludlow mentioned it? She nodded. Sheepishly, he thought. Where had you heard of it? She reached for a folded handkerchief on the settee beside her, and from it withdrew a yellowed newspaper clipping. She handed it to him. Skeptically, he read the old type, taking several seconds to recognize the announcement for what it was. What the devil? Where did you get this? She wrote, I found it in Mamma's purse. Did you indeed? How extraordinary. And why would Mamma have this in her purse? I don't know. Do not lie to me. She shook her head, shrugged once more. And you wish me to believe you came here with no other motives, when you had the names Brightwell and Bradley in your possession? No other motives, my lord. It was his turn to hesitate. He was surprised she addressed him thus. He was also surprised she wrote with such a fine hand, but of course did not verbalize the compliment. Even if she were innocent of all but eavesdropping, what was he to do with her? Let her go?
Extract a promise of silence from her? Bribe her? She bent over the paper and wrote again. As she did, twin coils of hair came loose and fell forward. When she looked up once more, with dark curls framing her pale face, he recognized her with a start as the girl from the hunt. He had been ready to believe her, that she had stumbled upon his estate with no ulterior motives. But this, to have her interrupt the hunt and then appear outside his very door, the names Brightwell and Bradley on her person, it was too much of a coincidence. He looked from her face to the final words she had written, words that pricked his pride. You have nothing to fear from me. I fear you. You will find, Miss Keene, that you had better fear me. As acting magistrate, I hold the power to see you imprisoned or worse. Do I make myself clear? She nodded, but did not look as frightened as he might have wished. When the housekeeper knocked and tentatively stepped back into her own parlour, Edward straightened and announced, Mrs. Hinckley, good. It seems Miss Keene would like nothing more than a trial post at Brightwell Court. 3 months. Is that not so, Miss Keene? Again, that irksome hesitation. Did the chit think he was giving her any choice? He glared at her as a myriad of thoughts passed wordlessly behind those bright blue eyes. What he would give for a transcript. Finally, she nodded, almost meekly, he thought. What is she fit for? The housekeeper asked, clearly dubious about the notion. Emptying chamber pots? Edward offered helpfully, or scrubbing laundry, perhaps. He liked the idea of assigning Miss Keene to the laundry. She would spend her time in the wash-house and have little contact with the other servants, and none at all with the family. Miss Keene narrowed her eyes at him. Look at them hands, my lord. She's never seen the inside of a laundry, and that's a fact. Well, it is never too late to learn a new skill, is it? Mrs. Hinckley tapped her chin in thought. With Miss Dowdall gone and Becky still hobbling around on that ankle, the nursery is short-handed. We could use an under-nurse. One of the housemaids has been lending a hand, but none too happily. And what does an under-nurse do, Mrs. Hinckley? Though he addressed the housekeeper, his eyes held Miss Keene's. Why, she bathes and dresses the children, carries up the breakfast and dinner trays, and attends the older children. Nurse Peel, of course, is chiefly engaged with the infant. The idea of consigning Miss Keene to the nursery also appealed to him. High on the top floor, eating and sleeping separately from all the servants save a nursery maid and old Nurse Peel, who had been his own nurse and was loyal to him to the last. And what of Judith? She went more rarely to the nursery than he privately thought she ought. But when she did, she was certainly not one to encourage the confidences of a servant. Could he trust Miss Keene with the children? He believed so. He would have a word with Nurse Peel and ask her to keep a sharp eye on the new girl. And when she did happen upon another servant or family member in the course of her duties, she was not likely to ask for a paper and quill, was she? Yes, the nursery seemed an excellent plan. Under-nurse it is, Mrs. Hinckley. He turned to the girl. You shall not leave the premises until I give you leave to do so, nor post any letters without my consent. I trust I make myself clear. She opened her mouth as if to reply or protest, but closed it again and nodded. So until her voice returned, he should be safe enough. At least until he could figure out if he could trust this secretive, silent newcomer. From an advertisement in the Times, 1853. A young English person wishes to obtain a situation as nurse, lady's maid, or teacher in a school. No objection to travel. Chapter 6. When Lord Bradley had skewered her with his shrewd icy blue glare and pronounced that she would like a trial post at Brightwell Court, "Is that not so, Miss Keene?" Olivia had known it was a command, not a question. Still, she had hesitated. A part of her panicked at the thought of staying there. She had not gotten far enough away from Withington. Nor had she made it to St. Aldwyn's as planned. Her mother would not find her at Brightwell Court. But in truth, she needed a post and bore only the faintest hope of finding one at an unfamiliar girls' school. With only a few coins left in her purse and no character reference, she could ill afford to refuse a situation and a place to live. And really, had he given her any choice? As soon as she was able, she would send word to the school, asking the proprietress to let her mother know where she was. What had she said? "I will come to you when I can, when it is safe." But would Olivia be any safer here? For she had overheard a good deal of the conversation between Lord Bradley and his father, and could piece together the rest. Could not such knowledge put her in more danger than ever? Mrs. Hinckley had allowed Olivia a few more hours' rest, then removed the poultice. She gave Olivia a long white apron to wear over her gown, the sole dress in her possession. Only the footman and the coachman had livery, she explained. The female servants wore modest frocks and plain aprons. Without ceremony, the housekeeper lifted Olivia's frayed hem, took one look at the thin, stained slippers and said, "It'll have to be new half boots for you when you get your first wages. 8 guineas per annum, paid quarterly." 8 guineas, a trifling sum indeed. "You'll have your own small room off the nursery once Doris moves her things out." Olivia nodded, taking it all in. The fact that the young lord had children surprised her. Was he the Lord Bradley mentioned in the marriage announcement Mother saved? "Come along. I shall help you get your bearings and introduce you to Miss Peel." Olivia followed Mrs. Hinckley out of her parlour, where the woman paused. "To the left are the butler's pantry and serving-room, which supply the dining and breakfast rooms there ahead of us. Below us are the men-servants' quarters, kitchen and servants' hall. You shall see those another time." Mrs. Hinckley turned right, striding into the lofty central entry hall with its double front door, tall windows, and white and black marble floor. "On the other side of this hall are the library, billiards-room and drawing-room. You'll not need to see those." Olivia followed the housekeeper up the hall's stone cantilevered staircase, gripping the carved banister to steady herself. When they reached the first floor up, Mrs. Hinckley did not pause. "The family bedchambers and Lord Bradley's study are on this floor." Olivia was huffing by the time she reached the top floor, but Mrs. Hinckley marched up the stairs and along the corridor with a soldier's unaffected vigour. "And up here are the nursery, children's sleeping chamber and schoolroom. The nurse and housemaids have rooms up here as well." She knocked on a pair of double doors and pushed both open without awaiting a reply from within. She gestured Olivia in beside her. In the bright, cheery nursery, Olivia glimpsed a thin, adolescent girl blackening the fireplace grate, and an elderly woman rocking a child. The woman rose gingerly at their entrance, the rocking chair still swaying behind her. The chubby baby in her arms sat upright of his own strength, but was less than a year old. He wore a long white gown and had a halo of white blonde wisps about his head. The child did resemble his papa. "Miss Peel,
This is Olivia Keene, your new under-nurse. She has not been in service before, so you will need to instruct her in her duties." The old nurse frowned. "Never been in service? At her age? What has she been about all this time?" The housekeeper pursed her lips. "I am afraid I do not know. My Lord Bradley offered her the post." The grey eyebrows rose. "Did he indeed? Who recommended her?" "No one that I am aware of. She presented no letter of character." Both women looked at her as though she were a freak of nature. Even the adolescent maid paused in her work to stare. Olivia attempted an apologetic smile. Nurse Peel narrowed her eyes. "And what have you to say for yourself, my girl?" Mrs. Hinckley cleared her throat. "Nor has she the ability to speak, I am afraid." The old woman stared, incredulous. "What? A mute?" "Only temporarily, or so Dr. Sutton says. She suffered an injury, but should recover her voice in time." "And Master Edward offered her a post?" "Yes, as I believe I said. So, I will leave the two of you to become acquainted. Olivia does read and write, should you want to communicate that way." The woman's eyes clouded briefly, then sparked. "I shall make myself understood, Mrs. Hinckley. Never fear. But the care of Master Andrew and Miss Audrey, without saying a word, what good she'll be, I shudder to think. It's children what is to be seen and not heard, not their nurses." Mrs. Hinckley smiled stiffly. "Yes, well, I trust the two of you will come to a suitable arrangement." Once Mrs. Hinckley left them, the old woman resumed rocking herself and the child, studying Olivia shrewdly. "I was Master Edward's own nurse, did he tell you?" Olivia shook her head, trying not to stare at the wiry, inch-long grey hairs poking this way and that from the vague arc of Miss Peel's eyebrows. "Such a fine lad he was, and always so kind to me. It was me who looked after him and tended to all his wants. It was me he poured out his troubles to." Uncertain how to respond, Olivia was relieved not to be expected to reply. Nurse Peel tipped her head to the side, resting her silver hair against the baby's blonde curls. "This is Master Alexander. 10 months old he is. So like Master Edward at that age. Isn't it a wonder?" Though she saw nothing to wonder at, Olivia smiled politely. Nurse Peel lifted a hand toward the young maid. "And that's Becky, the nursery maid, what does the cleaning and such?" Becky smiled across the room at her, still scrubbing away, and Olivia nodded in return. Olivia thought a girl so young should be in a schoolroom, not in service, but knew many girls were put out to work even younger. With a bang and a shout, 2 brown-haired children burst into the room wearing coats, hats and gloves. Their attire, as well as their red cheeks, proclaimed them just returned from out of doors. A young woman puffed in after them. She wore a grey cape over a plain green frock and an apron identical to Olivia's. A simple muslin cap and ginger hair framed a wide, freckled face, punctuated by bright green eyes and a squat nose. Upon seeing Olivia, she halted and clapped her hands. "The new under-nurse!" When Olivia nodded, the maid rushed forward and took one of Olivia's hands in both of her own, squeezing it warmly. "Oh, I cannot tell you how relieved I am you've come.
Now you may have charge of these wild animals, and I shall enjoy the peace of cleaning perfectly quiet rooms."
"We are not wild animals, Dory," the girl said. "You oughtn't to say so." "Are you not wild? I'll say you are. Lions and tigers, the both of you." At this, the little boy raised his claws in the air and let out a great roar. Olivia flinched. "What did I tell you? Well, they're yours now, love. You've a friend in me forever. That scamp is Master Andrew, and this is Miss Audrey." The little boy was 6 or 7 years of age, and the girl 11 or 12. Surely too old to be Lord Bradley's children, unless he was older than he appeared. And besides, they looked nothing like him. They must favour his wife. "And I'm Doris." The ginger-haired maid looked at Olivia expectantly. "What's your name, then?" "This is, Olivia," Nurse Peel said. "Rather a fine name for an under-nurse. We shall call her Livy." Olivia parted her lips to object, but just as quickly pressed them closed. Even if she could speak, she had little grounds to insist on Miss Keene. Doris was staring at her, her head tilted to one side. "You always this quiet?" "She cannot speak at present," Nurse Peel explained. "She suffered an injury to her neck, so Mrs. Hinckley tells me." Dory's eyes widened. "Are you the girl what got strangled in the lock-up? I heard tell of it last night. A poacher, was it?" Had the tale gotten round already? Lord Bradley would not be pleased, nor was Olivia eager to spread word of her imprisonment. "Or did it happen in the Swan?" Doris asked. "That's what Johnny said, but I heard the lock-up." Olivia lifted a faint shrug, and Doris's eyes narrowed. She turned to the nurse. "Is she daft as well as dumb?" "I shouldn't think so. Master Edward himself engaged her, with good reason, I don't doubt. Now, what are you standing there for? Do I not see muddy boots on the young one's feet and coats what need airing out?"
In the tiny chamber that would be hers, Olivia placed her list of duties, which Nurse Peel had told Doris to write down for her, on top of the dressing chest. Olivia had been impressed the maid could read and write, until she looked at the list. The scrawled hand, the spelling. Opening the top drawer, she placed her reticule and her gloves inside. Then she hung her cape and new bonnet on a hook behind the door. She had ridiculously little to put away to make the room her own. The chamber was narrow, and the ceiling, which was high above the single bed, pitched steeply down to the outside wall, effectively reducing the walking space to half for anyone above 3 feet tall. The room was panelled in white, the cast-iron bed covered in white tufted cotton. One small dormer window offered the faint glow of afternoon sunlight. From it, she looked down onto a fallow field and the distant wood beyond. Which direction? From the angle of the light, she guessed her room faced northwest. The direction from which she'd come. The direction of home, though home no longer. What was happening there now? Had her father regained consciousness? Had Muriel Atkins treated his injury and her mother's as well? Or had he died? Was the constable even now mounting a search for her? Why, oh why, had she given her real name? The shock and weariness had left her mind sluggish. She had not thought quickly enough, and once she had told the vicar her name, she dared not give another to anyone else. Could she hope to remain hidden here, a menial servant on the top floor of this great manor? Pushing self-centered thoughts away, she contemplated once more what she had overheard, and what it might mean for Lord Bradley and his wife and children. Was his wife very disappointed, assuming he had told her? And what of poor Andrew, the eldest son? The sound of hooves and a shout brought Olivia to her small window once more. Through its wavy glass, she looked down upon the long lane below. A liveried footman hopped down and opened the carriage door, and Olivia watched as a woman appeared in the open frame, a small hat angled upon a head of blonde curls. A dark cape flowed around her feet as she stepped gracefully down. The children's mother, Olivia guessed. His wife. As if on cue, Lord Bradley entered the scene and greeted the woman a short distance from the carriage. The woman leaned close to his ear, perhaps to confide something or kiss his cheek. Olivia could not tell from this distance. Arm in arm, the two walked majestically toward the manor and out of view. Olivia had not heard the nurse refer to a Mrs. or Lady Bradley, only to Lady Brightwell. Gone to Italy, poor soul. But if this was the children's mother, Olivia knew she would meet her soon enough. That very lady swept into the nursery a quarter of an hour later. She now wore a lace cap over the golden curls, curtaining her brow. Her pale blue eyes were round and her cheeks rosy, giving her the look of an angelic little girl. That comparison ceased, however, when one's gaze lowered from her face to the generous curves evident beneath her close-fitting gown of dove grey. Olivia felt far too shabby to stand in the same room with her. The woman's large eyes fastened on the infant in Nurse Peel's arms. "There he is! How is my little man today?" "He is well, madam," Nurse Peel said. Audrey approached the woman almost shyly. "Alexander smiled at me," she said. "Look, I shall make him smile again." "Never mind, Audrey, he is smiling at his mamma now." Andrew left his toy soldiers and tugged on the blonde woman's skirts, smiling up at her. "Oh, Andrew, do wipe your nose," she said. Before Olivia could move, the little boy obediently wiped his sleeve beneath his dripping nose. The boy's mother winced and looked heavenward as if for patience. Olivia rushed forward with a handkerchief, helping the little boy tidy his sleeve and smeared cheek. Nurse Peel lifted a spotted hand in Olivia's direction. "This is our new under-nurse, Olivia Keene." Olivia curtsied and smiled politely at the woman. The woman regarded her closely, and if Olivia wasn't mistaken, approval lit in her eyes. "Welcome. I trust I may depend upon you to tend well to Audrey's and Andrew's needs?" Olivia nodded and curtsied once more. The woman turned back to her youngest, hands extended. "Come, Alexander, come to Mamma. Lord Bradley wishes to see how big you've grown." Watching her, Olivia thought, his wife is lovely indeed. At closer inspection, she appeared to be in her late 20s, perhaps a few years older than Lord Bradley. The woman took the child in her arms and strode from the room, babbling and cooing to her youngest as she went. Olivia closed the door after her, remembering Nurse Peel's admonition to keep the rattles and cries of the nursery well contained. "That was Mrs. Howe," Nurse Peel said. Mrs. Howe? Olivia tilted her head to the side in question. "The Earl's niece. A widow, I am afraid." Ah, that explained the dull grey dress. "Her husband died. I forget exactly when, but more than a year ago, before Alexander was even born. Audrey and Andrew are her stepchildren from his first marriage. That wife died in childbirth, I understand." That explained why Audrey and Andrew looked nothing like either Lord Bradley or Mrs. Howe. Olivia nodded her understanding, readjusting her thoughts. Not Lord Bradley's wife, then, but his cousin. Living there out of necessity after the death of her husband. Or were there other reasons as well? Olivia was relieved Lord Bradley was not married. This meant he had no wife and no future heir to disappoint. She found herself remembering what Nurse Peel had said about little Alexander looking like Lord Bradley, and wasn't it a wonder? Did it signify? Doris stayed in the nursery the rest of that afternoon to explain Olivia's various duties, saying she was fortunate that Becky did most of the nasty work, the cleaning and the hauling of heavy bathwater. Still, how Olivia would miss her post at Miss Cresswell's. Later, Doris brought up the dinner tray, and they sat down together like an odd family. Nurse Peel, the venerable grandmother, at the head of the table. Alexander had already been fed and sat on a quilt on the floor, shaking a well-chewed rattle. After the meal of pea soup, cold beef, mashed potatoes and carrot pudding, Becky rose and began stacking the dishes. "Let's give these wild animals a good clean, Doris said. "It's grotty, they are." While Becky took the tray below stairs and hauled up the water, Doris and Olivia got the children ready for their baths. As Becky filled the copper tub, Andrew ran across the room naked as God made him and splashed water about with a great whoop. Again, Olivia flinched at the loud sound, so foreign in the sedate corridors of Miss Cresswell's. Boys would take some getting used to. Doris managed Andrew with a good-natured firmness that came from having a younger brother, she explained, and Olivia followed her lead as they bathed the children and helped them into their nightclothes. From the corner of her eye, Olivia saw Doris yawn. Olivia pointed to herself and gave Doris a gentle push toward the door. The maid squinted, somewhat bleary-eyed and not comprehending. Olivia pointed to Doris and then tilted her cheek against clasped hands, closing her eyes to mime sleep. "Really? You'll put them to bed on your own?" Olivia nodded. "Thank you, love. I knew you were an angel the moment I laid eyes on you. Bless me, I'm near off my feet. Be good for Livy, you lions and tigers. No eating your new undernurse on the first night, all right?" Audrey nodded. Andrew roared. After Doris left, Olivia pulled a chair before the fire, and there combed Audrey's damp brown hair until it hung straight and smooth. Andrew had settled down and now sat in his bed looking through a picture book Olivia had found in the nursery. She wished she might read to them as her mother had always read to her, a psalm, poem or short tale, though nothing frightening before bedtime. There were no books on the stand between the two beds, which Olivia found odd. Did not Nurse Peel or Mrs. Howe read to the children? Looking at Audrey and Andrew, Olivia put a finger to her lips, then lifted that same finger in the sign for wait. Taking a candle lamp with her, Olivia let herself from the sleeping chamber and back into the nursery. Holding the lamp high and looking about the room, it seemed Andrew's picture book was the only book to be found. She saw a child's table and chairs, a rocking horse in the corner, a chest of toys, and a line of pretty dolls sitting on the window seat, but no books. She looked at the closed door at the other end of the nursery, which Nurse Peel had pointed to with a dismissive wave as the schoolroom. The schoolroom. Olivia had always adored its confines and endless horizons, the melodious purr of the teacher's voice rising up and down her lessons like a musical score, and the sight of book spines, black, blue, green, lined up side by side like London townhouses, each leather rectangle a gift waiting to be opened and explored and savoured. Cautiously, Olivia tried the knob and opened the door with a creak. Though Nurse Peel had indicated the former governess had not been gone long, already the room held the cloying mustiness of disuse. But over this arose the fragrances Olivia loved: chalk dust, old leather books, wilted wild flowers, paint and paste. Olivia closed her eyes and breathed deeply, transported back to her recent idyllic days as Miss Cresswell's assistant. Raising the candle lamp, she swept the room with its light. The governess's desk, the chairs around a table set with slates, the world globe in one corner, the bookshelf in the opposite. She would have loved to take it all in, study the books and the prints on the walls, but the children were waiting. She lowered herself before the bookshelf and skimmed the spines. Aesop, Magnol, Hannah More, Fordyce's Sermons to Young Women, Sarah Trimmer's Fabulous Histories, more commonly known as The History of Robins, and an elegant volume of the New Testament and Psalms. She selected the latter two and bore them with her from the schoolroom, carefully closing the door behind her. Back in the sleeping chamber, she listened to Audrey's and Andrew's prayers, surprised their stepmother did not come up to do so. Then she sat on Audrey's bed beside the girl and waved Andrew over to join them. The children seemed surprised by this, but did not object. The young maid, Becky, already lay on her pallet on the floor. She was supposed to be the first to hear if one of the children wanted for anything, but from the look of her, the poor thing would be sound asleep before a single sentence was read. Olivia opened the book to Psalm 46, and followed along with her finger as Audrey read aloud. She encouraged Andrew to follow along as well, though she doubted the boy could read many of the words. Then she opened the History of Robins and encouraged Audrey to read aloud once more.
The robins ate their meal with all possible expedition, for the hen was anxious to return to her little ones, and the cock to procure them a breakfast, and having given his young friends a serenade, he did not think it necessary to stay to sing any more.
By the time Olivia closed the book, she realized Audrey was resting her head against her shoulder, and Andrew was curled beneath her other arm. A small, bittersweet pang struck her soul. Thank you for delivering me to such a place, Almighty God. From Emma, by Jane Austen. Mrs. Goddard was the mistress of a real, honest, old-fashioned boarding school, where a reasonable quantity of accomplishments were sold at a reasonable price. Chapter 7. The following morning, Nurse Peel sent Olivia down to the kitchen for the breakfast tray. Olivia hoped she would not get lost. She jogged lightly down the many pairs of stairs until she reached the basement. There she passed two closed doors, the open door of a larder and a white-panelled still room with shelves of china and jarred preserves. The clank of pans and smells of savoury sausage and warm bread led her to the kitchen, its small high windows proudly declaring it only mostly underground. A massive stove fitted with spit and pothooks filled most of one wall, while the others held floor-to-ceiling cupboards and shelves of tins and utensils. A long work table dominated the centre of the room. From its head, a wide, well-padded woman in her 50s directed two thin young kitchen maids in a firm but kindly voice. Mrs. Hinckley swept in from a second door, her face set in stern lines, her bearing one of clear authority. A tall footman followed in her wake. "More coffee is needed above stairs, Mrs. Moore. And why, may I ask, is breakfast not yet laid in the servants' hall?" "Never fear, Mrs. Hinckley," the plump woman assured.
We are but one thin minute behind schedule. Here you are, Osborne." She handed the footman a silver coffee urn. "Take this upstairs. And, Edith, take this tray into the servants' hall before Mr. Hodges has an apoplexy." Seeing Olivia hovering at the threshold, Mrs. Hinckley's stern countenance darkened further. "Mrs. Moore," she said, "this is Olivia Keene, the new under-nurse." Mrs. Moore paused in her frantic preparations to give Olivia a friendly smile. "Aren't you a lovely one? Welcome, my dear. The nursery tray is right there, all ready for you. Do let me know if you want something more than bread and milk. That is all the children want, but if you'd like porridge or eggs, you need only ask." Olivia warmed to Mrs. Moore instantly, but Mrs. Hinckley soon dashed her spirits. "This is not a hotel, Mrs. Moore," the housekeeper said. "She shall eat what you have provided and be grateful. Come, girl, let us introduce you to the others and have done." She lifted her hand and waited none too patiently as Olivia came forward. As she stepped into the long, narrow servants' hall ahead of Mrs. Hinckley, Olivia's nerves jingled and her ears heated, self-conscious at so many pairs of eyes turning to regard her. Mrs. Hinckley stood at her place at the foot of the table. "If I may have your attention, please. This is Olivia Keene, the new under-nurse." "Nurse Peel said we are to call her Livy," Doris interjected. Frowning at being interrupted, Mrs. Hinckley continued. "She is here on trial, new in service as of yesterday. Due to an injury she received before coming to us, she is unable to speak at present." Doris leaned close to another maid and whispered loudly, "Did I not tell you?" A young auburn-haired man grinned across the table. "Some of us might wish you were so afflicted, Dory." Mrs. Hinckley silenced the two with an icy glare. "You are not to speak to her unless necessary to your duties. If she has a question, she will come to me with it." "How will she ask if she cannot speak?" the stodgy butler asked from the head of the table. "She can read and write, Mr. Hodges, or so I understand." The housekeeper's scepticism was apparent, and Olivia felt her ears burn anew. Mrs. Hinckley gestured with a snap of her wrist toward each in turn, rattling off a quick inventory of the gathered servants. On Mrs. Hinckley's left was a pretty lady's maid, Miss Dubois. Mrs. Moore, the rotund cook, set a platter of sausages on the table, then took her seat to the right of Mrs. Hinckley. Next to her were Doris and Martha, the two housemaids, and kitchen maids Edith and Sukey. At the other end of the table, Mr. Hodges nodded curtly to her. The male servant sat clustered at his end of the table, the coachman and hall boy, whose names she did not catch. Osborne, the snooty footman in livery, just returning from above stairs, and the auburn-haired groom who smiled shyly at her. She doubted she would remember all the names, but as Nurse Peel had warned her, she need not get chummy with the staff. Except for holidays, or when the children ate with the family, Olivia would take her meals in the nursery with only Nurse Peel and nursery maid Becky and the children. Olivia attempted to direct a smile toward the table in general, but her face felt stiff, and she was fairly certain her lips did not manage more than a quiver. Mrs. Hinckley sat, and everyone bowed their heads, while Mr. Hodges began the prayer. Olivia had been dismissed.
"I met the new under-nurse last evening," his cousin Judith announced as she stepped into the library. "Have you seen her?"
Edward was instantly wary. "Yes." He slid the life-changing note beneath the cigar box on his father's desk.
"Most unusual, do you not think? That Mrs. Hinckley should engage such a girl, I mean."
Judith bit her full lower lip.
"Something isn't right there." He stilled, pulse accelerating. He wondered what Judith had heard or guessed, but asked only, "What are you implying?"
"Only that there must be more going on than meets the eye."
She seemed delighted at the prospect. "I don't follow." He felt himself frowning. "Do you mean because she cannot speak?"
"Of course. What did you think I meant?"
He did not respond to that. "Are you concerned about leaving the children in her care?"
"Not at all."
She gazed above him, musing.
"But it is interesting, is it not? Never been in service before, doesn't speak a word."
She returned her gaze to him.
"Who wrote her character, do you know?"
"I do not." He hesitated. "I am surprised at you, Judith. You have never taken an interest in the servants before."
"You have never engaged a mute before, have you?"
Her round blue eyes suddenly lit up.
"Perhaps she is not mute at all, but only pretends to be."
This snagged his interest, though he tried not to show it.
"What if she only pretends to be mute or dumb, or whatever the word is, so she needs not reveal her secrets? She might be the daughter of some powerful lord who is bent on forcing her into an arranged marriage."
"Such marriages are no longer legal, Judith, as you well know."
"Law! Fathers still wield a great deal of pressure, that I do know."
"All right. If she is nobility, why have we never seen her in London?" Judith pursed her lips.
"Locked in the tower, perhaps? Or, I know, she doesn't speak English."
He leaned back in his chair. "I have seen her write perfectly good English, and she understands everything said to her." Judith ran her finger along the table globe on his father's desk.
"Then perhaps she speaks with an accent, and is afraid that if she spoke she would give herself away. She is a—"
Judith twirled her slender hand with dramatic flair.
"Prussian princess, escaping a cruel husband."
His interest lagged. "What nonsense, Judith. You read too many novels. I have always said so." She sighed.
"Oh, well, you are no doubt right."
She poked through the dish of candies on the desk and changed the subject.
"Did your parents depart without incident?"
"Yes, right on schedule."
"I was so sorry to miss their party. I intended to return in time, but was delayed at Mamma's."
Judith helped herself to a ginger drop.
"Ah, Italy. Dominic and I took our wedding trip there, you know."
"Did you?" "Yes, I believe I do remember that."
"You were at Oxford at the time. Left us right after the wedding breakfast."
Dominic Howe had died only 2 years later, Edward recalled, from injuries received during the Peninsular War. Judith sighed once more.
"How I should love to visit Italy again. I do envy your parents."
"Don't. This trip is more about convalescence than pleasure. Though Father hopes that, should the climate improve Mother's health, they might take in some of the sights."
"Is it their first time in Italy?"
"Yes."
"Did they not take a wedding trip?"
He inhaled, pursing his lips. "I do not know. A bit before my time." She raised one perfect blonde brow.
"You have never asked?"
"No." She studied him through narrowed eyes.
"You certainly haven't much curiosity, cousin."
"Whereas you, dear cousin, have enough for the both of us." He rose, and the two left the library together.
"Would you be a dear and bring Alexander down to me?" she asked, pausing before the drawing-room door. "I cannot face all those stairs at present."
"Of course. I thought to see how the children were getting on at all events. Shall I bring all 3? Perhaps I might give the older 2 a riding lesson, if you do not mind."
"If you like."
He bowed and stepped into the hall. She called after him, "And do observe the new under-nurse while you are there." He turned back, brows raised. "And what shall I look for? A royal brooch she has forgotten to hide away? An indentation on her ring finger?" She gave him a sidelong glance. "Mock me if you will, Edward, but in time I shall discover her secret." Olivia had just finished plaiting and securing a ribbon in Audrey's hair when the door to the nursery creaked open. Young Becky was out dumping the children's bathwater, and Nurse Peel was still dressing little Alexander. "Cousin Edward!" Andrew tossed his ball aside and ran across the room. Lord Bradley dropped to one knee as the boy launched himself into his arms. He chuckled. "Good morning, Andrew. I take it you slept well." "I dreamt I was a kite." Lord Bradley smiled good-naturedly. "You certainly fly about like one." Audrey walked toward him as he rose, but stopped several feet away, eyes both shy and admiring at once, tugging at the end of her plait and biting her chapped lip. Lord Bradley smiled at Audrey, bestowing the attention she so obviously sought. "Good morning, Miss Audrey. Don't you look lovely today? I like your hair." "Our new nurse did it." He hesitated. "Did she indeed?" His eyes roved the room and met Olivia's where she stood in the doorway to the sleeping chamber. She dipped a curtsy. His eyes lingered on her a moment longer before returning to Audrey. "Well, I've only come to see how you all were getting on." He laid a hand on each child's head. "We are ever so happy now Miss Dowdall has gone," Andrew said. "No schoolroom for us, no lessons for us." Olivia bit her lip. "But Miss Livy did have us read our prayers before breakfast," Audrey said, "and one of Aesop's fables." "Oh, which?" "The wolf in sheep's clothing." One fair brow rose. "What an interesting choice. Do you recall its moral?" "Frauds and liars are always discovered eventually," Audrey answered, "and pay accordingly for their deeds." "Something I do hope each of you will remember." Again his gaze flickered to Olivia, and she felt herself flush self-consciously. Andrew grinned. "Livy made Audrey start over when she tried to skip a whole line. Audrey thought she mightn't know, but she did." Audrey ducked her head. "Well, do not become accustomed to life without lessons," Lord Bradley said, "for your mamma will no doubt engage another governess soon." Andrew groaned. "Now," Lord Bradley clapped his hands, "who wants to ride today?" Both children chimed in with great enthusiasm. "Very well." He looked up, his smile disappearing, his eyes focusing somewhere over Olivia's head. "Please dress them in their habits and bring them to the stables at 10. Olivia nodded, but inwardly she sighed. As Lord Bradley took little Alexander down to his mamma, Olivia began the process of undoing all the bows and fasteners she had just done up. At 10 minutes before the appointed hour, Olivia ushered her young charges down the stairs and out the rear garden door, or rather, her young charges ushered her. Audrey took Olivia's hand as though directing a blind person instead of a mute. Meanwhile, Andrew bounded across the damp lawn, his little legs full of energy. He turned around, running backwards to gauge their progress. She would have liked to urge him to be careful, but, of course, could not. He tripped over a tree root and would have toppled to the ground had not the auburn-haired man she'd seen at breakfast leapt forward and caught him. Olivia pressed a hand to her chest in relief and smiled at the groom. His smile widened in return. He was nice-looking, not too tall, but broad-shouldered, with fair, freckled skin and brown eyes. The groom she had seen at the hunt, she now recalled.
"I'm Johnny Ross," he said. "And you're the girl who can't speak. Miss Livy, was it?"
She nodded.
"You can hear, though."
She nodded again, trying not to grin. Of course she could hear. Did he think she could read minds?
"Lots of fellows might like a girl who can't talk," he added hastily. "Not me, I mean. Not that I mind if a girl can't, but I don't mind if she can do either."
Flustered, his face reddened to match his freckles. She bit her lip but could not hold back the smile this time. She dipped her head, then stepped around him to catch up with Audrey and Andrew. They had continued on to greet Lord Bradley, who stood in the stable yard awaiting their arrival. It would not do for him to see her chatting, or rather not chatting, with the groom.
"I shall hope to see you later, miss," Ross called after her.
As she approached, Lord Bradley consulted his pocket watch.
"Right on time. Excellent. I shall return them to the nursery when we are finished."
Olivia would have liked to stay and watch the children ride, but understood a clear dismissal when she heard one. With time on her hands, Olivia went to the kitchen, hoping for one of Mrs. Moore's smiles and an almond biscuit. She found the cook hunched over her work table.
"Oh, fiddle,"
the woman murmured, clearly distressed. She squinted at the recipe in her fleshy hand, and Olivia wondered if the woman needed spectacles. Mrs. Moore glanced up and met Olivia's quizzical look.
"Hello, love. Don't mind me."
She nodded toward the biscuit tin.
"Help yourself."
Olivia removed her cape, then selected a biscuit and seated herself on a stool. Mrs. Moore waved the recipe in the air.
"You see, Lady Brightwell sometimes borrowed the Lintons' French man cook for parties and such,"
she explained, clearly offended by the practice.
"All the best houses prefer a man cook, a Frenchman most of all," she huffed. "Now Miss Judith wants me to make his coq au vin again, but bless me if I can read his French scroll."
Olivia set down her biscuit and held out her hand. The older woman hesitated, then handed over the grease-spotted paper. Olivia scanned the lines and nodded, gesturing for a quill. The cook quickly procured one, along with ink from her small escritoire, and handed both to her. Taking a moment to study the handwriting, Olivia dipped the quill and began rewriting the ingredients and mode in English.
"You've a lovely hand, Livy," Mrs. Moore said over Olivia's shoulder.
Olivia smiled up at her, then bent once more over the quill. Within a matter of minutes, she completed the translation and handed it to Mrs. Moore with an impish little bow. Shaking her head and clucking her tongue, Mrs. Moore said,
"Thank you, my dear. You've certainly earned that biscuit."
After her visit to the kitchen, Olivia went upstairs to the schoolroom, wanting to see it in the full light of day. Stepping inside, she took a deep breath of chalk dust and memories. Her mother had arranged their own schoolroom in the attic of their cottage, and there had been her sole teacher until she had begun attending Miss Cresswell's school for girls. What a row her parents had fought over it, too. In the end, her mother had appealed to her husband's pride. Did he want his neighbours to think he could not afford to educate his own child? Did he not want the pleasure of hearing his daughter touted as the top of the class? She had even vowed to pay for the school herself, out of her own wages from the needlework she took in each week and the occasional pupil. She had won. How Olivia had loved those hours at Miss Cresswell's, where adults spoke firmly but gently, even in reproof, where students smiled in wonder as Miss Cresswell read to them from her favourite poems or novels or histories, bringing each character to life in her rich, musical voice. Yes, there were difficult hours too, of struggling to translate French and Italian or declining Latin verbs. The girls had performed plays together and went on nature walks and quizzed each other on spelling and vocabulary. They beamed at Miss Cresswell's praise and strived all the harder under her admonitions. How Olivia longed to be a teacher like that, to inspire children to learn, to introduce the world of literature, the beauty of music and the music of mathematics, the wonder of creation in geography and the sciences, and so much more. She had gotten a taste of it as Miss Cresswell's assistant, but now those dreams seemed further from her grasp than ever. Sighing, she closed the door and returned to her duties as Brightwell Court's new under-nurse. From the Gamekeeper's Directory. A poacher generally exhibits characteristics of his profession. The suspicious leer of his hollow and sunken eyes, his pallid cheek, his wide, copious, and well-pocketed jacket. Chapter 8. That night, Olivia had just stripped down to her shift when a knock sounded on her door. Forgetting herself, she opened her mouth to call out, "Yes," but only a croak emerged. Warily, she opened her door a crack and was relieved to see the friendly maid Doris standing there.
"Look, Slippy, love, and let me in," she whispered.
Olivia opened the door and then closed it softly behind the ginger-haired girl.
"Don't want me to get the push, do you? If Mrs. H caught me in here talking to you." "Course she can't do that, can she? You can't talk." "I can barely imagine. Well, at least you don't rab it on like Edith." She pressed a waddle bundle of cloth into Olivia's hand. "Here's an old nightdress of mine. You can have what's left of it. Isn't much."
"Thank you," Olivia mouthed, accepting it gratefully. She had not looked forward to sleeping in the same underclothes she'd worn for days. Now she could wash out her shift and let it dry overnight.
"Do you mind if I tell you something?" Doris asked. "I have to tell someone or I'll burst my stays, and you're a safe one, are you not?"
Olivia nodded, sure she would not get a word in even if she were able to speak. Still fully dressed, Doris plopped down on the bed and crossed one leg under the other, patting the mattress. Olivia sat beside her.
"It's Martha, poor love. Got herself in a real muddle."
Doris leaned closer.
"She's going to have a babe, and her not married, nor even a sweetheart far as I know. She won't say who the father is. Mrs. H found out, and that means the master will hear soon enough. Do you know what happened the last time a maid got herself into trouble?"
Olivia shook her head.
"I heard the old master, the fourth Earl, or was it the third, put her out on her ear, without a bean to her name. So if you're a praying type, say one for Martha, if she's not past praying for."
Olivia's stomach dropped at the mere thought of finding herself in such a predicament. Poor Martha! Doris cocked her head to the side and regarded her earnestly.
"I've been wondering about you, love. How you come to be here? No character, no valise. I suppose you run from home, is that it?"
Too stunned to deny it, Olivia nodded.
"Thought so from the first. A man, no doubt. A cruel husband, was it?"
Olivia shook her head.
"Your father, then? A mean crust? A scapegrace?"
Olivia nodded again, tears filling her eyes at this unexpected empathy. What a relief to talk with someone, even though she could not say a word. Doris squeezed her hand.
"Mine too. Ran out on my mum when my brother and sister was only babes. I've had to work since I was 10, scoundrel."
She cheered instantly. There, ducky. That's the way of it. No use feeling low. You and me get on well enough, don't we? A pigeon pair."
Olivia blinked back tears and grinned at the girl.
"Well, I'd better dash to my room before Martha wonders where I've got to. Now, not a word about what I told you, but you can't, can you?"
Doris threw her arms around Olivia in a stinging embrace before launching herself toward the door. Opening it a sliver, she paused to peer down the corridor, then smiled over her shoulder.
"Night, love."
And she was gone. Olivia did not pray as often as she should, but now, confronted with a young woman in worse straits than her own, she did just that. The following afternoon was fine, so Olivia took the children out of doors for exercise. She and Audrey walked about the lawns, while Andrew kicked a ball this way and that. After much cajoling on his part, she and Audrey gave in to a half-hearted game of football. Olivia had little experience with such sport, and within a matter of moments the ball flew right past her. Olivia turned to gauge its destination. The ball rolled to the edge of the wood, coming to a halt beneath a rowan sapling still bearing several fronds of bright red leaves. Olivia ran after it and bent low. She reached her hand beneath the sapling, where the ball lay amid a nest of fallen red leaves. She picked up the ball and rose, but then stopped, staring in dismay. The orb bore a red smear as if stained by the leaves themselves. Or was it blood? She looked up, over the sapling, and sucked in a silent shriek. A tall old man stood there, stone still among the swaying tree limbs. His gaunt face was a stiff mask, a beak of a nose bracketed by deep scowl lines leading to a thin mouth. Long ash-grey hair hung to his shoulders. It was him, the old man from Chedworth Wood. Had he followed her? Had he saved her from Borcher only to track her down and harm her himself? She felt rooted to the spot, afraid to turn her back on him. Beneath wiry, untamed brows, his narrow, silvery eyes stared at her, then down at the ball in her hand. He lifted a brace of dead birds by way of explanation. A reedy relief threaded through her. Only the blood of birds. "Here," he rasped, holding out his hand for the ball. Olivia was confused. Had he come to poach game and now wanted a child's ball as well? Numbly, she extended her gloved hand. He snatched the ball with stained, gnarled fingers. She watched, still rooted, as he wiped the ball on his coat sleeve, inspected it again, then handed it back. She accepted it and looked down at the ball, now unmarred. Andrew ran over to see what the matter was, but when she looked up once more, the man had utterly disappeared. Only the merest swaying of a tree branch to testify that he had ever been there at all. While the children played quietly in the nursery, Olivia paced. Should she tell Lord Bradley she had seen a poacher? Could she do so without admitting where she had seen him before? She had overheard something about the poacher problem in the area. As magistrate, he would want to know. Had the old man come to free Borcher from the lockup? Just thinking of those two men wandering the estate made her perspire. She had to tell someone. Olivia penned a brief note. When I was taking exercise with the children, I saw a strange old man in the wood, bearing a brace of dead birds. Possibly a poacher? I thought you would wish to know. Leaving the children with Becky and Nurse Peel, Olivia carried the note to Lord Bradley's study 1 floor down. She had seen him there from the landing when she had brought the children upstairs. Knocking on the open door, she stepped inside and handed him the note before he said a word. While he read it, she surveyed the room.
It was like a small library, with fitted bookcases and a desk littered with ledgers, papers and writing implements, quills and a wax jack for melting sealing wax. Statues of rearing horses stood atop the fireplace mantel. He frowned as he read, but then his countenance cleared.
Man about 60, very thin, long grey hair? She nodded. I dare say that was Croom.
Croom. Yes, that was his name, Olivia remembered. But how did Lord Bradley know? Was this Croom a wanted man, a known criminal? Her stunned expression seemed to amuse him.
I do not blame you for being startled by old Croom. I grew up in fear and trembling of the man myself.
She stared at him, perplexed by his levity. He sat forward, elbows on his desk.
Croom is our gamekeeper. Been with us for years.
Brightwell's gamekeeper? He clearly misunderstood her uncomprehending look, for he explained.
As gamekeeper, he is responsible for the estate's preserved land, stocking game, controlling vermin, predators, poachers. In fact, he is the man who caught you on the grounds and bundled you off to the constable.
Her mind was whirling so quickly she nearly missed the implication that she was of a kind with predators and poachers. A gamekeeper in league with poachers. It made no sense. Had he recognized her before he whipped that sack over her head? She had wondered why the Brightwell man had deposited her with the constable and departed before she had even laid eyes on her captor. Was he worried she would have recognized him, reported him to the constable in turn? Yet the man had saved her once and done her no harm when he'd had the chance. She decided she would not reveal anything more about him for now. Lord Bradley had enough to worry about at present. One further thought followed her back upstairs to the nursery. If she had overheard a conversation no one was meant to hear, had Croom heard it as well? From Upstairs and Downstairs, Life in an English Country House. There were always love affairs among servants, but if they came to the master's attention, instant dismissal was the rule. Chapter 9. Mrs. Hinckley, looking rather put out, asked Olivia to come down to her parlour. It seemed the vicar wished to see her, and the housekeeper could not very well allow one of the servants to receive callers in the family's drawing-room. But nor could she ask the good parson to descend below stairs to the kitchen, where most servants received the occasional caller. Mrs. Hinckley sighed, and Olivia had the impression that the housekeeper thought the new girl more than a bit of bother. "What does a parson want with you?" Mrs. Hinckley whispered. Olivia shrugged. "Said he met you when you first arrived in the village and wanted to see how you were getting on." She said it as though such a thing must be suspect indeed. For her part, Olivia was pleased to know the man remembered her. She certainly recalled his kindness in introducing her to Miss Ludlow. She regretted that she had not gone to the vicarage that night as she'd intended. She hoped he and his sister had not laid a place for her at their table, nor stayed up late expecting her. How sorry she would be if they felt their hospitality had been rejected. Mr. Tugwell rose when she entered. "Miss Keene, how well you look. Much more fit than when I saw you last, I dare say. Are you well?" She nodded, mildly taken aback. Had she looked so poorly at the river that day? "Excellent. You do remember me, I hope? Charles Tugwell, Vicar of St. Mary's?" Again she nodded. "When you did not come to us that night, She put her hand out in entreaty, eyes wide.
Never mind, my dear. I understand completely. I learnt what befell you and was grieved indeed to hear it. In fact, I saw you that very night, though you were not aware of my presence. The laudanum, you know. How I prayed for you."
Now she understood. He had indeed seen her at her worst. She felt tears misting her eyes at his kindness, and managed a wavering smile.
There, my dear. All is well now, yes? I had hoped to see you in church, but as I did not, here I am to see how you fare."
He tilted his head to one side.
"Your throat is bruised, I see. Am I to understand from your silence that your voice has yet to return? Or have I not allowed you to get a word in edgewise?"
She shook her head, biting back a grin.
"Your ability to walk seems unhindered, and it is a fine day. Might I interest you in a stroll?"
She looked at him, mouth ajar.
"Forgive me. You have a position here now. I understand. I confess I forget how blessed I am to be able to walk about whenever I desire, barring a christening or marriage to perform. I even compose my sermons whilst walking, did you know? Of course not, how could you? Yes, I find a brisk stroll just the thing to spur the mind and lift the spirits."
He paused for a breath, then grimaced.
"Forgive me, I do prattle on, I know. I warn you that when you do attend services, you shall find my sermons much the same. I cannot seem to say anything succinctly, as several parishioners have been kind enough to point out most helpfully, I am sure."
She smiled.
"By the way, Miss Ludlow told me of your intention to seek a place at the girls' school in St. Aldwyn's. I had thought to inquire on your behalf the next time I travelled that way, but I suppose that is no longer necessary, as you have found employment here?"
Eagerly, she gestured for him to wait, then sat down at Mrs. Hinckley's desk. Promising herself to reimburse the housekeeper out of her first wages, Olivia picked up a sheet of paper and wrote as concise a letter as she could. "Dear Madam, my mother, Mrs. Dorothea Keene, recommended I contact you about a possible situation. I have taken a temporary post at Brightwell Court, but if you have a position available after February 4th, kindly write to me here. Also, should my mother call upon you, kindly inform her, and her alone, if you please, of my whereabouts. Most gratefully, Miss Olivia Keene." She folded the letter, rose, and was about to hand it to Mr. Tugwell, when the parlour door opened and Lord Bradley strode in, suspicion evident in the set lines of his face.
"Ah, Edward," Mr. Tugwell said. "I had just called in to see how Miss Keene fares."
"So I heard." But Lord Bradley's gaze rested not on the vicar, but on the folded paper in Olivia's hand. Mr. Tugwell followed the direction of his stare.
"Oh, I have offered to deliver a note for Miss Keene when next I call in St. Aldwyn's. She was bound for the girls' school there when her, mishap occurred. How good of you to offer her a post here instead."
Lord Bradley made no answer to this, but instead pinned Olivia with a challenging glare. The vicar held out his hand, but the note felt suddenly like a 6-stone sack in Olivia's hand. She remembered Lord Bradley saying that she was allowed to post no letters without his approval, and knew she was breaking that rule in asking the vicar to deliver a note. But did he really think she would divulge his secret in a letter to a schoolmistress, and through a man of God in the bargain? Seeing the steely warning in his gaze, she swallowed. Evidently, he did. She stepped forward and handed the letter to Lord Bradley instead. He unfolded it and began reading. The vicar frowned.
Really, Edward, is that quite necessary?
He made no answer to that either. After skimming the hastily written lines, he looked up at her from over the top of the paper. Do you really expect to gain a post with such a vague letter, with no offer of a character reference, nor even your qualifications? She hesitated, then nodded. He pulled a grimace. Did you honestly come here on the faint hope of securing a post at a school where you don't even know the name of the proprietress, or even if they have a situation available? She stubbornly lifted her chin and nodded again. He shook his head. Incredible. And what is this about your mother? She has such confidence in the power of her recommendation that she has no doubt of finding you happily employed at the school whenever she happens to call. Olivia lifted a shrug. Why not write another letter to your mother directly? Let her know you have taken a post here instead. I shall approve it. She hesitated, then slowly shook her head. His pale blue eyes flicked over her clasped hands, an hopefully benign expression before returning to the letter once more. I wonder, Miss Olivia Keene, what are you hiding? She forced herself to hold his critical gaze without wavering. He refolded the letter. Thank you, Charles, but I shall have Hodges post this directly. No need to trouble yourself. He looked at her once again. But I would not hold my breath awaiting a reply were I you. Nor, of course, are you free to leave for another post until I give you leave. Mr. Tugwell objected. Edward, really, I don't see. He held up a halting hand. Never mind, Charles. Miss Keene does see. He narrowed his eyes at her. Does she not? She narrowed her own eyes in return, but nodded for the vicar's benefit. Very well. I shall leave the two of you to complete your visit. Lord Bradley turned on his heel and left the room as abruptly as he had entered it. After an awkward pause, the parson picked up his hat from the settee. Well, I had better take my leave and allow you to return to your duties. He hesitated, circling his hat by its brim. I hope it will not make you uncomfortable if I tell you I am still praying for you, Miss Keene. He looked from her to the closed door and back again. I sense there are things in your life that are not as they should be. I am asking God to work all things together for good, as the Scripture says He will, for those who love Him and are called according to His purpose. Do you, Miss Keene? He asked gently. Do you love Him, trust and serve Him? She stared, flummoxed. A man she hardly knew posing such personal questions. She did not know whether to be touched or offended. His softly lined face blurred before her, and she was embarrassed to find tears once more filling her eyes and falling down her cheeks. No, she shook her head. I do not trust and serve God, she thought. Love Him? Sometimes. Is my life as it should be? Am I? No. And again, no. He took her hand in his. I shall pray for that as well. A few days later, Olivia offered to help Becky give the nursery carpets a good beating. As she struggled to carry out one of the heavy carpets, Johnny Ross jogged over from the stables to the laundry yard. Might I help you with that, miss? The groom asked. It is no trouble. She allowed him to help her hang the carpet on a line, and in return gave him what she hoped was a grateful smile. His smile widened. I was wondering when you get your half-day, he began. If it is Sunday afternoon, like mine, might we walk into the village together?
Slowly she shook her head.
No half day?
She shook her head again.
Good. Well, not good, but at least you ain't saying no to me in general. You ain't, are you?
Olivia shook her head, but not wanting to encourage him, she began swatting the carpet with the paddle Nurse Peel had provided. She felt his brown eyes on her figure as she worked, but he must have given up, for when she glanced over her shoulder, he was gone. A few minutes later, she sensed a presence behind her once more. With a reproving smile, she turned around, expecting to see Johnny again. The smile fell from her lips.
Expecting your admirer? Lord Bradley sneered.
Olivia glanced around and realized they were shielded from the house by the hanging carpet. Perhaps he saw his opportunity to reinforce his threat without being seen with her and without the children present. She wished for the smiling Lord Bradley of the nursery and wondered where he had gone.
I thought you understood you were not to talk with anyone.
Before she could respond, he continued,
From the smile on Ross's face, it seems you said a great deal with your eyes. Perhaps a promise for a later rendezvous?
She shook her head.
I hope not. If he is seen with you again, he might very well lose his position here.
She gasped.
That is not right.
Her outburst surprised them both. Lord Bradley was momentarily stilled, but then continued evenly.
Your voice has returned, I see. What did you tell Ross?
Nothing,
she rasped. He stared at her as though gauging her honesty.
Nor will you until I give you leave.
She was indignant.
You cannot mean.
She swallowed, her throat dry and scratchy.
You cannot expect me to remain silent forever.
You managed quite well at the Swan when it was to your advantage.
But I could not speak then,
she argued hoarsely.
Nor will you speak now.
But for 3 months? Impossible.
For a woman, I suppose it will be doubly difficult.
Olivia bit back a rebuke and instead reasoned.
It makes no sense. If I wanted to tell someone, I could.
She swallowed again.
All the while pretending to be mute before everyone else.
Do you really think that in a household like this, word of your speaking would not reach me within minutes?
She threw up her hands.
I promise you that I will not tell a soul what I heard.
What is a promise from you worth?
Olivia stared at him, feeling as though she'd been slapped. He grimaced.
I am... He rubbed the back of his neck. I ought not to have said that, but...
If you think so poorly of my character, she said stiffly, then why not send me away and have done?
Because I cannot risk having a loose tongue about, he added as if to himself, especially now.
She wondered what that meant.
He straightened and continued briskly. But in a few months, important matters should be settled. Perhaps then I can deal with the new information you overheard.
But to pretend I cannot speak when I can, to deceive others, it is not right.
Neither is eavesdropping, he clipped and stalked away.
From The Complete Servant by Samuel and Sarah Adams. If the weather be favourable, the children are taken out by the assistant nurse for air and exercise. The day should be devoted in bad weather to such amusements as induce exercise, of dancing, the skipping rope, and dumbbells. Chapter 10. The housekeeper stood before Edward's desk.
"The children would like to walk in the wood to collect autumn leaves or some such," Mrs. Hinckley began. "Might Livy take them?"
Miss Keene, Edward noticed, stood a respectful few steps behind the housekeeper. Why had she enlisted Mrs. Hinckley's help instead of writing another note? Did she guess he would refuse her? He thought back to his harsh words to her the day before, regretting them yet again. But he did not regret his decision to keep her at Brightwell Court and to keep her quiet. After all, it was his future she held in her hands. His inheritance, his marriage prospects, his father's dreams and plans for him, his very home. Edward looked directly into Miss Keene's eyes. Could she read his suspicious thoughts? For indeed he suspected she might use such an opportunity to flee.
"If she is to walk out of view of the house, she must take another with her. Nurse Peel or one of the maids."
"Nurse Peel stays indoors these days, my lord. She hasn't the stamina she had when you were a boy."
This surprised Edward. Miss Peel would always seem a paragon to him. But he was 24 now, and his old nurse must be nearly 70. "Of course, I forget. A maid, then."
"Is it really necessary, my lord?"
Unaccustomed to having his orders questioned, he narrowed his eyes at the housekeeper. She would never have questioned his father so. "It is." At Mrs. Hinckley's inquisitive look, Edward met Miss Keene's eyes once more and said glibly, "She is new, you see, and might inadvertently lose her way." Wearing capes and gloves, Olivia and Doris followed behind as Andrew and Audrey tore down the path through the wood. The autumn air was crisp, the wood a colourful fresco of flaming brown and orange beechwood trees, orange-red rowan trees, and the puckered berries of hawthorn. Leaves fell and twirled to the ground, revealing more of the pewter-grey branches drop by drop. A pheasant skittered across their path, and from the direction of the river came a dipper's squeaking call. As they walked, Dory kept up a cheerful prattle, unhindered by Olivia's lack of response. Olivia was still thinking about Lord Bradley's reluctance to allow her to walk out of view of the manor alone. He had no way of knowing she had decided his estate afforded her a comfortable hideaway, until her mother came for her. She wondered if the schoolmistress at St. Aldwyn's had yet received her letter. A narrow track led from the main path to a clearing, where Olivia was surprised to see a snug stone cottage with a slate roof. A stack of chopped firewood, scratching chickens, penned pigs, and a wispy trail of chimney smoke declared the place lived in, while peeling paint, smeared windows, and one forgotten stocking swaying stiffly on a line bespoke recent neglect. Had they wandered outside the Brightwell estate? Olivia paused and laid a hand on Dory's arm. Gesturing toward the place with her free hand, she gave the maid an inquisitive look.
"Oh, that's the gamekeeper's lodge," Dory said.
Olivia pointed to the frayed rope swing hanging listlessly from a tree.
"He hasn't any children, if that's what you mean. He lives alone out here and keeps to himself. Best place for him, I say."
Olivia lifted her brows expectantly. Dory continued.
"A rough old sod from what I hear, though I have never spoken to the sourpuss. Looks as if he's lived on Tewkesbury mustard his whole life," she shrugged. "Must be good at his post, though. Cook always has plenty of game. Though I grow tired of hare and snipes myself."
They walked on, quickening their pace to catch up with Audrey and Andrew.
"Stay to the path, dumplings," Dory called ahead.
To Olivia she explained,
"Never know where that man has laid his traps, and I for one don't wish to be caught in one."
Olivia shuddered. Neither did she. The weather being rough and cold the next morning, Olivia kept the children indoors. She sat with Audrey at the pianoforte in the corner, helping her reach the correct fingerings and running her own fingers along the score during the more complicated phrases. Andrew, meanwhile, would not cease running about the nursery, kicking a ball and knocking down Alexander's wooden horses, making the 10-month-old cry. After a sharp word from Nurse Peel, Andrew picked up a battledore from an umbrella stand in the corner and began swinging the racket like a cricket bat. He hit a wooden ball across the room, and it clunked against the wall perilously close to Olivia's head. Rising from the bench, Olivia walked across the room to Andrew and held out her hand. Looking chastened, he laid the battledore onto it. She went to the umbrella stand, but instead of replacing the racket, she picked up a second and rummaged around until she found a serviceable shuttlecock. Turning back to the gloomy-faced little boy, she presented him with the racket and, armed with her own, stood facing him several yards away. His face instantly brightened. She tinged the shuttlecock with a gentle underarm hit that sent the feathered birdie into the air. Andrew swung his battledore so vigorously that he spun a full turn in place, missing the object completely. "Good heavens!" Nurse Peel grumbled good-naturedly. "I had better remove Master Alexander before he becomes the next poor birdie." She groaned as she bent over, scooped up the little boy and took him into her own room. Andrew picked up the shuttlecock and whacked it back, this time into the toy trunk. But after a few more tries, they were able to keep up a volley of 2 or 3 hits before having to stop and retrieve the bird. Audrey looked over at them with interest. "May I play?" Olivia nodded. 2 against 1 won't be fair," Andrew complained. "Then I shall have to join you." The deep voice startled Olivia. She had not even noticed Lord Bradley standing in the partially open doorway. She hoped their tromping about had not disturbed him, but she thought he looked pleased or at least amused. "Have you another battledore?" he asked, removing his coat. Olivia found 2 more rackets, handing Audrey the sound one and her cousin the one with 2 tears. He regarded it with a dubious expression, but murmured only, "Perfect." The game commenced with much whooping and chasing. Olivia could barely reconcile this smiling, playful man with the haughty Lord Bradley she usually encountered. My, does this not bring back memories?" Olivia turned. Mrs. Howe now stood in the threshold, arms crossed beneath her bosom, a dimple beside her pink lips. "Hello, Judith." Lord Bradley gave her a little bow, rendered less ceremonious in shirt-sleeves. She shook her head, amusement and annoyance sparking in her round china-blue eyes. "George Linton called. Hodges could not find you." Lord Bradley leapt to return one of Andrew's wild shots. "Sorry." "You are not the least bit sorry, and you know it." He reached high and managed to bring one down from near the ceiling. The man had the wingspan of a crane. "Do you remember how you, Felix, and I used to play in this very room?" Judith asked. "With George Linton, or even your father making up the 4th?" He nodded, distracted by the game. One of Audrey's shots went wide to the wall, and in reaching it, Olivia stepped near to Mrs. Howe. Impulsively, she held out the battledore and shuttlecock. The woman hesitated, looking down at her black and white striped walking dress. "No, thank you, I'm not really." "Oh, come, Jude," Lord Bradley teased. "You are not in your dotage yet." "Play with us, do," Audrey urged. Judith Howe grinned. "Oh, very well. But if I muss my hair and Dubois scolds me, it shall be on your head." "You're on my side, Mamma," Andrew called. Olivia watched for a few moments and felt an odd emptiness steal over her as the game commenced without her. Olivia was crossing the entry hall Friday afternoon, when a young man sailed through the front doors, removing his greatcoat.
"Take this for me, will you?"
Olivia looked around, and seeing no sign of Osborne or Mr. Hodges, gingerly took the heavy coat from him. Beneath it, he wore a coat of blue velvet over a brightly patterned waistcoat, pantaloons, and tall boots. The youthful dandy had light reddish-gold hair. Titian hair, she believed it was called, and green eyes which lit upon closer inspection of her person.
"And who are you?" he smiled. "I am quite certain I have never seen you before."
Olivia craned her head around, but there was no one about to help her.
"What is wrong, my dear? Speechless? I never knew I could be quite so intimidating. I find I rather like the notion."
He appeared to be younger than she was, perhaps only 19 or 20, but possessed confidence, or at least bravado, beyond his years.
"Not that intimidating you is my intention."
He leaned near.
"I make it my business to know all of the maids, and I should dearly like to know you. Your name, my sweet?"
Olivia looked at him, brows high.
"Quite right. How rude of me. I am Felix Bradley, Judith Howe's brother and Lord Brightwell's nephew. And you are?"
Olivia could barely believe this expressive, brightly clad young man was Lord Bradley's cousin. But then she let the thought go unfinished. From her pocket she withdrew the small card upon which she had written her name for just such an occasion.
"Love notes already? How delightful!"
He squinted at her script.
"Lydia?"
She shook her head, amused. She found his friendly smile and elfin green eyes charming. He looked once more.
"Lily?"
She wiggled her hand, signalling close enough. He straightened and smiled again. Olivia noticed he was tall and thin, not as tall as Lord Bradley, but appearing so due to his narrow frame. His features were fine, patrician even.
"Mr. Bradley, I did not hear you arrive."
Mrs. Hinckley bustled across the hall and discreetly put a hand on Olivia's back and nudged her toward the staircase.
"Lord Brightwell is abroad, as you know. Shall I have Hodges announce you to Lord Bradley?"
"No need, Mrs. H. I shall just pop up and see my sister."
"Very good, sir. The Chinese room is ready for you, as always."
Olivia walked toward the stairs as directed, feeling Mrs. Hinckley's actions were more protection than rebuke. She could still hear their conversation over the padding of her slippers on the marble floor.
"Who is the new girl? Most unusual."
"Oh," Mrs. Hinckley said with evident nonchalance, "that is Livy, new to us since your last visit."
"Livy, ah."
"You realized she is mute, of course?"
"Mute, really?"
He spoke casually, as though Olivia were already absent, or deaf. She felt his eyes on her back as she climbed the stairs.
"Come to think of it, she did not speak a word. Yet I could have sworn she had the most beautiful voice."
From the Girl's Own Book, by Mrs. Child. If anyone happens to drop the slipper in passing it, she must pay a forfeit. Chapter 11. Later that afternoon, Olivia sat beside Audrey as she read aloud from Peter the Great, following along and occasionally touching her fingertip to a word the girl had skipped over or mispronounced. If Audrey did not know the meaning of a word, Olivia would help her locate the definition in one of the volumes of Johnson's dictionary. Bang! The nursery door hit the wall, startling them all. Andrew dropped his top and shouted, "Uncle Felix!" Audrey squealed and jumped up from the settee, book forgotten. Both children ran to the man at the door.
"Hello, you ankle-biters," Felix Bradley teased. He patted his pockets and withdrew a peppermint for each of them. "Sweets for the sweet." His gaze sought and held Olivia's over their heads. He waved away their thanks. "I know my visits would not signify in the least were I not to bring you something." He looked over at Olivia once more. "What is your new nurse tormenting you with?" He strolled to the settee and picked up the book. "Plague me, I remember this one. Devilish boring." He grinned at her censorious look. "Upon my soul it was. Now, who's for a game of Hunt the Slipper?" His suggestion was met with cheers, and the children quickly cleared the toys from the worn circular carpet before the nursery hearth. Olivia rose to move the large wooden rocking horse, but Felix Bradley quickly came to aid her, stepping near and saying quietly, "Allow me, lovely Livy," and that is difficult to say, lovely Livy is, though I realize you shall have to take my word for it. I practiced saying it all the way up here. She shook her head at his foolishness, but could not help grinning. Movement caught her eye, and she glanced over as a second figure appeared in the doorway. Lord Bradley stood, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. He looked from Felix to her and back again, seemingly annoyed to see his cousin standing so near to her. She felt defensive. She had not initiated the proximity. Still, she took a self-conscious step away. "Felix, I am surprised to see you here. Are you? In the nursery or in general?" "Both, I suppose. Your term does not end for several weeks." "That's right. Just before Christmas. I'm only visiting. You do not mind, I trust?" Lord Bradley regarded him speculatively, before his shoulders lifted slightly and his lips pulled down in a gesture of detached nonchalance.
"Come, Cousin Edward, do play with us," Audrey beseeched. "We haven't enough players for a proper game, and Nurse Peel says she is too old to sit on the floor."
"And what game are we playing?" he asked, eyes fixed on Felix.
"Hunt the Slipper," Andrew answered. "Livy has never played it. Can you imagine?"
Lord Bradley feigned shock. "I cannot."
"Miss Livy, you are to stand in the centre and try to guess which of us has the shoe," Audrey explained. "We shall use one of my doll shoes, for a real shoe would be too easily seen with so few players."
Andrew looked up at her soberly.
"You are to say, 'Cobbler, cobbler, mend my shoe.' Get it done by 2:30. But as you cannot speak, we shall say it for you."
Olivia dipped her head in appreciation.
"Whoever is caught with the slipper becomes the hunter and pays a forfeit," Audrey explained. "One must sing a song, or dance, or tell a secret, or perform some trick." "And if anyone drops the slipper whilst passing it," Andrew added, "she must pay a forfeit as well." "Why do you say she?" Audrey demanded. "I shall not drop it." "You always do." "Do not?"
While Olivia stood, the others sat on the floor. Audrey, Andrew, Becky, Felix, and Lord Bradley. She was surprised by his affability in joining the game. Evidently he was very fond of his young cousins. The five sat, knees raised, in a boxy circle, and made a great show of passing the shoe under the tent of their bent legs. All fisted their hands and mimed the act of passing, trying to make the guessing more difficult. Still, they made a very small circle, and Olivia was sure Andrew held the shoe. But then he passed it so quickly she could not be sure. A mischievous light gleamed in Felix's eyes. She pointed to him with a suppressed smile. He held forth empty hands and winked. Olivia next guessed Audrey, and, correct, was instructed to trade places with the girl, who had been seated directly beside Lord Bradley.
Swallowing, Olivia sat down gingerly, careful to avoid grazing his knee with her own, and to keep her skirts tucked about her. Audrey performed a pirouette for her forfeit, then lost no time in beginning another round, chanting, "Cobbler, cobbler, mend my shoe, get it done by 2:30. Andrew passed the shoe to Lord Bradley, who reached for her hand to pass the shoe into hers. Olivia feared her palm would be damp with nerves at being so close to him. When his fingertips touched her palm, she started, fumbled the shoe, and it fell to the floor.
"Now you've done it, Livy," Felix said. "Got to pay your forfeit."
"Pay a forfeit, pay a forfeit," Andrew chimed. Olivia's heart pounded. She wiped her damp palms along the hem of her gown as it wrapped around her ankles. What should she do? What could she do? She arose and stepped to the pianoforte, and there played a few bars of one of Mozart's piano concertos, the festive Turkish march she had learnt at Miss Cresswell's. Afterward, she bowed with a flourish and reclaimed her spot on the floor. Everybody clapped in delight, except Lord Bradley. He merely stared. Had she overstepped by playing the pianoforte meant for the children's use? Apparently she had, for he rose, smoothed his coat and apologized to his cousins. "Forgive me, but I have forgotten an appointment with father's clerk." How foolish she felt, how chastened. The children groaned, but Felix watched him go as silently as she. Olivia awoke cold. Her small room had no fire of its own, but drew warmth from the hearth in the adjacent sleeping chamber. And that fire had no doubt smouldered to ash hours ago. She pulled her bedclothes over her head, attempting to warm herself and return to sleep. She heard something and stilled, ceasing to even shiver as she listened. The door creaked slowly open, and Olivia sat upright, heart pounding. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, she saw a figure tiptoeing into her room, a small figure. Andrew. "I had a bad dream," he muttered and audibly shivered. Olivia turned down her bedclothes, and he immediately climbed in beside her. She realized she should return him to his own bed and find him an extra blanket, or rouse Becky to stoke the fire and warm another bedstone. Instead, she pulled the blankets up under his chin and asked God to send him sweet dreams. Andrew curled into her side with a little sigh, falling to sleep within seconds. Ah, well, she would rise early and carry him back to his bed. Stroking his hair, Olivia wondered if this was what it felt like to be someone's mother, to possess the sweet, satisfying power to comfort and console. She wondered, too, if she would ever have children of her own. Considering she was unmarried at nearly 25, it seemed unlikely. She thought fleetingly of the sole young man who had ever courted her, and squelched the icy doubt that followed. Instead, she put her arm around Andrew, relishing his warmth, his nearness, and the sunny smell of his freshly washed hair as she drifted to sleep. In the morning, Olivia awoke with Andrew still beside her, and the discomforting feeling of being watched. She glanced toward her door and saw that it was still open from Andrew's entrance the night before. She gasped, startled to see Lord Bradley and Audrey in the threshold, peering at them. She jerked the bedclothes up over her thin nightdress.
"Forgive us,"
Lord Bradley murmured, averting his eyes.
"Audrey was concerned when she could not find Andrew."
Olivia opened her mouth to defend herself, but remembered in time not to speak. "Did he have a bad dream and ask to sleep with you?" Audrey asked. Olivia nodded, realizing this was close enough to the truth and likely to assure their hastiest departure.
"There, Audrey, you see. Nothing to fear. Andrew is perfectly well."
He glanced at her, and Olivia felt her cheeks burn as she pulled the bedclothes higher. Andrew opened his sleepy eyes and looked from Olivia to his sister and cousin, clearly confused to find himself in the under-nurse's bed.
"You talked in your sleep, Miss Livy," Andrew said, startling Olivia and their audience as well.
Olivia shook her head, but Andrew insisted.
"You did? You said something about a comb, and then—" "I should not have done it. I did not mean to. You said that bit twice. What did you not mean to do?"
Olivia was dumbfounded and felt her face flush anew. She dared a glance up at Lord Bradley, knowing he would be displeased.
"Andrew, you must have been dreaming," Audrey said, stepping into the room. "Miss Keene cannot speak."
She took Andrew's hand as he climbed out of bed and led him from the room.
"You had another of your bad dreams last night, did you not?" "I did, but—" "See? That was all it was then. Miss Keene talking in her sleep. What an imagination you have!"
After the children departed, Lord Bradley paused only long enough to nod curtly before pulling the door closed. Olivia sighed. Next time she could most definitely not let Andrew share her bed. On Wednesday morning, Olivia delivered the children to the stable yard for their riding lessons. When she arrived, Lord Bradley was nowhere to be seen, so she and the children went to the far stall and watched Talbot shoe a horse, and then looked on as Johnny saddled up the small horse and pony Audrey and Andrew would ride. When a quarter of an hour had passed and Lord Bradley still had not appeared, Johnny took pity on the antsy children. "What say you, Miss Livy? These two beasts are raring to go, the horses too," he winked. "Why don't I lead them about the yard until Lord Bradley comes?" Olivia nodded gratefully. Smiling, Johnny put the horse and pony on leads. The children mounted, all enthusiasm, and the groom led them around the yard in a wide circle. Not as exciting as a ride with their cousin, but at least they were not sitting idle. A few minutes later, Lord Bradley strode into the stables with the merest glance in Olivia's direction. He walked to one of the stalls and over its gate stroked the long muzzle of his tall black horse. "Have you and the children been waiting long?" he asked, his gaze still on the horse. She was surprised he would initiate conversation with her. Since no one was within earshot, Olivia quietly answered, "Not so long." He nodded, and as no groom offered to do so for him, he opened the gate and began bridling the horse himself. She waited, but when he did not scold her for speaking to him, she asked, "Pray, what is his name, this beauty of a horse?" "That once nearly trampled me to death," she added to herself. "Guess." He pressed the bit between the horse's large teeth, then lifted the leather straps over the regal head and ears. She mused. "Considering his colour and your general demeanour, I would guess black." "You wound me. Do you think me completely without imagination?" "It is one's first impression." What was she thinking to tease him as she might tease Johnny? Was she so desperate for adult conversation? Finished with the task, he narrowed his eyes at her. "Would you like to know what I am imagining right now?" Throttling me, she thought, but whispered only, "No, definitely not." After the riding lesson, Olivia found herself in the uncomfortable position of walking back to the house beside Lord Bradley as the children, as was their wont, ran ahead. She slowed her pace to fall a respectful distance behind him, as befitted her station. He made no further conversation, and of course, neither did she. She was startled when Croom rounded the corner of the manor. Evidently Lord Bradley was startled as well,
for he drew up sharply and she nearly collided with him. "Ah, Mr. Croom." Lord Bradley's voice seemed suddenly unnatural and unsure. He turned to follow the man's hard gaze, and for a moment both men regarded her critically. Prompted to fill the awkward silence, Lord Bradley said, That is, you may recall Miss Keene." "I recall," Croom muttered. "I recall I caught her snooping where she had no business." "Yes, well, she has entered into service now, helping with my young cousins." Croom scorched her with a glare, but she doused it with an icy one of her own, for she remembered him as well, somewhere he had no business. He looked away first and turned to Lord Bradley. "There's a polecat lurking about the place. I plan to set a trap for him, unless you prefer to leave him be. Keep the rats down, polecats do, but terribly destructive for game." "I see. Well, whatever you think best, Mr. Croom. Father has always trusted your wisdom in these affairs." Olivia studied Lord Bradley, perplexed. He was like a nervous schoolboy before an exacting headmaster. Croom nodded and lurched away in his slightly limping gait, and they both turned to watch as the gamekeeper disappeared into the wood. "You are still afraid of him?" Olivia ventured quietly. "Has he ever harmed you?" "No." He expelled a puff of breath. "Foolish, is it not? I think it has to do with my father. When I was a lad, he always seemed to stand closer to me whenever Croom was about." How odd, Olivia thought. Aloud she said, "I wonder if Lord Brightwell knows something unsavoury about the man's character." To herself she added, "Or about his dealings with poachers." "I don't know," Lord Bradley admitted, "but perhaps I shall ask him when he returns." She was once again tempted to tell Lord Bradley where she had first seen Croom, but hesitated. She knew it would lead to more questions she was not prepared to answer. Late in the afternoon, when Olivia went down to the kitchen for the nursery dinner tray, the kitchen maids were sitting on low stools, plucking feathers from a basketful of small birds. Seeing her stare, Mrs. Moore explained. "Grouse from the gamekeeper. Grouse pie will make for a nice change, will it not? Our neighbour, George Linton, filled our larder with partridges from his estate, and everyone is sick to death of them." Mrs. Moore added a dish of suet dumplings to the nursery tray, then looked up at Olivia. "Have you met our Mr. Croom?" Olivia gave a slight nod, which travelled into her shoulders as a shudder. "Afraid of the man, are you? I shouldn't wonder. Looks a fright most days, doesn't he?" Olivia nodded her agreement. Mrs. Moore clucked her tongue. "He's as thin as I've ever seen him. What must he eat, I wonder? I doubt he's had a decent meal in years." Olivia wondered at the sympathy in her tone. Of course she had been at Brightwell Court long enough to realise Mrs. Moore could not stand the thought of anyone going hungry. "And too proud to take a meal with us," one of the kitchen maids piped up. "Hush, Edith, and keep to your plucking," Mrs. Moore said. "Has his own house and firing, hasn't he? Not in service like the rest of us." Mrs. Moore sighed. "And me with 2 perfectly good partridge pasties and no one to eat them." She lifted woeful eyes from the pasties to Olivia and back again. "No," Olivia thought, and slowly, emphatically shook her head. Suki accompanied her as far as the narrow track, but refused to go further. Swallowing, Olivia gripped the packet more tightly and stepped into the clearing. Croom sat on the lodge stoop, stroking a long knife over a sharpening stone.
When she stepped into the clearing, he jerked his head up. "What do you want?" Croom's wiry brows formed an angry V over narrowed eyes. "Nothing to snoop around here for." She recalled Mrs. Moore's admonition. "Don't let him see your fear. Worse than the predators he keeps out of the wood, he is, when he smells weakness." He stared at her, and it was all she could do to not look away from the venom in his eyes. Suddenly his gaze targeted the packet in her hands. "Whatever that is, you can take it right back with you. I don't need your charity." She lifted her chin and held out the paper-wrapped package upon which Mrs. Moore had written its contents. Hashed partridge pasty. His scowl deepened to one of disgust, and Olivia was stunned when he rose and snatched the packet from her and threw it maliciously into the pig-pen. The packet split open and the pasties spilled out, soon surrounded and disappearing under the grunting work of pigs. She cringed, feeling the sting of her offering being rejected, even if Mrs. Moore had been the one to suggest it. Hashed partridge was considered a delicacy, a rare treat for any man. How ungrateful he was, how rude. She had kept his secret, and against her better judgment, had allowed Mrs. Moore to persuade her to offer a gift. Well, she had done all she would to repay him for her rescue. All the way back to the manor she fumed. She was done with the man. Croom could starve to death, and good riddance. From The Complete Servant by Samuel and Sarah Adams. Avoid as much as possible being alone with the other sex, as the greatest mischiefs happen from small circumstances. Chapter 12. The next morning, Olivia went downstairs to find Mrs. Hinckley, bearing a note Nurse Peel had dictated while she'd had her hands full with Alexander. The note requested the procurement of an ivory ring, and, in the meantime, a crust of stale bread for the fussy, teething child to chew. Olivia found the housekeeper sitting at the small desk in her parlour, bent over a lined book. She looked up when Olivia entered and groaned. "I have spent the better part of 3 hours on the household accounts and cannot balance this ledger. Mr. Walters will want an accounting of every shilling tomorrow, and I cannot find where I've gone wrong." Olivia bit her lip. Dared she offer? She touched a finger to her chest. "You want to give it a go?" Mrs. Hinckley huffed a laugh. "Do you know anything about household accounts?" Olivia lifted her shoulders, fluttered a hand. Mrs. Hinckley rose. "Well, I suppose there is nothing confidential about how many rashers of bacon and pounds of sugar we buy, or how much we pay the coal merchant." She hovered behind the chair until Olivia shooed her gently away. "Oh, very well. But if you don't find my error in half an hour, I shall have to try again." 10 minutes later, Olivia rapped her knuckles against the desk. Mrs. Hinckley rose sprightly from the settee and hurried over. "Did you find something?" Olivia nodded and pointed to an incorrect subtotal. She lifted a scrap of paper with the reworked sum. "Bless me, you're right. How did I miss it?" Olivia smiled and rose from the chair. Still staring at the figures and shaking her head, Mrs. Hinckley said, "Sometimes a pair of fresh eyes is all that is needed, I suppose." Then she looked up at Olivia once more. "If you would not mind keeping this between us?" Olivia nodded. She had no desire to tell a soul. She did not want anyone asking how she came to know so much about account books. She belatedly handed over Nurse Peel's note. Mrs. Hinckley skimmed it and sent Olivia down to the kitchen for the bread, promising to purchase the ring as soon as possible. Several minutes later, Olivia returned to the nursery with the crust of bread, only to have Miss Peel look at it blankly and say she was not hungry. That afternoon, Edward was meeting in the study with his father's clerk when movement out on the lawn drew his attention. He paused in his dictation to Walters to look out the window. Miss Keene was outside, a red scarf tied across her eyes and bonnet, her arms outstretched in a game of hoodman blind. His young cousins, bundled head to toe, ran around her, evading her grasp. The children were laughing and calling out. Miss Keene was turning, her skirts and cape twirling about her, a wide smile lighting her face. He felt his own mouth turn up in response. He knew he should not find her attractive, but he did. He wished he knew if he could trust her. He thought of Sybil Harrington, whom his father hoped he would marry, with her classic features and rich dowry. She was more beautiful than any undernurse, surely. Andrew ran too close, and Miss Keene grabbed him around his middle and lifted him up, spinning him around and around until his hat flew to the ground. Andrew laughed with glee, the sound of it carrying through the glass. Miss Keene set him down and pulled down the blindfold. She mussed Andrew's hair affectionately before picking up his hat and replacing it on his head. Audrey joined them, sliding her gloved hand into Miss Keene's. "Shall I repeat the last sentence, my lord?" the clerk asked. Edward murmured, returning to the business at hand. "Oh, yes, please, Walters, if you would." Olivia stuffed the red scarf into her cape pocket. She covered her eyes with her hands, then pointed toward the outbuildings. "She wants to play hide-and-seek!" Andrew shouted. Olivia nodded with a wry grin. She was becoming quite adept at charades. "I'm weary of childish games," Audrey grumbled. "Come on, Ord," her brother urged. "I'll even seek first. Ready, steady, go!" Giving in, Audrey ran off in the direction of the garden. Olivia followed more sedately, too self-conscious to run without the children at her side. While Andrew counted, Olivia searched this way and that for a new hiding spot. Johnny Ross stepped out of the stables, polish and brush in hand. "Here!" he called, waving her over. "I know a place those ankle-biters will never find you." She hurried toward the groom, and when she smiled at him, his face broke into a blushing grin. "This way, miss." Olivia followed him into the stables. There he pushed at a section of wood walling that was actually a well-hidden door to a small closet. "Don't use this anymore, not since the tack room was added." Olivia stepped into the dark room, expecting Johnny to close the door from the outside. Instead, he stepped in after her and pulled the door shut against his back. She felt suddenly ill at ease. She took a step toward the door, but he moved as well, blocking her path. "You're a prime article," he whispered, gripping her waist. "A real beauty." Olivia tried to pry his hands away. His grasp remained firm. By slim shafts of light filtering through cracks in the wall, she saw him lean his face toward hers. She turned her head so that his damp lips found only a bit of cheek and ear. "Livy!" Andrew called from somewhere nearby. Come out, wherever you are." Olivia pushed Johnny away with all her strength and hurried out the door and into the stable yard, wincing in the bright sunlight. In a moment she could see, but dreaded what she saw. Mrs. Hinckley. The housekeeper's eyes slowly assessed her burning face. Olivia looked away first. Andrew, unaware of the awkward scene, explained, "Mrs. Hinckley came looking for you, so I said she could help me find you." "I appreciate your assistance, Master Andrew," Mrs. Hinckley said dryly. Johnny stepped out of the dim stables. Olivia darted a glance at him, then at Mrs. Hinckley. The older woman looked from one to the other. Olivia knew the shrewd housekeeper would not miss their guilty expressions. "Might I steal you from your game, Livy?" she asked, all placid nonchalance. Lord Bradley would like a word." Olivia swallowed, but a ball of dread seemed lodged in her throat as she silently followed. Lord Bradley sat behind his desk in a blue coat and white cravat, his golden hair brushed neatly forward. The strong lines of his face were set, his pale blue eyes stared, unwavering. Once Mrs. Hinckley had closed the study door and her footfalls had retreated down the corridor, Olivia said stiffly, "You wanted to see me?" "Yes. Please sit down." Lord Bradley's voice was formal and firm. He entwined his long fingers on the polished desktop. "I have learnt of your recent activities and must say I am surprised."
"It was nothing, really,"
she stammered, cheeks heating at the thought of being caught coming out of a closet with the groom.
"Nothing happened."
"Nothing? Come, Miss Keene, the whole staff is talking about it. Why, I witnessed your activities myself this morning from this very window."
Olivia's stomach dropped. "Did you, indeed?"
"Quite. Mrs. Howe is very impressed, and I must say I am as well." He paused. "I see I am making you uncomfortable." His tone softened, his eyes as well. "I simply asked you here to thank you for taking on the care of the children so admirably, going far beyond the duties of an under-nurse. It is much appreciated, especially as they are without a governess at present." He picked up a letter from his desk and handed it to her. "And to give you this." The letter was addressed to her, and she was surprised to find the seal unbroken. He had not read it. She unfolded the single page and skimmed its contents. The brief letter was written in the arthritic hand of an older woman. "Miss Keene, we are not seeking to hire anyone at this time, nor has anyone called here inquiring after you. Sincerely, Miss Kirby, Proprietress, the Girls' Seminary, St. Aldwyn's." The curt reply held no warm remembrance or even acknowledgement of a former friendship with her mother. Had her mother put too much stock in the acquaintance? "Any offer of a post?" he asked with apparent unconcern. She shook her head. "And have they told your mother where to find you?" Again she shook her head, wondering what had delayed her mother. "Perhaps it is just as well." He cleared his throat. "I have asked Mrs. Hinckley to give you a half-day off per week, though I must still ask you to remain on the estate. I realize there is not much for a young woman to do here, especially this time of year, but—" "I don't mind," Olivia interrupted, mustering a smile. "I could walk alone on the grounds, or stay in my room and do a bit of reading. There are several books in the schoolroom. That is, if you do not mind." He nodded. "By all means." "Thank you, my lord." She straightened her shoulders and inhaled deeply. "I shall look forward to it. When is my half-day to be? Sunday?" His smile tightened. "Ross's half-day is on Sunday, is it not?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Then yours shall be on Wednesday." Taking the children for a turn around the shrubbery on Monday, Olivia glimpsed Lord Bradley walk past the stone gardening shed, then disappear behind a timber-framed outbuilding beside it. She would have liked to ask the children what the building was, but as she could not, she led the children toward it. They turned the corner and saw Lord Bradley climb the 2 steps to the stoop and run his finger along a crack in the building's solitary window, then reach for the door handle. Seeing them, he abruptly drew his hand away and stood with his back to the closed door. For once there was no welcoming smile for his young cousins. "Hello, Andrew, Audrey." He did not address her, nor offer any explanation of why he stood there or what he was about.
"The gardener has just discovered a pure white cat living under the woodshed," he said to the children. "It has one green eye and one blue. If you hurry, he will no doubt show you." Audrey and Andrew needed no further prodding and quickly ran off. Olivia waited one moment more, wondering if he would say anything once the children were out of earshot. Instead, he just stood there, arms crossed, staring down at her in cool challenge. "Had you not better follow your charges?" Piqued, she turned and walked back in the direction she had come. Just as she turned the corner, she glanced back over her shoulder and saw Lord Bradley slip inside the building and shut the door firmly behind him. The message was clear. They were not welcome there. What was he doing within? Was he alone? She was tempted to peer in the window like the spy he already believed her to be, but recalling the challenge in his eyes, she resisted the impulse. The next day, when Olivia delivered the children to the stables for their riding lessons, Lord Bradley had yet to return from his morning ride, so Johnny once again led the children around the yard on leads. A few minutes later, Lord Bradley cantered in on his black horse. He reined in, swung his leg over to dismount, then tied the horse to the rail. His eyes scanned the stable yard. "What is Ross about? This horse needs a good rub-down."
"Perhaps you could show me how it is done."
One sardonic brow rose. "Protecting your lover again?" Ignoring this, she said earnestly, "Actually, I dread the thought of going indoors on such a perfect autumn day. I would love to stay out here and give it a go." He hesitated. "Have you ever done so?" "No, but you shall not find a quicker student." "Very well." He stepped into the tack room and returned directly. He laid a brush onto her waiting palm, tightening the strap over the back of her hand. Resting his free palm on the horse's damp withers, he lifted her equipped hand with his own and began guiding her through the brush strokes until she felt mesmerized by the rhythm and the firm hold of his hand on hers. She could almost feel the warmth of his body standing behind her, though he touched only her hand. He cleared his throat. "There, I believe you have mastered the motion." He stepped away, and the perfect autumn day felt suddenly quite chilly. Lord Bradley leaned against the stable wall and gave her a shrewd look. He rapped his knuckles on the hidden door, producing a hollow knock. "I understand you have discovered the secret room here." She looked at him sharply. "Yes, I know of it. I was underfoot as a lad when our old steward built it. I imagine he wanted a closet to nap in, or perhaps for some private assignation. It is perfectly suited for it, do you not think?" He watched her closely, no doubt saw the blush warming her cheeks. "Andrew mentioned last night that you hid in the stables with the groom. You were in here together, were you not?"
"Only for a moment,"
she whispered, wondering if he would retract his offer of a half-day. "And what, pray, did you do during that moment alone in the dark?"
"Nothing."
"Why do I doubt that?"
"Perhaps you assume I share your own ill intentions."
"Touché." He held up a consolatory hand. "Forgive me, Miss Keene. I meant no harm."
"I had better return to the nursery."
Dropping the brush, she turned and strode away, chilled and flushed at once. From Upstairs and Downstairs, Life in an English Country House. The estate carpenter frequently made toys for the children in the nursery, furniture for the house, as well as carrying out repairs. Chapter 13. On the first Wednesday afternoon in December, Olivia left the children under the care of Becky and Nurse Peel, donned her cape and gloves, and let herself out the rear door.
Though the early December day was cold, the sun shone invitingly. Walking around the manor toward the gardens, she saw Lord Bradley in coat and hat disappear once again behind the outbuilding near the gardening shed. Curiosity tugged at her, and she followed him around the building. There, Lord Bradley stood beside a tradesman as he packed his bag of tools. Both men stood for a moment, eyes trained on a small, clear window as though a work of art. Then the tradesman lifted a hand in farewell and turned to go. The new window was certainly in better condition than the rest of the timber-framed structure, whatever it was. Wondering how she would be received this time, she whispered, "My lord?" He looked at her with mild surprise. "Miss Keene, what is it? The children all right?" "Yes, my lord. It is my half-day." "Ah," he nodded. That was the glazier just here, replacing this window. He stepped to the door. "What is this place?" she asked. He hesitated at the threshold, then looked at her over his shoulder. "Come in and see for yourself." She wondered if it was proper, but curiosity and the longing to speak with the only person with whom she was allowed to do so overrode her sense of propriety. She followed him inside. "It is just a little carpentry shop," he said. "A workroom." Sun shone in through the new window, illuminating a one-room interior of unfinished wood. A lamp glowed on the work table, which held a large drape-covered object atop it. A small stove in the corner heated the space. Tools hung neatly from pegs on the walls, and planks of various sizes were stacked beneath. A chair, mid-repair, sat in one corner. The place smelled of wood shavings, smoke, and him, and she thought the fragrance quite pleasant. Lord Bradley removed his coat and hung it on a peg. She was further surprised when he tied a leather apron around his waist. "Our former steward did quite a bit of carpentry." Lord Bradley looked about him. "I used to come out here with him as a lad and tag along as he went about his duties. I had a small part, and many slivers, in the outbuildings, the arbour, and, of course, the present stables of which you are so fond." He gave her a knowing look, but she quickly averted her gaze. He sighed. "Then Matthews died, and I went away to school, and the place fell into disuse. It does not appear abandoned. I have cleaned it out and made repairs." He picked up a carpenter's plane and began stroking it across a pale piece of wood. "Matthew's tools were still here, like buried treasure for a man like me." "What are you making?" He shrugged. "Christmas gifts. A cricket bat for Andrew, blocks for Alexander. Though a couple seem to have gone missing." He nodded toward the drape-covered object. "And something for Audrey. Attempting it, anyway. It must remain our secret, if you please, for I am dreadfully out of practice, and I don't wish to disappoint them if unsuccessful." Another secret to keep. She looked with interest at the draped project. "Might I at least peek?" He started to shake his head, then hesitated, regarding her with a gleam in his blue eyes. "You know, I could use an accomplice." "An accomplice?" she said, her voice a little sharper than she intended, suspecting another reference to her crime. He held up one hand in entreaty. "Poor choice of words. But you were a little girl once, were you not?" "I should think so, yes." A little bubble of excitement rose in her chest. "And you do sew?" Her spirits quickly flagged. "You want me to sew?" "Never mind." She sighed. "Forgive me. It is only that I have a fair amount of sewing most evenings as it is, helping Becky keep the children's clothes repaired, especially Andrew's stockings and the knees of his breeches. But if you need something mended—" "Not mended, created." "What?" She glanced at the chair in the corner. "A cushion for your chair, or—" He followed her gaze.
Not a bad idea, but not for that chair. He pinched an inch of air between his thumb and finger. Could you make one, say, this big? She looked doubtful. For a mouse? He cocked his head to the side. You disappoint me, Miss Keene. His blue eyes twinkled as he pulled off the dust cloth from the large object on the work table. Have you no imagination? He revealed a 3-story doll's house, a scale model of a manor very like Brightwell Court. Olivia drew in a breath of wonder. You built this? Your confidence astounds me. It is magnificent, truly. Do you think Audrey will like it? How could she not? Olivia said, though, in truth, she wondered if Audrey was growing a little old for dolls. Still, she believed any girl would marvel at such a gift. She pulled out a drawing peeking out from under the house and unfolded the thick paper to reveal the whole, a detailed drawing of the doll's house with measurements to scale. You drew this as well? Yes. So, will you? She dragged her gaze from the impressively drawn plan. Help me make some draperies and cushions and bedclothes and such. She looked up at him, bewildered and touched that he would devote such time to amusing and delighting children who were not his own. With pleasure, my lord. He smiled down at her, his lips softening as his gaze seemed to fix on her mouth. She drew in a breath and turned away toward the doll's house. Here is the nursery, she said quickly. But you have not included my room, though you have been there. Her cheeks heated as she realized what she had said. He stood beside her, bending near as they both pretended to study his handiwork. She felt his gaze on her profile, knew their faces were only inches apart. A long curl of her hair came loose, a curtain falling between them. He slowly ran his finger along her temple and tucked the curl behind her ear. Her heart raced and her skin tingled at his touch. If she angled toward him just a little, her lips might brush his. Did she want that? Did he? The carpentry shop door creaked open and Olivia started. Beside her, Lord Bradley jerked upright. Croom stood framed in the threshold, eyes narrowed suspiciously, fowling piece in hand. Yes, what is it? Bradley asked, somewhat defensively. The man looked from Lord Bradley to Olivia. I seen the door open to this old place and thought a raccoon or a tramp must have got inside. He pinned Olivia with a pointed look. Lord Bradley replied, As you can see, that is not the case. Croom glared at Olivia a moment longer, then slowly lifted his gaze to survey the room. You using old Matthew's shop again? Yes, as you see. Croom looked about at the neatly arranged tools, the sawdust, the work in progress. Have you some reason to object, Mr. Croom? Lord Bradley asked with asperity. The wiry brows rose. Not my business, is it? Precisely. I'm setting rat traps in the outbuildings. Want one here as well? Thank you, Mr. Croom. He trained his eyes on Olivia once more. Mind you don't get caught in it. When Miss Keene left the shop, Edward took a deep breath and attempted to regain his composure. He should not, would not be attracted to her. He brought Miss Harrington's image to mind once again, reminding himself that he would no doubt be seeing her at Christmas. Christmas. His gifts would never be ready in time if he kept making a fool of himself over an undernurse. He was becoming as bad as Felix. He forced himself to return his attention to the blocks for Alexander. He had made 10 of them, he was sure, with the numbers 1 through 10 rather crudely carved into one side and the letters A through J on the opposite.
What had he done with blocks 1 and 2? They seemed to be missing. Being in close quarters with the woman had made sawdust of his brains. How had he mislaid them? At that moment, Osborne knocked and announced that George Linton had just arrived. "Is my lord at home for callers?" Stifling a groan, Edward untied his apron. The work and the search would have to wait. That evening, Judith looked across the table at him as she cut her capon. She initiated their dinner conversation, as she often did, commenting on the exceptionally fine weather they had been having, and could he believe December was already upon them? Pushing away thoughts of Miss Keene, Edward murmured his agreement, but knew himself to be distracted. He still found it strange to dine with only Judith, now that his parents were away and Felix had returned to Oxford. He supposed he should be used to Judith's company. She had lived with them since Dominic's funeral more than a year before. Judith's mother, who lived in a small town in Swindon, had suggested the arrangement, and Lord Brightwell had quickly agreed, graciously offering a home to his then expecting niece and her 2 stepchildren. "I spoke with George Linton when he called for you," Judith said. "What did he want?" "To boast about his new hunter." Edward guessed the call was only a ruse to lay eyes on Judith, whom George had admired in vain since boyhood. She tried another topic. "Dominic's mother has written to ask if I have engaged a new governess for Audrey and Andrew." She paused to sip her wine. "I suppose I must, though I do so dread the prospect. Bringing in another creature like Miss Dowdall, who believes herself superior to me in education and my equal in station, were it not for her diminished means. Wanting to take meals with us, attend parties, and tempt the males of the family." She placed a dainty piece of capon in her mouth. "You saw how it was with Felix. I was never so relieved as when Miss Dowdall left, and not only because she was so stern with Audrey and Andrew, even had the gall to lecture me on the proper manner of raising children." Edward did not argue. He, too, had found Miss Dowdall most disagreeable and had worried where Felix's flirtation might lead. Realizing he had left Judith to fend for herself in the conversation long enough, he wiped his mouth on a linen serviette and began a topic of his own. "What shall we do about Christmas?" Picking at a sweetmeat, Judith said thoughtfully, "I suppose we must celebrate in some fashion, for the children's sake." "I agree, but let us entertain modestly this year." Judith nodded her assent. Conscious of Lord and Lady Brightwell's absence, they together planned a smaller gathering than usual. No distant relations, no friends down from London. They would have only their neighbours, George Linton and his sister, Charity, and their parents, the vicar and his sister, and Admiral Harrington and his daughter. Edward would also invite his father's sisters, though he doubted their spinster aunts would make the trip from the coast this time of year. And Judith would invite her mother, though she believed Mrs. Bradley planned to spend Christmas with friends in Bath. "But Felix will come, of course," Judith added. Edward nodded. "When does he arrive?" "Who can say with Felix? But he shan't miss Mrs. Moore's mincemeat pie, nor the opportunity to wear out his welcome at Brightwell Court. That I do know." Inwardly, Edward sighed. That was what he was afraid of. A letter from a wife, a mother, and an Englishwoman, in the Examiner, 1818. I have been busily employed in preparing for passing Christmas worthily. My beef and mincemeat are ready, of which my poor neighbours will partake, and my holly and mistletoe gathered. Chapter 14. Olivia witnessed the transformation of Brightwell Court with awe and delight. Mrs. Hinckley, with help from the housemaids and hallboy, dressed the mantels, windows and door frames with entwined greens of rosemary, bay, ivy and yew. The housekeeper then twisted a long garland of holly down the stately staircase. "In remembrance of his crown of thorns," she whispered reverently. Soon the entire manor was imbued with the spicy scent of greenery. Doris, ever scheming, hung a kissing bow and a bunch of mistletoe above the threshold of the servants' hall. Mrs. Hinckley forbade that decoration in any of the public rooms upstairs, fearing the vicar would frown upon the pagan tradition. In the nursery, Olivia guided the children in cutting of silk and gold paper into stars and streamers, with which they festooned their own hearth and walls. She wished she might purchase small gifts for her charges, and for Mrs. Moore besides. Perhaps next year, she thought, and quickly chastised herself. She would not be at Brightwell Court next year. Her mother would come looking for her any day, and only the Lord knew where they would be by next Christmas. In her spare moments, when the children were otherwise occupied or sleeping, Olivia cut, pinned and stitched in secret, creating miniature bedclothes, cushions and pillows for the doll's house. She crafted a tiny embroidery hoop from a small strip of balsa wood, and wound miniature skeins of mending wool from embroidery floss. She painted several miniature landscapes with the supplies in the schoolroom and framed them in old shoe buckles. She even involved Audrey unknowingly, providing her with a tiny piece of canvas and suggesting she try to copy one of the prints on the nursery wall in miniature. Audrey had spent a pleasant afternoon doing so, none the wiser. When the weather allowed, Olivia bore these small offerings out to the carpentry shop in her cape pocket and left them where Lord Bradley would discover them, both relieved and disappointed when he was not there to receive them in person. She hoped he would be pleased, and imagined the crooked smile that would lift one side of his mouth if he was. One morning she had that pleasure. She knocked softly and entered to find him examining one of the wooden blocks he had made for Alexander. "Ah, Miss Keene," he said, "I was just thinking of you." Her nerves tingled to attention. Thinking well of her, or... "I seem to be missing a few of the blocks I made for Alexander. Have you seen any about?" "No," she answered easily. Then she noticed he still studied her as if testing her sincerity. The notion rankled. "Surely you do not accuse me of—" He raised a placating hand. "I only thought you might have seen where I had mislaid them, or inadvertently picked up a few with a reel of cotton or some such." "I did not." He nodded, but he was still searching about the shop, distracted. Disappointed, she set down the miniature paintings and carpets she had made and turned to go. His voice stopped her at the door. "These are excellent, Miss Keene. Truly charming. And the cushions fit the settee perfectly. Well done." She bowed her head in acknowledgement, but felt her pleasure dimmed by the nagging feeling that he had instantly assumed her, trespasser, eavesdropper, thief, responsible for the missing blocks. On the morning of Christmas Eve, once Olivia had made her bed, washed and dressed, she opened her drawer and from under a handkerchief drew forth her mother's small purse. She sat on her bed and opened it on her lap. She picked up the sealed letter and held it up to the weak morning sunlight coming through her window. Nothing was discernible. She looked once more at the script on the outside and ran her fingers over her mother's fine hand. Replacing it, she picked up the old newspaper clipping. She realized this was the announcement of his father's wedding, not the current Lord Bradley's as she had originally guessed. Evidently, Lord Bradley was the title the eldest son used until his father died, and then that son became the next Earl, the next Lord Brightwell. She wondered again why her mother had kept the clipping. Someone scratched on her door and swung it open before Olivia could react. She quickly closed the purse and looked up to find Mrs. Howe regarding her with a lift of her brow. Olivia rose, heart pounding. Now what had she done? She belatedly saw the gown Judith Howe held over her arm. No doubt she needed a lace mending or seam sewn. "Good morning, Miss Keene." Olivia wondered again why her mistress addressed her so, but was pleased by this apparent sign of respect. "I've noticed that you only have one dress." Olivia felt her lips part. She looked down, hoping to hide the blush heating her cheeks. Had she embarrassed the family? Mrs. Howe continued, "As it is Christmas, I thought to give you one of mine." A cast-off dress, Olivia's pride rebelled. Her mistress lifted the dark blue gown on her arm. "I shall never again wear this. Once my mourning has passed, I shall need a whole new wardrobe." The reserved gown certainly befitted Olivia's station. She could hardly imagine Mrs. Howe choosing to wear something so prim and plain before her mourning. Olivia's pride once more urged her to refuse it, but her practical nature compelled her to accept. It was Christmas after all, and had not it stung when Croom refused her offering? She gave Mrs. Howe a quick smile and curtsy and held forth her hands to receive the gift. Later that afternoon, Olivia paused at a tall window in the entry hall, drawn by the sounds of horse hooves and carriage wheels outside. It was not the Brightwell carriage, but rather a travelling coach. She watched as a liveried footman handed down an elegant young lady with a large ornate hat and fur-trimmed cloak. Behind her, a meek-looking woman followed, straightening the woman's cloak as she went. Her Abigail, no doubt. Who was the lady? Someone invited to celebrate Christmas with the family, of course, but who? She had overheard Judith explain to Audrey plans for a more subdued Christmas this year. Lord Bradley would host in his father's stead, while Judith, Olivia guessed, would act the part of hostess. Someone grabbed her arm and Olivia started, but it was only Doris, feather duster in hand. "Come on, love," she whispered. "They don't want you greeting their guest." She pulled Olivia into a nearby closet, just as Hodges swept into the hall and opened the front doors. Dory closed the closet door but for a few inches, and through it peered into the hall where the guest was being received. With a sinking feeling, Olivia watched over Dory's shoulder as the elegant young lady slowly unfastened her cloak. The tall, graceful woman had caramel brown hair, fine features, and large brown eyes. The cape unfastened, Hodges took it from her. Her ivory gown shone with beadwork around a low-cut bodice. A large cameo necklace hung at her throat, and sparkling gems encircled her gloved wrists. Olivia almost whispered, "Who is she?" But before she slipped, Doris said in hushed tones, "That is Miss Harrington. Beautiful, is she not? Her father is an admiral and very wealthy. They say Lord Bradley will marry her for a dowry, even though she is beneath him." Rich and beautiful. The thought pinched like a tight shoe. Olivia fidgeted behind the door. Perhaps Miss Harrington was the important matter Lord Bradley had mentioned, the one that ought to be settled soon, a matter that might be complicated by rumours and threats of exposure. Suddenly, Hodges opened the closet door and Olivia stifled a gasp. Dory put a finger to her lips. The man looked mildly startled to find them there, but as Dory and Olivia flattened themselves against the wall, he moved past them to hang up the lady's cloak. He then backed from the closet and shut the door without a word. They would be reprimanded later, no doubt. "Don't worry, ducky," Doris whispered. "You're not in for it. Maids are supposed to make themselves invisible." Doris cracked open the door again, and Olivia saw that Lord Bradley had joined Miss Harrington in the hall. He bowed before her, then took her hands in his. "Where is the Admiral?" he asked. "Spending a few days with an ailing uncle, but he insisted I come as planned without him."
"I am very glad you did."
Lord Bradley smiled warmly, and Olivia's stomach knotted. He offered Miss Harrington his arm and escorted her from view. Watching them go, Doris said on a sigh, "A shame she's vain as an alabaster bust," she smirked. "And about as soft-hearted." Olivia knew she should hope it wasn't true. Soon after, the Tugwell family and the Lintons arrived to share in an evening of fireside festivities. When Olivia ushered Audrey and Andrew down to the drawing-room, she paused in the threshold to admire the room. The walls were hung with gilt-framed portraits over panels of crimson and green silk. The high windows wore matching draperies, and the chairs and settees were upholstered in rich apple-green velvet. Candles and a crystal chandelier glowed and reflected in the large looking-glass over the marble chimney-piece. The Tugwell boys sat clustered around a card-playing table and were beginning a game of oranges and limes while the adults took tea before a roaring fire. Mr. Tugwell smiled warmly at Olivia from across the room, but his sister's cool glance spoilt the pleasure of the moment. Olivia recognised the elder Mr. Linton as the master of the hunt, and his stout son George as the taunting roan rider, but knew it unlikely that either man would recognise her. She turned to go, but Judith Howe asked her to stay to accompany the children on the pianoforte. Mr. Tugwell's eldest son, Amos, was home from school, and he led his 4 younger brothers in a sweet harmonised performance of Adeste Fidelis, which brought tears to Olivia's eyes as she played. Audrey and Andrew, dressed smartly for the occasion, sang While Shepherds Watched Their Flocks by Night. They matched the Tugwells' enthusiasm, if not their talent. Afterward, Osborne brought in a tray laid with Christmas fare, widgeon, preserved ginger, black butter, sandwiches and tarts. The adults sipped spiced cider and toddies, while the children drank milk punch and syllabub. Olivia could almost taste her mother's thick, sweet syllabub, though none was offered her now. Olivia's Christmases at home had been much quieter affairs, but still, Olivia missed the warm comfort of Christmases past, of sitting beside the hearth with her mother and father, roasting chestnuts, talking and opening small gifts. Her father had usually remained with them all night, rarely taking himself to the Crown and Crow on that holy eve. Sometimes he would give in to Mother's urging and sing Adeste Fidelis, and Olivia never ceased to be amazed at his sweet, haunting voice. If only all of their days could have been as pleasant. Audrey begged for a Christmas ball, saying they had danced last year, and could they not do so again? Finally, the adults roused themselves to the task. Lord Bradley, Felix, George Linton and Mr. Tugwell made quick work of moving aside the heavy armchairs and rolling up the carpet, not wishing to give the servants extra work on Christmas Eve. Again, Olivia was asked to play. They made 5 couples, Edward and Miss Harrington, Felix and homely Miss Charity Linton, Mr. Tugwell and his sister Augusta, George Linton and his mother, Amos Tugwell and Audrey. Judith, claiming her widowhood, and the elder Mr. Linton his gout, contented themselves to watch. Andrew and the younger Tugwell boys went back to their game of Wind the Jack. Olivia wished her playing was better than it was. She had never played for a real ball before, only for the school's dancing master at Miss Cresswell's. She played a country dance and the heel-and-toe rigadoon, and then Miss Tugwell approached the pianoforte and said, "It would be so much easier to dance with a metre regular and a note sharp. I shall relieve you, if you please." Ears and cheeks heating, Olivia rose and dipped a brief curtsy and turned toward the door, hoping to make a quick escape. Mr. Tugwell's voice stopped her. "Miss Keene, will you dance?" An under-nurse asked to dance with the family. Even she knew such a thing was not done. An awkward silence swelled. Olivia shook her head, her whole face burning now.
"But my partner has deserted me. Do have pity on me."
Several in the party exchanged scandalized glances, Miss Harrington among them. Augusta Tugwell clanged a few sharp notes by way of introduction. "Do not be ridiculous, Charles." "Oh, I shall take pity on you, Mr. Tugwell," Judith Howe said, rising. She gave Olivia a quick look of understanding which eased Olivia's embarrassment. Mrs. Howe addressed the vicar once more. "That is, if you do not think it improper."
"Not at all, madam. You are not so recent a widow."
He bowed. A widow and a widower, Olivia thought fleetingly, but could not envision the two as future husband and wife. The next dance commenced with Miss Tugwell playing a vigorous and precise Scottish reel. Its militant pace put Olivia in mind of soldiers marching off to war. Dismissed and feeling lonely, Olivia stole downstairs, hoping to find Mrs. Moore and share a glass of cider with the friendly woman by the warm kitchen hearth. As she passed the servants' hall, a figure shot out from the doorway and clasped her about the shoulders. Startled, she shrieked, just as Johnny kissed her full on the mouth. He smiled impishly and looked above her head. "You're under the kissing bow, Livy, so don't slap me like I see in your eyes a mind to." Her hand itched to do just that, but she resisted. He frowned suddenly. "Did you make a sound just now?" "Oh, no." She hesitated, lifting a shrug. He grinned. "Kissing you has made me addlepated, that's all." He leaned in to kiss her again, but she pulled away. Shaking her head as she walked on, Olivia realized Johnny could not have known she would come below stairs. For whom had he been lying in wait? Perhaps she should have slapped him after all. Coming to the kitchen door, Olivia heard the hum of quiet voices. She paused to peek around the doorjamb. Mrs. Moore sat at a stool pulled up to the table, elbows resting atop it, hands around a large cup before her. Across from her sat Mr. Croom, taking the glass of cider Olivia had hoped for herself. She was stunned to see him there, head bowed, apparently listening to whatever Mrs. Moore was saying. Olivia's selfish disappointment gave way to a nobler emotion, and only the holy day could account for it. For she was glad the crusty hermit was not alone on Christmas Eve. Suddenly the man flew to his feet, nearly toppled the stool he had so recently occupied. "I will thank you, madam, never to ask me again." "Avery," Mrs. Moore soothed, and in low tones attempted to cajole the man into sitting down once more. Olivia did not remain to see if she succeeded. Giving up, Olivia climbed back upstairs. She wished nothing more than to go directly to her room and fall into bed, but she knew she ought to check on the children. Returning to the withdrawing room, she peered in at the partially open doorway. The ball had apparently concluded. She heard only the hum of adult conversation and the occasional burst of youthful laughter. The adults were sitting once more before the fire, while at the table Audrey sat with the Tugwell boys, playing a game of dominoes. It was evident from her wide, adoring eyes that she thought Amos Tugwell a romantic figure. But where was Andrew? Had he already gone upstairs? Olivia turned back to the corridor and saw him, curled up on the padded bench upon which the Tugwell boys had piled their coats, fast asleep. Poor lamb was exhausted. She lowered herself to her haunches before him. "Andrew?" she whispered, forgetting for a moment that she was not to speak. The boy didn't rouse. She gently stroked the brown hair from his forehead. She hated the thought of waking the child, but he was too heavy for her to carry up so many stairs. "Shall I carry him?" a voice asked. Startled, she looked up. Lord Bradley stood above her. She had not heard him step into the corridor. Had he heard her speak Andrew's name? She nodded and silently mouthed, "Thank you." With gentle ease he bent and lifted the boy and carried him toward the stairs. Olivia followed. On their way up to the nursery, Lord Bradley's breathing grew laboured, but he bore the child without pause. When they reached the sleeping chamber, Olivia hurried to assist, pulling back the bedclothes as he laid Andrew on his bed. "Thank you," she whispered, this time aloud. "A great many stairs, that," he said, unashamedly resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath. "I am sorry. I should have tried." "No, of course you should not have. I am only sorry to be so woefully lathered. I shall have to take more regular exercise, I see." Olivia removed Andrew's shoes, wondering where Becky was, but somehow glad the girl was not present just then. She was surprised when Lord Bradley remained. "I shall see to him, my lord. I am sure you wish to return to your party." He blew out a breath between his cheeks. "Not as much as I ought to." He helped her remove Andrew's pantaloons and coat. His miniature neckcloth had long since been discarded somewhere. "Let us leave him sleep as he is," Lord Bradley whispered. She nodded and loosened his shirt at the neck. The billowing white shirt, now untucked, resembled a nightdress at any rate. She pulled up the bedclothes under Andrew's chin. Still Lord Bradley lingered. He bent low and brushed the boy's forelock, much as she had done downstairs. How would it feel, she wondered, to be so gently touched by him, or to stroke his fair hair with her fingers? "He is very like his father," he said softly. "Is he?" "Yes. The dark hair, the cowlick, the impish face, all very like Dominic." "You knew him well?" "Fairly well, yes, though he was 6 or 7 years older than I. Our London house was near to his, and we spent a great deal of time together during several seasons. Dominic was ever kind to me, even before he knew I had a beautiful cousin he might one day marry. He was in love with his Jeanette then, and married her when he was still quite young. He was brought very low when she died. I admit I was surprised he rallied so quickly and married Judith only 18 months later. I should not recover from such a loss so quickly." Nor would I, she thought. But then he had 2 children who needed a mamma. His expression darkened. "Yes." He hesitated, thought better of whatever he was about to say, and instead straightened. "I do appreciate the care you are giving my young cousins, Miss Keene. I am sure their stepmother does as well, if she has not said so." "Thank you, my lord. It is my pleasure." She realized anew that Audrey and Andrew had lost both mother and father. Poor lambs! No wonder Lord Bradley felt so deeply for them. He pursed his lips, then said quietly, "I find it interesting that you address me as my lord when you know better." Her heart pounded to hear him speak of the secret they never discussed. She said, "You call me Miss Keene?" He considered this. "A sign of respect, perhaps?" She nodded, feeling warmth flood her body. "How odd it is," he mused, carrying on, pretending everything is as it once was. He inhaled deeply, then stepped to the door. Once more he hesitated. "And for whatever it is worth, I thought you're playing well. I am sorry you were so rudely dismissed." She felt her ears heat at the recollection. "Think nothing of it. No doubt Miss Tugwell was right." "Well, good night, Miss Keene, and happy Christmas." A few minutes later, Olivia closed the door to the sleeping chamber quietly behind her, wondering how late Audrey would remain downstairs with the guests. Expecting the dark nursery to be empty, she started at the sight of a shadowy figure within. Had Lord Bradley not taken himself back down to his guest as she had thought? But it was Felix's voice that rumbled through the darkness. "You know, Livy, when I came up here a few minutes ago, I could have sworn I heard two voices in secret tete-a-tete. I waited in the shadows to see who would come out after my cousin, and am confounded to find it was you." Heart pounding, Olivia shrugged and shook her head. "Not your voice?" Olivia stared at him, nerves jangling. Felix stepped closer. "Sticking to the mute bit, Olivia nodded. His voice took on silky sweetness. "So, if I were to, say, take your hands," he pressed her hands in his, "you could not ask me to let you go." She stood stone still, her whole body tensing. "And if I wanted to hold you—" He pulled her against him, a surprisingly strong arm grasping her about the waist. "You could not refuse?" She tried to pull free, but could not break his grip. "And if I were to kiss you, you could not protest?" He backed her against the wall, his voice a husky whisper now. "Don't protest, sweet Livy. Please. It is Christmas after all." He leaned near, aiming for her mouth. She turned her face away, and he pressed a hard kiss against her neck. Olivia struggled and finally, pulling one arm free, punched him in the eye. Felix howled and cursed, releasing her to cover his face with his hands. "Livy!" he cried, incredulous. She was already striding quickly from the room. His voice, calling after her, took on a pleading tone. "You needn't have done that. I was only teasing you. Don't go making a fuss." Was he afraid she would march straight to his cousin and report his behaviour? Perhaps she should. She wondered briefly which man feared the other more. But who would believe her word against Felix's? She would take Lord Bradley's secret to the grave. But if Felix Bradley dared touch her again, she would remain silent no longer. From Christmas Eve by Fanny Austin Knight, 1808. We had 12 dances, and 5, 6, or 7 couples. We then had a game of Hunt the Slipper, and ended the day with sandwiches and tarts. I must not omit saying that the little ones dressed up as usual and sang Christmas carols. Chapter 15. On Christmas morning, Olivia arose and ate a leisurely breakfast in her room while Becky, all apologies for disappearing the night before, bathed and dressed the children on her own. Olivia wondered where her mother was spending the day and lifted her teacup in a silent Christmas salute. She again eyed the dark blue gown hanging on the back of her door. She would wear it, she decided, and stood to dress. The gown fit her well, though she was more slender than Mrs. Howe. She guessed the woman had been thinner before her lying in with Alexander. To make the gown her own, Olivia wore her new lace tippet, a Christmas present from Mrs. Moore, as a collar. Stepping into the nursery, she saw Becky struggling to arrange Audrey's hair, so Olivia brushed and pinned it herself. Audrey wore a new long-sleeved pelisse over a printed muslin frock. Andrew wore his Sunday pantaloons, waistcoat, and a new green coat. Olivia escorted the children down to the breakfast room, where they were to join the adults before church. After the tussle of the previous night, Olivia was relieved to find Felix conspicuously absent. Miss Harrington was not present either, though she was staying at Brightwell Court for several days. Upon the sideboard rested a Christmas box for each child. Opening it, Audrey's eyes grew as wide as the coins. 2 guineas!
We are rich,
Andrew exclaimed, lifting his guineas high.
Alexander has his as well, Judith explained. But as he tried to eat them, I shall keep them until he is older.
Lord Bradley laid a hand on each child's head and added warmly, "From Lord and Lady Brightwell, left especially for you before they departed."
Ah, Christmas in Rome,
Judith sighed. Then she turned to Olivia waiting by the door, the children's coats in her arms. She surveyed her figure head to toe.
"You look very well today, Miss Keene,"
she said. Self-conscious, Olivia smiled and dipped a curtsy. Lord Bradley surveyed her as well, but his expression was inscrutable. Olivia was relieved the woman did not announce to Lord Bradley and the hovering Osborne that Olivia wore one of her cast-offs. Felix stumbled in with rumpled hair and a hint of orange whiskers on his chin. The young man looked worse for drink from the night before. Olivia knew the look, greenish-pale complexion, hollow eyes. She also noticed his bruised eyelid, which she could attribute to drink as well, at least indirectly. Judith greeted her brother pleasantly.
"Good morning, Felix. Mrs. Moore made mincemeat pie, your favourite."
"All I want is coffee."
"What happened to your eye, Felix?" Lord Bradley asked.
"Oh."
Felix stole the briefest glance at Olivia.
I ran into an unexpected obstacle in the dark."
He poured coffee with less than steady hands.
"I shall be my old self after coffee. A few more hours' sleep, a bath and shave. I won't manage church, I am afraid."
He stirred sugar into his cup.
"I wouldn't wait for Miss Harrington either. To hear her father tell it, her little feet do not hit the floor until 12 most days."
Breakfast completed, Mrs. Howe, Lord Bradley and the children rode in the carriage the short distance up the lane and around the high wall that separated Brightwell Court from St. Mary's. Glad to be allowed to attend, Olivia walked beside Doris along with the handful of other servants who could be spared from their duties. Once inside the vestibule, Olivia followed Dory up into the gallery to sit with the other servants. She had never sat in a gallery before. At home, she and her mother sat on the main floor of the chapel, with a small clutch of congregants who came out for Sunday services, her father not among them. Doris patted her knee and they settled in for the service. There was a feeling of camaraderie there in the gallery, the silent smiles shared among servants from different houses who saw one another on occasional Sundays and rarely any other time. There were also winks and good-natured elbows in the side of a fellow groom or housemaid. Doris, she soon realized, attended only to flirt with men servants she would otherwise not see. The girl was fellow mad. Down below, on the second pew from the front, Olivia saw Lord Bradley, flanked by Audrey and Andrew. Beside Audrey, Judith stood in a black mantle and smart black hat with a half veil of silver gossamer lace. Alexander was too young to be quiet for church and had been left home with Nurse Peel. Olivia wondered how Andrew would manage to be still so long. How unlike his usual self he looked fidgeting in his Sunday coat, brown hair slicked down. Audrey, however, stood sedately and gracefully in her bonnet and gown, her gloved hand in Lord Bradley's. They looked like a family, husband, wife and children. Would they be one some day, once Judith's mourning was past? Mr. Tugwell kept his sermon surprisingly brief, saying only thoughts of the sumptuous feast awaiting him could still his tongue on such a glorious day. He reminded the congregation that he and his good sister were once again holding an annual open hearth, and all were invited to drop in for a buffet meal. At the close of the service, Olivia stood and glanced once more down at Lord Bradley and the Howes, who were rising and gathering their things and smiling at their neighbours. Lord Bradley reached across the pew and shook hands with a man behind him. As the man turned, Olivia started. The man's profile struck her as familiar. She had seen him before. The man glanced up into the gallery, and Olivia quickly turned her head, hoping her bonnet would conceal her face. She did not wish to be recognized. Could not be recognized. Who was the man? She wanted to look again, but dared not. Someone from home? Someone from Withington, visiting family or friends? Someone who knew Lord Bradley? Olivia's heart pounded, and she prayed the man would not be following them home for Christmas dinner. Feigning a search for something in her reticule, Olivia waved Doris on and managed to be the last person to exit the gallery. As she hoped, the familiar gentleman, along with most everyone else, was gone. At the door, Mr. Tugwell exchanged well-wishes or a happy Christmas with the last few members of his congregation as they filed out. Miss Tugwell stood at his elbow, handing out small bags tied in rag ribbon. How generous. She noticed Miss Tugwell eyeing each person as she offered a gift. When she surveyed Olivia's new gown, she whispered, "You haven't use for wheat, I trust, Miss Keene?" Thinking of Mr. Croom, Olivia nodded and held out her hand. Augusta Tugwell ignored it. "Foolish notion in these times, when I think of the price of wheat." Mr. Tugwell glanced over, eyes flicking from Olivia's extended hand to the bag in his sister's clutches. "Sister, Miss Keene is awaiting her gift." He smiled at Olivia while Augusta Tugwell only sniffed and relinquished the bag. Edward found himself foolishly nervous while waiting for his young cousins to open their presents. He certainly hoped Miss Keene was correct and Audrey would like the doll's house, though she was not a little girl any longer. "Mind your expectations," he said. "These are only things I made in the carpentry shop. Nothing new from the London shops, I am afraid." Miss Harrington sat with perfect posture in the armchair beside his. She looked refreshed and elegant in a primrose gown with a white fichu tucked into the neckline. Felix sat slumped on the settee, more clear-eyed and certainly better groomed than he had been that morning. Judith perched on the settee's other end, little Alexander on the floor before her, sitting up of his own accord, but with his mamma nearby to catch him should he topple. Judith set Edward's wrapped gift before the little boy, but Alexander seemed more interested in grabbing the silver buckles on his mother's slippers. Judith tore away the stiff paper for him, revealing the set of blocks, each carved with a letter, number, and animal. "Look, Alexander! Cousin Edward has made such handsome blocks for you." She held one up. "What a charming fox, Edward! I am impressed. Look, Alexander! F for fox. And this one has a D on it, and a very fine duckling." Edward stared at the blocks as Judith fussed over them, still as confused as he had been when, 2 by 2, they had reappeared in the shop. He had carved simple numbers and letters on each, but now they bore detailed images of animals as well. Had Miss Keene carved the blocks as well as sewn all the cushions and draperies so skillfully? If so, she had never said a word. Somehow he could not imagine Miss Keene with a carving knife, but who else would have done so? "Did you really make those yourself?" Miss Harrington asked. Edward hesitated. "I had help with the carving." Felix held up his hands. "Don't look at me." "An anonymous Christmas elf," Edward said dryly. Without waiting to be asked, Andrew ripped the paper from his elongated parcel. "Stab me!" he cried, mimicking his uncle Felix. "Andrew, that is not polite," Judith admonished. But the boy paid little heed. A brand new cricket bat! A ball, too! He lifted the ball as if to give it a good thwack. Edward quickly stilled his small arms. "That is an outside gift, young man." "Oh, but it is winter." "We shall bundle up tomorrow and see how it cracks, all right?" Andrew dug the toe of his shoe into the carpet a bit sullenly. "All right." "Is it my turn?" Audrey asked quietly, looking up at her cousin with shy eyes. Edward nodded, feeling his palms dampen as he watched the girl carefully begin to tug at the cloth covering her gift. "I am afraid I hadn't enough paper for yours." Slowly, Audrey pulled the cover toward her. "Just give it a good rip, Aud," Andrew encouraged. "Shall I?" "Leave your sister be, Andrew," Judith said. Please let her like it, Edward thought. He almost wished sophisticated Sybil Harrington were not on hand to witness his failure, if failure it would be. Audrey's eyes grew round and rather stunned as she took in the house, which came up nearly to her shoulders. "It is Brightwell Court," she breathed. She looked at him uncertain. His spirits fell. She does not like it. "Is it really for me?" she asked. "Yes, though if you are too old for dolls, I shall not be offended." "Look!" Audrey cried, kneeling before the open stories, the many chambers, and even a grand staircase. "There is the drawing room where we are right now, and up there is the nursery." Edward felt the scrutiny of others and turned to find both Judith and Miss Harrington studying him with stunned incredulity. "How long did it take you to build this?" Judith asked. He waved aside her awe. "Oh, I have worked on it for several months on and off when I had the time." Audrey looked up at her stepmother. "Look! It is the very settee you are seated upon. It even has a cushion." Judith's fair brows rose as she looked from the miniature piece of furniture to Edward. "If you tell me you made that as well, I shall not believe you." "I had some help with the sewing and furnishings." "The Christmas elf again?" Miss Harrington asked, one dark brow quirked high. He thought it was wiser not to mention any names. Audrey looked up with wide eyes. "I painted this miniature landscape myself and never guessed what it was for." After several more minutes of exclaiming over favourite details, Audrey stood before him and made a graceful curtsy. "Thank you, Cousin Edward. It is the finest gift I have ever received." Judith looked mildly offended, opened her pink lips, then shut them again. Edward had not thought to outdo anybody. He simply wanted to please these children, these offspring of his friend, gone from this world. Did they not deserve some special happiness this day? He bowed to Audrey in his best courtly manner, and then took her hand in his and pressed it. "You are most welcome, my dear Audrey." When he looked up once more, Judith's expression had transformed into one of speculative approval. Miss Harrington looked from Judith to him and appeared not pleased at all. As the children began to play with the doll's house, Felix turned to him and asked, "Remember that raft you built, Edward?" "Sink me, not that old yarn." A mischievous sparkle lit Felix's green eyes. "You see, Miss Harrington, the great Noah here built us a fine raft when we were lads, big enough to hold the two of us and that terrier. What was its name?" "I don't recall." "At all events, we put in near the Brightwell Bridge and the current bore us swiftly. Only when we passed the church, there where the river widens, did Edward realise he had neglected to fashion either rudder or oar." Self-conscious, Edward chuckled and shook his head. "But the raft was seaworthy, I admit.
Felix continued. "Took us all the way to Arlington Mill and would have taken us further had Edward not grabbed hold of a low-lying branch and pulled us into the mill leat." He eyed his cousin. "Don't tell me you don't remember." "I remember the miller was none too pleased, that I do recall." "Whatever happened to that raft, I wonder?" Felix said. "I hope Andrew does not stumble upon it, or we should never see that wag pirate again." "Don't fear. I am sure that old thing has gone the way of most everything else I built in those days. Mother quietly disposed of it while I was at Oxford." "Never say so. Such a work of art. Although after that excursion I am quite sure you shan't have a career in shipbuilding." "Nor would I want one." Felix leaned back in his chair. "You have no need of a career, of course. It is only I who must find some way to eke out my existence."
"You make it sound as if you shall have to earn a living from the soil or some such," Miss Harrington said kindly. "Surely with a degree from Balliol it shall not come to that."
"No," he said. "I cannot fancy Felix Bradley yeoman farmer."
"Nor I," Judith said. "What will you take up?" Miss Harrington asked. "Have you decided?"
"I have not. I have no interest in the church, detest the thought of fighting a war, haven't a head for the law." "Come now," Edward said. "You are as clever as the next fellow, and will have your degree in due course. There must be something you're interested in." "I am interested in a great many things, but none with prodigious remuneration. I suppose I had my heart set on remaining a gentleman, as my father and his father before him."
"And why not?"
Judith said blithely. "Because, as you well know, Jude, Father left us with very little but debts to live on. Uncle is generous indeed, but I cannot expect him to support a wife and children as well."
"Wife and children?"
Judith straightened, suddenly alert.
"My goodness, Felix, are you engaged? I had not the slightest notion you planned to marry soon."
Her brother flushed deeply. "No, not engaged. No plans as yet. Only hopes." He smiled almost shyly at Miss Harrington. "I have not yet had the good fortune of meeting the perfect woman, as has Edward."
Miss Harrington's delicate complexion glowed pink while Edward grew uneasy.
Felix slapped Edward on the shoulder, then added with bravado, "But Edward won't be the only Bradley to marry well. Upon my soul, he won't."
Olivia sneaked away to leave the bag of wheat on Croom's doorstep. As she turned to leave, she saw him bent low at the far edge of the clearing, laying a wreath of yew boughs on the ground. She wondered what he was about, but, recalling his temper, decided not to interrupt him. When she returned to the nursery, she was surprised to find Lord Bradley sitting on the settee beside Alexander and his new blocks. He looked up when she entered.
"I had no notion you could carve as well as sew, Miss Keene. Your talents are legion."
She frowned and, after glancing about to make certain no one else was in the nursery, whispered, "I am afraid you overestimate me, my lord. I carved nothing. I thought you did."
"I carved simple numbers and letters on each, and now they have animals carved into them as well. This H block has quite a detailed hound on it."
He picked another block at random from the stack.
"And the B has a bird of some type." He lifted the block toward her. "What do you make out?"
Olivia walked near and took the block from his outstretched hand, examining the skillful carving. To her it looked very like a partridge. The thought of animals brought the old gamekeeper to mind. "You don't think Mr. Croom—"
"I would be exceedingly surprised."
Olivia nodded. So would she. Lord Bradley rose and cleared his throat. "Well, thank you again for all your assistance." He withdrew a folded banknote and extended it toward her. "Here is a little something for your trouble." She ought to have been grateful, but instead felt oddly deflated to be offered payment for what had been an act of friendship, to be reminded once more of the true nature of their relationship, that she was simply another servant in his employ. "No, thank you," she said, and turned away. Olivia spent the afternoon helping the children fill Christmas boxes for the servants, which they would disperse on Boxing Day tomorrow. Then she took Audrey and Andrew down to the dining room, where the family gathered for Christmas dinner at the early hour of 4 o'clock. After the meal, all of the servants were invited in to share a glass and toast the season. How strange it felt to stand in the dining room with Mrs. Moore, Doris, Johnny and the others as invited guests. Croom was not among them, nor did anyone seem to miss him. Audrey and Andrew sang carols once more, this time without accompaniment. As they sang, Olivia felt Johnny's eyes on her, but did not look his way. She did peek at Doris, who winked at her. Martha, she noticed, watched the children with tears in her eyes. When they finished, the men servants dipped into their coat pockets, and the women into their apron pockets, and the children collected the proffered coins. Perhaps seeing her confusion, Mrs. Moore leaned close and explained in a whisper that this money would later be given to the poor. Olivia wished she had known. She would have brought down one of her last remaining coins, still tacked inside the little purse. Olivia hoped her mother did not miss the money. Did her mother miss her? This was the first Christmas the two of them had spent apart, but Olivia feared it only the beginning of many lonely Christmases to come. Where was she? Olivia lifted her glass to her mouth. She had no taste for wine, but she hoped the action would conceal the trembling of her lips. From The Complete Servant, by Samuel and Sarah Adams. In your manner to your servants, be firm and kind, without being familiar. Never converse familiarly with them, unless on business, or on some point connected with their improvement. Chapter 16. 12th night festivities over, guests gone, and the house quiet once more, Edward sat down to enjoy his coffee and newspaper in peace. Hodges came in as stealthily as ever and held the letter tray before him. Edward picked up the single piece of post and thanked the butler, who disappeared as silently as he had come. Glancing at the letter, Edward recognized the handwriting and noted the unfamiliar postal markings. The ink was smeared, but he believed it read Roma. Across the table, Judith eyed the letter over her teacup. "How exotic looking! Who is it from?" "Father." Nibbling daintily at her toasted muffin, Judith regarded him with eager eyes. "I do hope they are enjoying their time abroad." He hoped it wasn't bad news. With hands suddenly damp and clumsy, he broke the sealing wax and unfolded the letter. "My dear Edward, I am grieved to inform you that your mother has left us. Left her suffering and this world for brighter shores. She died peacefully in her sleep, with me holding her hand. I am returning home directly, and should arrive by the 10th, God and tides willing. Your loving father, Brightwell." A spear of grief pierced him. His mother, gone. Had she been frightened of dying, or accepting of her fate? Thank God she had died peacefully, and with her husband by her side. Some adolescent part of him was relieved to have been spared the sight of his mother's death, but the nobler part of his heart wished he had been there, to have heard any last words she might have said to him, to have told her he loved her. No matter the past, no matter what, to say, "Until we meet again." He recalled their tender parting as she left for Italy. How glad he was that he had kissed her cheek and bid her a fond farewell, not guessing it would be their last. Almighty God, he prayed, please comfort my father.
"Edward?" Judith asked. "What is it?"
He swallowed the lump in his throat. Lady Brightwell has died.
Judith's hand flew to her heart. "Oh, Edward, I am sorry."
She leapt to her feet and stepped around the table, laying a hand on his shoulder. He reached up and pressed it with his own. "Thank you." After a moment he stood and excused himself, wanting to be alone. He went upstairs, shut himself in his study, and there read the letter once more. He noticed that his father had ended with his title, a title Edward had once thought would be his one day, and now it might all be gone, his future, his very name. But at the moment he could not care. He laid his forehead on his fist and wept for his mother, for his bereaved father, for himself. A lost boy losing the only mother he had ever known. News of Lady Brightwell's death spread quickly through the manor. Olivia ached over Lord Brightwell's loss of his wife, for Lord Bradley's loss as well. She wondered how he was, wished she might somehow comfort him. If she were to receive such news of her mother, she knew she would be devastated indeed. The following day dawned dreary and rainy, which seemed to echo the general mood of the house. In the afternoon, the melancholy children even succumbed to rare naps. Not allowed that luxury, Olivia searched the schoolroom for another book for Andrew. Finding none to suit, she wrote the title she sought on a piece of paper. Mrs. Howe, dressed in dull black bombazine, entered the nursery, delivering Alexander back to Nurse Peel. Olivia politely held the note before her mistress with a questioning lift of her brows. Mrs. Howe assured her they'd had a copy of the History of Little Goody Two-Shoes in the nursery, but perhaps it had been returned to the library by an overzealous housemaid. Declaring her intention to return to her own room to nap as well, Judith stepped to the door.
"Has she your leave, then, to go into the lordship's library?" Nurse Peel asked.
Yes, yes." Mrs. Howe waved her hand dismissively. "There is no one to disturb." Lighting a candle lamp against the darkening rooms, Olivia made her way downstairs to the library. She knocked softly, and when no one answered, let herself in. The muted aromas of cigars, leather, and musty draperies greeted her. Lifting her candle high, she surveyed the room. Tall bookcases were fitted between draped windows and across the entire rear wall. At the front of the room stood an impressive desk, and two high-backed chairs faced a dark fireplace. Placing her candle on the table near the wall of books, Olivia began skimming the titles. She felt self-conscious and presumptuous about poking about the Earl's library, but reminded herself she was looking for a book for the children. Suddenly the library door opened behind her, and Olivia whirled about. An older gentleman stumbled in with his own candle lamp, clearly exhausted and dressed in a rumpled suit of clothes. Setting down his lamp, he slumped into a chair and did not even seem aware that she was there. Lord Brightwell, she realized. For a long moment, Olivia found she could not move,
could not take her eyes off the bent, blonde grey head, nor the agony etched in the wrinkled brow. Remembered images filled her mind. She saw the Earl holding his wife, comforting her with gentle words, tenderly stroking her cheek and kissing her. She had never known a husband could so love a wife, and now he had lost her. Impulsively, Olivia ran to him. She knelt before his chair and gently took his limp hand in her own. His eyes flew open in surprise. "My lord," she whispered, all vows of silence forgotten, "I am so sorry." Tears blurred her vision, obscuring and then magnifying his reaction. He squinted hard, then his eyes widened, and his mouth parted in shock. Olivia read his thunderstruck expression as revulsion that a servant should address him, touch him. She released his hand, her face growing hot, and lowered her eyes. "I am sorry," she whispered again, rising to her feet. "Miss Keene!" came a stunned gasp. Judith Howe stood in the threshold, hand on the door latch. "What in the world are you doing? Return to the nursery at once!" Head bowed, Olivia walked quickly toward the door, not missing the look of apologetic concern Judith gave Lord Brightwell. "I did not know you had returned, uncle. I shall see that you are not disturbed further." Olivia felt two sets of eyes follow her from the room. When the summons came the next morning, Olivia stiffened, but was not surprised. She had been expecting it. "I acted on impulse," she silently defended herself. "I meant no harm." What would Lord Bradley be angrier about, she fretted, as she took the stairs down? That she had dared speak with his father, or that she had spoken at all? She entered the study as bid, shut the door, and stood rigidly before his desk. Lord Bradley rose. "I wish to speak to you about my father," he began evenly. Olivia lifted her chin, holding her head high. "Miss Keene?" She met his gaze coolly, making a great effort to show no emotion. "Though one might never guess it from looking at you," he said wryly, "my father seems to think you are quite a compassionate young woman. What did you say to him last night?" She stared at him, bewildered. "Yes, he told us you spoke to him." Judith assured him he must have been distraught, imagined it, because you are a dumb mute. He pronounced the final words with relish. "Tell me what you said to make such an impression." Olivia felt her brow furrow, as perplexed by the Earl's supposed reaction as Lord Bradley clearly was. "All I said was how sorry I was." He raised a brow. "What else?" "Nothing." Her mind scrambled to recall further details. An odd light crept into his eyes. "Then what did you do? Show me. Show me what you did, what you said, and how you said it." She huffed in frustration. "But I cannot. He walked in and caught me unawares. The grief on his face was so devastating, his love for your mother so obvious. I was moved to act. It was an impulse. I did not think." He stepped around the desk and leaned back against it, arms crossed. "Show me." "But you are not—" She stopped suddenly as a swift ache swelled in her chest. How could she be worried about defending herself when his mother had just died, the only mother he had ever known? She knew what it was like to love and miss a mother. It was ever-present pain. Unbidden, tears filled her eyes. The man before her was pretending to be so hard, so aloof, but inside he was a boy who had just lost his mamma. Edward saw the transformation cross her countenance and stared, mesmerized. When her eyes filled with tears,
His chest tightened and his own eyes burned. He watched silently as she approached and stood before him, eyes wide, face pale and pained. She placed her slim fingers on his hand and drew it into both of hers, enveloping it in her warm grasp. Edward drew in a shaky breath. "I am sorry, my lord," she whispered, gaze locked into his. "I am so sorry." Edward sank into her vivid blue eyes, finding beauty and empathy there, solace and peace. For a moment he forgot his father, forgot his mother, forgot everything. When he did not move or speak, Miss Keene laid her soft cheek against his hand. As Edward gazed down at her lovely profile, his free hand lifted of its own accord as if to stroke her hair. He barely resisted the impulse. "It must be so hard to lose your mother," she murmured. He tensed immediately. This had been no ploy to seek her sympathy. He did not need a servant's pity or attentions, no matter how lovely she was. He straightened and said sternly, "We were not speaking of me." She quickly dropped his hand and stepped back, unable to meet his eyes, clearly embarrassed to find herself in such an intimate position, a position she had initiated. He would not reveal how her nearness affected him, would not be overcome as his father had been. "I must say," he began, hoping his voice would not waver and betray him, "I am very impressed with your acting ability. You might have a future in the theatre if you like. I can see why father was taken with you, a woman half his age throwing herself at him. It was not like that. And you spoke to him." "I could not help it. How many others have you spoken to?" Edward felt his anger rising, but knew it had little to do with the fact that Miss Keene had spoken a few words to his father. It was his father's reaction to her that annoyed him, and if he were honest with himself, his own reaction as well. "I am sorry, truly I am, but as Mrs. Howe said, your father was distraught. He may not remember clearly the events of last evening. He need never see me again, and the whole business shall be forgotten." "Au contraire," Edward drawled. "He wishes to see you tomorrow afternoon." From What Jane Austen Ate and Charles Dickens Knew, by Daniel Poole. The undertaker would provide professional mourners, or mutes, dressed in black to stand about and lend dignity to the affair. Chapter 17. Olivia smoothed the bodice of the dark blue dress with trembling fingers as she walked downstairs and across the hall to the library the next afternoon. Becky had taken the children outside for her, and Olivia would much rather have been with them than on her way to this appointed meeting with the Earl of Brightwell. What could the Earl want with her? Certainly there was nothing to Lord Bradley's innuendo. She shuddered. No, it could not be. He could not have so misread her sympathy. She took a deep breath and knocked. "Come in." She stepped in and closed the door behind her, heart pounding. Would he reprimand her, or worse? The Earl was sitting in one of the high-backed chairs near the fire, but he rose when she entered. "Please," he beckoned. "Come here, child. You have nothing to fear from me." Olivia swallowed and walked forward. As she approached, Lord Brightwell watched her closely, his face wearing that same stunned expression of the first night. Had he not asked to see her? He quietly bid, "Do sit down." She complied and clasped damp palms in her lap. He cleared his throat. "Miss Keene, My son has told me of the circumstances of your arrival. You need not keep silent with me."
His voice was gentle, but she noticed his gracious choice of words. She felt a new stab of regret. "My lord, it was not my intention to eavesdrop." He lifted a hand.
"That is not why I asked you here. And though I am not certain I approve of his actions, I know Edward has the family's best interests at heart. Miss Keene, when you spoke with me the other night—" "I apologize for my familiarity, my lord." "Do not apologize, please." His vehemence surprised her. "My own family have been treating me like a leper. Yours was the only true warmth I received all day."
Olivia felt tentative pleasure at his words, and studied her clasped hands. Feeling his gaze upon her profile, she looked up to find him studying her.
"We have not met?" he asked softly.
"No, my lord. I saw you and your wife from a distance the night before you left, but that is all."
"May I ask where you come from?"
She hesitated. "To the north and west of here, near Cheltenham." He watched her, slowly shaking his head in disbelief or some unfathomable wonder. Leaning forward, he rested his elbows on his knees and made a poor attempt to sound casual.
"Miss Keene, may I ask about your family?"
She felt the old pain in her stomach and twisted on her chair. "What would you like to know?"
"What your parents are like, where they are from."
She latched onto the first part of his question. "My mother is a wonderful woman." The Earl's face brightened.
"Yes?"
"She is kind and lovely, intelligent and patient. She loves to laugh." Olivia hesitated, trying to remember the last time she had heard her mother laugh. Lord Brightwell nodded, clearly eager for more information. But why, Olivia wondered.
"Go on."
But tears had filled her eyes, and she bit her lip to hold them back. The Earl said quietly,
"You miss her?"
"Very much," Olivia whispered.
"And your father?"
She swallowed, lowering her gaze.
"He is clever in his own way, quick with numbers, ambitious, forthright."
"But?" he prompted. She took a shaky breath.
"He is changeable, often angry."
"Does he ill-use you, my dear?"
"No, never."
"Your mother?" She looked down at her hands. "He sometimes lashes out at her with harsh words, accusations and threats, but never with his hands until—"
"Until?"
She looked away from his earnest eyes and changed the subject. "He was not always so, but now I am afraid there is not much warmth between us."
"I am sorry to hear it."
"Still, I never meant—" She stopped herself.
"Never meant what, Miss Keene?"
She saw the compassion in his eyes and was tempted to tell him the whole story. "Never mind." He handed her his handkerchief.
"Pray forgive me, Miss Keene. I did not mean to upset you."
"There is nothing to forgive," she said, wiping her eyes. "You are the one suffering the deepest loss." Tears brightened his eyes.
"Yes, a great loss. My wife was dear to me indeed. But there was a time when there was not much warmth between us either."
She wiped her eyes. "I struggle to credit it."
"It is true, but I confide it only to give you hope. Perhaps your father may warm to you in time. Miss... May I ask your Christian name? I am quite certain Edward never told me.
My given name is Olivia, but most people here call me...
Olivia?
He breathed, visibly stunned.
I know. I suppose 'tis rather lofty for a girl in service.
Olivia,
he repeated. His eyes held both triumph and anguish.
Your mother, she...
He faltered.
Is her name Dorothea Hawthorne?
Olivia stared at him dumbly. No. She slowly shook her head. It is Dorothea Keene. They stared into one another's eyes until Olivia whispered, "How do you know my mother?" He shook his head in wonder.
I thought it must be so when first I saw you. I thought I was seeing a ghost, or an angel. Dorothea's daughter. I can hardly believe it. How is she? When did you last see her?
It is above 2 months now. He nodded.
Were you still under your parents' roof before you came here, or did you have a situation elsewhere?
I had a position, but I lived at home.
Then may I ask, why did you leave? Did something happen, or did you merely come seeking a situation?
She hesitated. I cannot tell you, my lord. You must forgive me. Concern shone from his face.
But she is well, I trust?
Tears burned in her eyes once more. Her whisper was as hoarse as when her voice had first returned.
I do not know. Do you wish to return home? Edward would allow it if I...
She shook her head. I cannot go back. Anxious to divert the conversation, Olivia asked again, How are you acquainted with her? You never said.
Do you not know?
Lord Brightwell's pale eyes twinkled.
She had a post here herself.
Olivia shook her head.
Dorothea was governess to my half-sisters, much younger than I. She was all the things you said, lovely, kind, clever.
He looked as if he were about to say something else, then hesitated.
I would like to talk further with you, but, considering the unfortunate circumstances, perhaps that discussion should wait.
Thinking of the funeral to come, Olivia nodded her solemn agreement. Questions trembled on her lips, but she held them back. She was not perfectly certain she wished to know the answers. A dark cloud hung over Brightwell Court over the next days, rendering the place bright no longer. Judith Howe returned to full mourning attire of dull black bombazine and crepe. A horde of men in black coats, black hats, and armbands descended on the place like a flock of crows. Mr. Tugwell called in several times as well, pressing hands and murmuring condolences to family and servants alike. In preparation for mourning, Judith Howe ordered a new black frock for Audrey from Miss Ludlow's shop. In the meantime, Olivia added several inches of black lace around the hem of Audrey's sole black dress, to accommodate the girl's added height since her father's death. She also removed the shiny buckles from Andrew's black shoes and replaced the gilt buttons on his dark coat with simple black ones. The children would not be attending the funeral itself, but were asked to join the assembled company beforehand. When Olivia led the children downstairs to deliver them to the drawing-room, she heard the low rumble of sombre conversation from within, where mourners ate cold meat and pie and shared remembrances of the past and wonderings about the future. In the corridor, Felix stood, wearing the black gloves and scarf of a pallbearer. He greeted her and the children with a solemn bow, his flirtations and winks for once blessedly absent.
From Nurse Peel, Olivia had learned that Felix and Judith had spent a great deal of time at Brightwell Court as children, though their parents had not, and it was clear he felt the loss of his aunt keenly. The tentative, woebegone expression he wore made him look very like the little boy he must once have been. Olivia, of course, would attend neither the service at the church nor the funeral. But from the nursery window she watched the slow cortege of hearse and mourners make its way to St. Mary's and, afterward, the long procession of mourning carriages pulled by horses draped in black velvet, with black feathers on their heads, leave the drive on their way to the Escort family vault. Olivia heard the church bells toll 6 times, to indicate the passing of a woman. Then, after a pause, 1 peal for each year of Lady Brightwell's life. The slow, regular succession of peals struck Olivia's heart, and she prayed comfort for Lord Brightwell and Lord Bradley long after the last echo died away. From Introduction to the Complete Servant, by Pamela Horn. When one of the maids was found to be pregnant, although Parson Woodford did not re-engage her at the end of her annual hiring, he gave her an extra 4 shillings, on going away, to supplement her wages. Chapter 18. Sitting with his father in the library on a quiet January evening, Edward once more read the brief, threatening note his father had first shown him on the eve of the ill-fated trip to Italy. "I know your secret. Tell him, or I shall." The hand was fine, neat, perhaps purposely ordinary and unadorned. Who wrote it? He wondered for the 1,000th time. Not to mention the excruciating hours he'd spent pondering its ramifications. He had been waiting for the proper time to raise the issue once again, and now that his father was home and the funeral a week past, he thought the moment might be right. He looked up when his father mumbled over some bit of parliamentary news in the Morning Post. Folding up the paper, the Earl said, "Your mother's health being what it was this last year, I had no trouble receiving a leave for this session. How glad I am of that now." Lord Brightwell rose and poured himself a glass of port. "I also appreciate your taking over the running of things here, Edward, during my absence and now. I own I am still not fit for it." Edward nodded his understanding as his father flopped down in his favourite chair near the fire. "Some day you will take my seat in Parliament as well. How I wish I might be there when you receive your writ of summons, hear you read the oath, and see you sign the test roll." Lord Brightwell raised his glass in mock toast, then continued, "A young man with your mind, Edward. Why, it is such a waste you must wait to serve your country until after I am dead and buried." "At this point, it does not look as though I shall be taking your seat at all." "Never say so, my boy. We are not undone yet. It was only one letter, and a vague one at that. Suspicions at best." "Perhaps, but true nonetheless." Lord Brightwell made no reply, but only stared into the fire. Seizing the lull, Edward took a deep breath and asked quietly, "Are you ready to tell me about it?" "Tell you about what?" "Everything. Where I came from, who my mother was, my father." The older man huffed, eyes still focused on the flames. "Your mother was Marian Escort Bradley, Lady Brightwell. The woman who bore you was an agreeable girl of humble birth." "And my father?" "And do not say Oliver Stanton Bradley, for you have already admitted I am not your son." "Of course you are." "Are you telling me you are my father after all? Some poor dairymaid bore your child?" "No, I was faithful to your mother.
But you are my son. Perhaps not legally speaking, not heirs male of the body, and all that, but in every other way you are."
Edward slammed his fist on the desk.
"Not good enough. Who am I? Who is my father? Who is the woman who bore me?" "Do you really want to know, my boy? It does not signify." "Does not signify? Faith, of course it does."
Edward paced the room.
"You know I do not hold to all this fiddle-faddle about noble birth and blood. You have been raised by me. You are mine. You are just as much a Bradley as I am."
"Few in England would agree with you, sir. None in the peerage, I assure you." Edward dropped into the armchair beside his father's and leaned forward.
"Who was she? What was her name?"
Lord Brightwell ran an agitated hand through his fair, thinning hair.
"She was a modest, God-fearing young woman. Her father, a trusted man of trade."
"How did you know her?"
He threw up his hand. "She was engaged as a kitchen maid. Happy? Or perhaps a housemaid. At any rate, I barely knew her."
Edward groaned. It was as he feared. He shook his head as though his brain refused the information. "My mother was a servant." "And my father? Let me guess. The footboy? The coalmonger? A poacher?"
"No."
The Earl clenched his jaw.
"I am afraid it is worse than that."
Edward stared at him, stunned. But no matter how hard Edward pressed him, Lord Brightwell would tell him no more.
"In due time," was all he would say.
Mrs. Hinckley stood at the study door, twisting her hands.
"My lord, might I have a word?"
"Of course, Mrs. Hinckley, come in." Edward waited until she closed the door and approached his desk. "What is it?"
"It is about the maid, Martha. You said to ask after Christmas what was to be done about her. But then, with Lady Brightwell passing and all—"
"Yes, I understand." Inwardly, Edward sighed under the burden of responsibility. The Earl still insisted on delegating such decisions to him.
"Has she told you who the father is?"
"No, my lord. She's too frightened to tell."
"Frightened? Why?"
"She said if she tells, she shall have to leave and has no place to go. I told her if she did tell, perhaps you could make the man take responsibility. But she insists she can only stay if she does not tell."
Edward felt his brow wrinkle, wondering why on earth the girl would think such a thing, and who might have given her that assurance. One of the men servants? Felix? He looked up from his thoughts to see Mrs. Hinckley eyeing him speculatively. "Now, Mrs. Hinckley, you know better than to suppose."
"Of course not, my lord. The girl is just being foolish, no doubt."
"Foolish indeed. Does she think this an orphan asylum? A home for unwed mothers?" Mrs. Hinckley dropped her head.
"Am I to put her out, then, my lord?"
she asked, her voice reedy with fear.
"It is what is done, I know."
Edward winced. How easily he would have done so only a few months before. He sat quietly for a moment and then exhaled a deep breath. "No, Mrs. Hinckley, you are not to put her out. Tell her she may stay as long as you are satisfied with her work, until the delivery of her child. If she can find someone to mind the child, she may return to her post in due time. Otherwise, she may leave with a reference. But Mrs. Hinckley, assure the girl that her refusal to name the father had nothing to do with my decision. Is that clear?"
"Yes, my lord."
Mrs. Hinckley expelled a rush of air and relief.
"Thank you, my lord."
She beamed at him as she backed toward the door. He realized he had never before seen her smile so warmly. It was not until several weeks after the funeral that Lord Brightwell sent Osborne to once again ask Olivia to join him in the library at her earliest convenience. Waiting only long enough to finish plaiting Audrey's hair and hand Andrew a book, she left the children with Becky and Nurse Peel and made her way downstairs. When she entered the hall, Osborne came forward from his post and opened the library door, but did not bother to announce her. Stepping inside, she found the Earl sitting at his desk, bent over a ledger. So focused was he that he did not look up when she entered. "Dash it," he muttered. "I cannot make out these figures." She waited until Osborne had shut the door behind her, shielding her from his too curious eyes and ears. Lord Brightwell looked up when the door latched. "Ah, Olivia, my dear." She approached his desk and offered quietly. "Might I help, my lord?" He waved his hand dismissively over the ledger. "My eyesight is failing, and there is not a blind thing I can do about it." "Except make bad puns?" He chuckled. "At least my sense of humour is not failing me. Can you make this out?" She peered over his shoulder. 2,079. "And the profits from those acres last year?" He pointed at a figure in the adjoining column. 1,962, for a sum of 4,041. "You ciphered that in your head." She shrugged. "I was always good with figures." "Your mother taught you, I suppose. She was an excellent teacher, I recall." Olivia did not say the ability had been honed by her father, nor in what manner. It would mortify her to speak of it to Lord Brightwell. "Well, I did not ask you here to balance my accounts." He rose and indicated the 2 armchairs near the fire. "Please, be seated." She complied and looked up from smoothing her skirts to find him studying her. "I find your presence quite comforting, Olivia. I suppose it is because you are so like your mother. And she was once a dear friend to me." He looked down at his hands. "In fact, there was a time I had hoped to marry her. But my father would not allow it. In the end, I suppose he was correct, for Marion and I dealt well enough together over the years. But at the time I was sorely vexed to have to give up Dorothea." He shook his head, chuckling at some scene in his memory. "Dorothea and I had even discussed names for our imagined children. Our son would be Stanton, after my grandfather, and our daughter would be Olivia, after me. Vain, I know." Lord Brightwell stopped, eyes distant. "After you?" Olivia felt her brow pucker. He glanced at her. "My name is Oliver. Did you not know it?" She drew in a sharp breath, mutely shook her head. "Oliver Stanton Bradley, Lord Brightwell." What is he saying? She wondered. Might he mean... She could not voice such incredible questions. Instead, she made a tremulous attempt at levity. "It appears you changed your mind, my lord, for your son is not named Stanton." But he did not smile or rejoinder with an amusing anecdote of his wife trumping his chosen name with a favourite of her own. Instead, his brow wrinkled and he murmured, "No, Edward was not my choice." His sombre tone invited no further inquiry. The Earl looked away from her, through the rain-splattered window to the memories beyond. Olivia sat staring into the fire, seeing her own memories. What if... Entertaining such thoughts of her mother, of herself, brought heat to Olivia's ears and shame to her heart. Still, It might certainly explain her father's coldness, and if he had only learned of it later, might it not account for the destruction of the bond they had shared in her youngest days? Or did he simply despise her for losing that odious contest, for losing his money and respect, as she had long thought? Yes, that was far easier to believe, for even if her mother had named her in honor of a former love, that did not necessarily mean anything else. For several moments they both sat as they were, silent and lost in thought. But soon doubts broke in on Olivia's mind like pounding waves. "How long ago, my lord, did you, last see my mother?" Lord Brightwell thought. "Dear me, can it already be 26 years? Yes, it must be that or more." Olivia felt equal portions of relief, vindication, and reluctance when she whispered, "I am not yet 25. He nodded thoughtfully. "Of course I may have summed the years incorrectly. My memory is not what it used to be, nor my ciphering." He gazed at her intently and gave her a shaky smile. "You are so like her, my dear." Olivia's eyes filled with answering tears that slipped down her cheeks. She grasped his hand in hers. Edward gave the door a sharp rap and, not waiting for an answer, swung it open and strode in. He faltered, startled to see his father and Miss Keene sitting in intimate conversation, holding hands. Edward's heart sank while his anger rose. "Sorry to interrupt your tete-a-tete, father," he said acrimoniously. To himself, he added, "and so soon after Mother's death." "Edward, you will never guess. Try me," he snapped. He noticed Miss Keene squeeze the Earl's hand to gain his attention, her gaze pleading. His father lifted a brow, and she shook her head no. Edward witnessed their secretive exchange with disdain. "What?" he growled. The Earl hesitated and then said, "Miss Keene and I have discovered a mutual acquaintance." "Really?" Edward doubted such a thing, if true, would bring about such fervent hand-holding. When neither offered to enlighten him, he said curtly, "Walters is ready to review the ledgers, father. Would now be inconvenient?" "Actually, I was enjoying my time with Olivia." Olivia. He did not like the sound of her name on his father's lips. Lord Brightwell sighed and straightened. "But if it cannot wait—" "I should be returning to the nursery at all events, my lord," Miss Keene said, rising. "But—" The Earl started to protest, but seeing her expression, ceased. "Very well, Olivia. Miss Keene." The two shared a meaningful smile that filled Edward's gut with bile. Surely his father held no inappropriate interest in the girl. True, lords had been seducing maids for centuries, but he did not think his father such a man. He recalled his recent conversation with Mrs. Hinckley about one of the maids and felt a renewed rush of anger. Another emotion surged within him, but he did not stop to contemplate it. From the Victorian Governess by Catherine Hughes. Unprotected by her own family, the governess was vulnerable to sexual approaches. Chapter 19. On her next half-day, Olivia crunched through the newly fallen snow on the path through the wood. There was not enough snow for the children to play in, only a dusting on the ground and a thick coat of sugar icing on the branches, bushes, and berries. Tufts of grass and red and yellow leaves shone through the white glaze, reminding Olivia of an iced cake of dried fruits and nuts. She walked further along the wooded trail, in the opposite direction from Croom's lodge, and then, drawn by the slurry whisper of running water, strayed from the path and followed the sound. She saw two dippers on the riverbank, bobbing and dipping their heads in characteristic style. A woodcock, disturbed by her arrival, beat the air with panicked wings and whirred away. Olivia brushed snow from a fallen log near the river's edge and sat down. How peaceful it was. Tipping her head back, she relished the unseasonably warm sun, which would melt away the snow far too soon. As she sat there, Olivia realized she had reached the end of her 3-month trial. Lord Bradley would allow her to go now, his father had said. Yet somehow the thought of leaving did not bring relief, but rather uncertainty. Almighty God, show me what to do. She longed to know where her mother was and how she fared, but she had begged Olivia not to return, insisted that she would find her when it was safe to do so. But why had her mother not come? Had something happened to her? Or had she stayed away for fear of leading the constable or Simon Keene to Olivia's door? Another thought struck her then. Would Lord Bradley even allow her to stay longer? Suddenly she very much hoped so. At least then she would have a place to live while she waited, or until she found another post. Edward walked through the wood, a gun held casually at his side. He had been scouting the far wood for wild dogs and poachers, and now, on his return, paused at his favourite spot along the river. Looking up through the whitewashed canopy of branches, he saw a goose high overhead, flying alone. He found himself wondering how the creature had become separated from his flock. Where was it going? Would he find his way? There, surrounded by snow and silence, the sight filled Edward with a stinging loneliness. He sensed movement nearby and tensed, searching the wood instead of the sky. Leaves crackled and a woodcock took to flight, scattering snow in its wake. Surely there were no dogs this close to the house. Then Miss Keene stepped into view on the far bank. She was humming quietly to herself and sat on a fallen log near the river. For several moments she simply tilted her head to the sunshine, eyes closed, dark curls framing her oval face. She was not as elegant as Miss Harrington or Judith, though of course she had neither cosmetics, fine gowns, nor a lady's maid as they did. Still, Miss Keene was beautiful, and as Judith often alluded to, had a quiet nobility about her, a ladylike grace. He wondered again about the nature of his father's interest in the girl. She stretched her legs out before her, and Edward glimpsed a sliver of stocking and tapered ankle. He averted his gaze. He was not a man to sneak a look at a woman's leg. He repeated this sentiment himself once more, and then again. Little flurries of snow began to fall, twirling and floating in the air like blossoms from a bird cherry tree. Returning his gaze to Miss Keene's face, he saw her open her mouth and hold forth her pink tongue, trying to catch snowflakes on it like a schoolgirl. He found himself smiling and had the urge to splash across the shallow river to join her. He wanted to share a smile with her, to share much more. But obstacles greater than an icy river stood between them. "I am a fool," he admonished himself. "She would be mortified if she saw me and knew I had been watching her." He stayed where he was, reminding himself that his father had every intention of staying the course. He would be the next Earl of Brightwell, and marry accordingly. Miss Keene sat a moment longer, then rose from the log and turned from the river, brushing off her bottom with gloved hands as she went. Edward decided he would head back as well, and see if he might meet up with her at the Brightwell Bridge.
Olivia was surprised to see Johnny Ross, sitting on the wooden bench at the top of the rise. She opened her mouth to admonish him, but remembered her charade just in time and quickly clamped her lips shut. He looked up, rose, and came bounding down the path. "I surprised you, didn't I?" He laughed, putting his hands under her elbows. "I've been hoping to find you alone for days." Olivia shook her head, gently pushing his hands away and heading up the frosted hill. They were so close to the manor. If someone saw them out there together, they would assume she and Johnny were... And if Lord Bradley saw them, Johnny would lose his place. "Oh, come on," he urged, jogging to catch up with her. "At least sit with me on the bench a bit. I brushed the snow off." Taking her arm, he pulled her down onto the bench beside him. She moved to its edge and took a deep breath. She didn't want to hurt his feelings, but nor did she wish to encourage him. "Livy, you know I'm mad for you, do you not? Will you not give me a sign of affection?" Oh, how frustrating! How could she explain without speaking? A simple shake of her head seemed so insufficient. Johnny took her hesitation as his cue to convince her. He clutched her awkwardly by the shoulders and leaned forward to kiss her. Turning her face away, Olivia glimpsed Lord Bradley on the path, and her immediate embarrassment flamed into irritation as she took in his arrogant stance. For a moment she was tempted to turn and kiss Johnny, show the haughty lord she was not intimidated by him. But she knew it would be unfair to use Johnny that way. For the briefest instant she held Lord Bradley's cold gaze over Johnny's shoulder, unwilling to lower her eyes first. She had done nothing to be ashamed of. Johnny pulled her closer, murmuring, "Come on, Livy, just one kiss. You don't have to say a word." His razor-stubbled chin scraped her cheek as he pushed his face close. Olivia held her tongue by the thinnest thread of self-will. She tried to pull away, but the groom was strong indeed. Would Lord Bradley just stand there? Was he no gentleman at all? She thought, I don't have to say a word, do I? Well, I am about to. Olivia twisted in his grasp and opened her mouth to make very plain her ill opinion of them both. A gunshot exploded in the air. Johnny flew to his feet, sending Olivia tumbling from the bench onto the ground. His face went white as he whirled and saw Lord Bradley standing a few yards away, gun against his hip. He strode toward them purposefully, his face hard. "Back to the stables, Ross," he ordered as he bent toward Olivia and extended his hand to help her up. She ignored it and scrambled to her feet on her own, cheeks burning in indignation. Johnny hesitated only long enough to glance her way without meeting her eyes and mumble a weak, "Sorry, miss." Then he all but ran up the path and out of sight. As soon as he was out of earshot, Olivia hissed, "You needn't have done that. I could have managed on my own." "That is not how it appeared." "Perhaps you judged incorrectly. Perhaps I am sorry you interrupted us." She saw him hesitate, his jaw clench. He said coldly, "Then you must excuse me. If you and your lover want privacy, I suggest you find a less public rendezvous. If Hodges had witnessed that little scene, Ross would be packing his bags as we speak. In the meantime, you ought to return to the house. It is not safe for you to be out in the wood alone." "I am perfectly safe." "Wild dogs have been spotted near Barnsley, Miss Keene. There is no guarantee they will not come here as well." "You are only trying to frighten me." "You should be frightened. You haven't your stick with you this time." She stared, mildly stunned by his reference to their first meeting. So he did remember her from the hunt. Good. Maybe he would remember how rudely he and his friends had treated her. "I appreciate your concern," she said coolly, "but I am certain you have more important things to do than protect me." "You are correct. Therefore, I repeat, return to the house."
Now. I have not finished my walk. Walk all you want in view of the house. I shall walk where I please. You forget your place. And you forget your promise of a half-day to spend as I like, and your duty as a gentleman to treat me as a human being, albeit a trespasser. You shall never let me forget my mistake, will you? Forgive and forget are not in your vocabulary. I am guilty of many things, but for the last time I am neither spy nor thief. I foolishly trespassed upon your land, yes, but I would rather be a trespasser than an arrogant, unfeeling, ungentlemanly person like you. She turned her back on him, unwilling to allow him to see her tears. Miss Keene, he reprimanded. She felt his gaze spear the back of her head, but refused to turn around. He raised his voice. Miss Keene. She glanced at him over her shoulder. I am not deaf, sir, she retorted, simply mute. And with that she lifted her skirts and ran down the path, deeper into the woods, choking back sobs as she ran. Edward watched her go and realized with a prickling chill that it was the first time she had failed to address him by his courtesy title. He sat down on the bench with a heavy sigh and held his head in his hands. Her words ricocheted inside his head, and his stomach churned. Well, she is wrong about one thing, he thought. I am not unfeeling. I feel indeed. When Edward had spied her with Ross, he had been angry. But he knew the emotion had little to do with the fact that fraternizing among servants was frowned upon. Hodges had let go more than one amorous footman and housemaid in the past. In truth, he had been shot through with jealousy, illogical though it was. Jealous? Over attentions paid to an undernurse? He had never been attracted to one of the servants before, not even for a light flirtation as Felix often was. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. When Ross had leaned forward to kiss Miss Keene, Edward's gut had clenched within him. He knew he should turn and quietly go, let Hodges deal with the groom later. But I refuse to feel guilty, he thought. Did she not spy on me? But instead of meeting Ross's kiss, Miss Keene had turned away. The flash of her eyes over Ross's shoulder told him she had seen him there and was not pleased. Still, he was relieved she had avoided the man's kiss. Remorse filled him now as he replayed their recent exchange in his mind. What am I doing? He sat there trying to make sense of his turbulent thoughts and emotions. He knew he had no right to keep her there any longer, and no honest way to guarantee her silence. He ought to let her go. In more ways than one. He heard a sharp scream in the distance and knew instantly whom the voice belonged to. He jumped up, grabbed his gun, and flew down the path. Go! Begone! Help! Lord Bradley! At her panicked cries, his legs flew faster. Branches cracked as he pushed his way through the underbrush in the direction of her voice. The sound of barking and growling reached him, chilling his blood. Wild dogs. He sprinted on, trying to load his gun as he ran. Rounding a bend, his eyes registered the scene in an instant. 3 dogs, one in a crouch preparing to lunge. Edward snapped the gun chamber closed and raised the piece. Too late. The dog was mid-air, teeth bared. The moment slowed to a slogging dream. He saw a flash, heard a sharp report, and the dog's blazing eyes faded to grey, to emptiness, as the cur fell limply to the ground. But Edward had yet to fire a shot. Turning his head, he glimpsed Croom standing within a web of branches, arm outstretched and steady, fowling piece still smoking. Before Edward could respond, the second dog coiled to lunge. Crack! His own shot shuddered through the dog as it leapt. Olivia screamed as it landed in a heap at her feet. Before Edward could reload, the third dog flew forward and sunk its teeth into her skirts and gave a great jerk, pulling her feet out from under her, her head hitting the ground sharply as she fell.
He saw Croom lifting his fowling piece again, and their eyes met. Croom did not shoot again. Why did the man not shoot? Fearing his own shot might miss its mark and hit Miss Keene, Edward charged forward, striking the dog with the butt of his gun. He shouted unintelligibly and struck again. Finally, the dog unclamped its hold and scampered away. Croom's shot chasing it into the wood. Edward ran to where Olivia lay, silent and still. "Miss Keene, are you all right? Miss Keene?" No response. He pressed trembling fingers to her neck and found a pulse. He gently rolled her by one shoulder to examine the back of her head where she had fallen. A jagged rock lay beneath her, smeared with blood. Looking up, his gaze fell on the nearest dead dog. The dog's blank eyes were rheumy, its tongue swollen. Foamy drool puddled beneath its mouth. Edward's heart thundered. Ice formed in his stomach. He prayed the cur that escaped had only bitten her skirts, not her flesh. Jerking off his coat and bunching it to cushion her head, he rolled her gently back down. He was vaguely aware of Croom dragging the carcasses out of the way. Crawling to Miss Keene's feet, Edward pushed up her skirts only as far as necessary. He winced. Just below her knee, blood trickled red through her stocking. God, no. He recalled too well his father's stories of the rampage of rabies through London in the days of his youth, when livestock and people died by the hundreds, and lads earned 5 shillings for every dog they killed. The attacks of rabid dogs and foxes had become less common in recent years, but the disease and dread of it had never left England. Edward rolled down the stocking and regarded the wound. The bite did not appear deep. The thickness of her skirts had no doubt hindered the cur's goal. Tossing aside her shoe, he yanked the stocking from that leg and wound it around the top of her calf, tying it tight. Croom reappeared, surveying his actions with wordless concurrence. The old man pulled his hunting knife from its sheath, uncorked his flask, and poured some of the brandy over the blade, then handed the flask to him. Edward splashed the wound with the amber liquid. Croom offered him the knife, but when Edward hesitated, the man groaned to his knees and unceremoniously sliced the wound site. Olivia moaned but did not awaken. As the bleeding quickened, Edward rinsed it away with more of the brandy. He did not know if these actions would help, but it was all he knew to try. Once more he met Croom's eyes, deep in his skull beneath wiry grey eyebrows. The man's ever-present scowl offered him little hope. Edward lifted Olivia in his arms and carried her as fast as he could up the path. Croom did not follow. When he reached the lawns, he saw Talbot and Johnny working a new horse in the gates. "Talbot!" he yelled. "Send Ross on your fastest horse for Dr. Sutton. Miss Keene has been wounded." "Wounded?" Johnny's anxious eyes met his. "Mad dogs," he gritted. The young man paled and flew to his task. From Life in the English Country House by Mark Girard. To marry a member of one's household, even from its upper strata, was considered an appalling social misdemeanour. Chapter 20. Dr. Sutton arrived within the hour. With Mrs. Hinckley's assistance, he irrigated the wound with soap and warm water, then with diluted muriatic acid. When he commended Edward for his quick thinking with the knife and brandy, Edward credited his gamekeeper for knowing what to do. "Avery Croom did this?" Sutton raised his brows and his lower lip protruded, but whether impressed or merely surprised, Edward did not know. Dr. Sutton also bathed and bandaged Olivia's head wound, which he cited as the cause of her unconscious state. A bite, he said, even from a rabid dog, would not account for it.
How long until we know if she has been infected?"
Sutton shrugged and pushed up his spectacles.
"Symptoms may not appear for a week or more."
"What should we look for?" Mrs. Hinckley asked.
"Pain and itching at the wound site, headache, insomnia, nausea, refusal to eat or drink, agitation, aggression."
Edward shuddered. "And if symptoms appear?"
"Then there is nothing we can do for her but keep her from passing the disease to others. Once symptoms are in full force, victims usually perish within the week."
A dull ache of dread pounded through Edward's body. "How long will she remain unconscious?"
"Only God knows. Head wounds are mysterious indeed. I shall arrange for a chamber nurse, shall I?"
"And I shall share that duty, if you don't mind," Mrs. Hinckley offered. "Even a chamber nurse needs rest from time to time." Edward nodded his agreement and murmured dull thanks to them both. Dr. Sutton continued his extensive irrigation of the wound, explaining that the best course was to do all in one's power to prevent the dog's saliva from making its way through the victim's body. For the disease had no cure. Edward returned to the sick room later that night to ask the hired nurse if she would like a respite. He was surprised to find the Earl sitting beside Miss Keene, and felt a renewed pinch of grief to see his father sitting at another sick-bed so soon after his mother's death. The matronly chamber nurse sat off in the corner, working some embroidery by the light of a candle lamp. "Any change?" Edward whispered, surveying Olivia's form shrouded by bedclothes.
"She grows restless,"
the older man answered softly. As if hearing the words, Miss Keene's forehead puckered, and she turned her face away from them, then back once more. Edward recalled the list of symptoms the doctor had described, and felt fear prick his gut.
"I would be restless too, lying about all day," he said in mock confidence. His father looked at him, then away. "No sign of nausea, or," he attempted a grin, "insomnia. And Nurse Jones here has got her to swallow some water. Another good sign, is it not?" "I hope so," Edward answered. As if sensing his son's discomfort, Lord Brightwell asked Nurse Jones to give them a few moments alone, suggesting she take herself down to the kitchen for some tea.
"Don't mind if I do, my lord."
She rose stiffly and left them. After a few moments of silence, Edward confessed.
"It was my fault she ran into the wood."
The Earl's eyebrows rose, but he didn't press Edward.
"The important thing is that she get well."
"Yes. I am afraid I have much to apologize for."
"More than you know,"
the Earl said, his eyes growing tender as he looked at Olivia's pale face.
"What do you mean?"
Edward asked. His father's warm tone and mysterious words brought leaden dread to his stomach. Certainly his father had no designs on the girl. When their gazes met, the older man's eyes were bright with unshed tears.
"I think Olivia may be my daughter."
"What?"
Edward thundered.
"Shh,"
the Earl admonished, and both turned their eyes back to Miss Keene's unconscious form.
"Olivia favours her mother a great deal," his father whispered with reverence. "It is why I was so startled when first I saw her. Her looks, her intelligence and warmth, so very like Dorothea."
"Who is Dorothea?" Edward demanded, a dark cloud building inside of him.
"She was governess to my half-sisters, your aunts Marjorie and Philippa."
The Earl frowned suddenly.
"Do sit down, my boy, my neck grows stiff." Edward complied, sitting in the last remaining chair, its hard wooden slats digging into his spine. Who had designed the torturous thing? Olivia's hair is darker, but still the resemblance is striking. And this Dorothea was your mistress? The Earl winced. It was not as tawdry as all that. We fancied ourselves in love. I wanted to marry her, but as you might guess, my father would not hear of it. Lord Brightwell rose and went to stand near the window, looking out at the moon pouring its waxy light over the white world below. My father urged me to marry your mother, the Escorts being such a well-connected and wealthy family. He sighed. Of course, none of us could have guessed that he would die before the year was out. In any case, I had barely agreed when the banns were read, and the wedding set for 3 weeks hence. As soon as Dorothea heard, she resigned her post and left with no word of her destination. I never imagined she was with child, though perhaps I should have guessed. How irresponsible and selfish I was, how weak. I like to think I would have acted differently had I known. I did try to find her, but I own it was a half-hearted attempt at best. Even her family did not know where she was. Olivia, Edward whispered to himself, suddenly realizing the significance. Yes, the Earl whispered. Edward scowled. Is she pushing for this, or are you? I am. She doesn't want a shilling from me, if that is what you think. I did not think that, Edward muttered, though the thought had crossed his mind. I have not told Olivia outright what I suspect, though as intelligent as she is, and as subtle as I was, I believe she guessed. Being genteel, she is no doubt repulsed by the notion of being base-born, as you can imagine. Yes, I can well imagine, Edward echoed wryly. Lord Brightwell shot him a look. You must know, Edward, Olivia is not convinced. My recollection of the timing and her age do not reconcile. Edward shrugged. Easily changed. No doubt many illegitimate children celebrate their first birthday a few months later than fact. Edward wondered for the first time what his real birth date might be. The Earl abruptly stood. Dorothea would want to know. She would want to be here with her daughter. Did Olivia give you any direction beyond near Cheltenham? Edward shook his head. Nor me. I wonder why. The next day, Edward was just returning from the stables after exercising his horse when the shrill summons startled him. Master Edward, come quickly! Mrs. Hinckley stood at the garden door, waving wildly to him, her voice panicked. It is Olivia! She is thrashing about and talking! She held the door for him as he strode toward her, pulling off his riding gloves and hat as he came. Send for the doctor, Mrs. Hinckley. I shall go up and see what I can do. Yes, my lord, she answered, clearly relieved to have him take charge of the situation. Tossing his things on a bench in the corridor, Edward took the stairs 3 at a time. He hurried into the sick-room, shutting the door behind him. Olivia's face was flushed, and she twisted about, the sheets and a long nightdress trapping her slender form. Her mouth twitched and her brows furrowed. Then she began muttering aloud, though her eyes remained closed. No, begone! Edward! Edward! His heart banged in his chest. He had never before heard her speak his Christian name. She was calling to him, no doubt reliving that horrible scene with the dogs. Stepping to the bedside table, he wrung excess water from a cloth and then sat on the chair beside the bed. He held her face with one hand and with the other gently touched the cool cloth to her cheeks and lips and brow. He murmured, Shh. It is all right. I am here. The dogs are gone. You are safe now, Olivia. Perfectly safe. She quieted almost immediately. He smoothed the cloth down her straight nose, dabbed her scratched chin, and then softly soothed the hot skin of her neck. Eventually he returned the cloth to the basin and took one of her small hands in his own. He stroked her delicate fingers and spoke to her softly. "You're going to be all right, Olivia," he said, knowing his words were as much to reassure himself as her. He recalled the sound of her voice calling out his name. Not my lord, not Lord Bradley, just Edward. He longed to hear her say it again, well and awake. When Dr. Sutton came an hour later, he gave her chamomile and valerian to calm her, and ordered she be helped to swallow more fluids. "It might just be a slight fever and not rabies, but it is too early to tell," he said. "There is little else to be done but wait." Edward nodded. He would wait, but he would also pray. He sent Osborne with a note for Charles Tugwell, asking the man of God to join him. From Fabulous Histories Designed for the Instruction of Children, 1786, by Sarah Trimmer. Whenever you give any living creature cause to depend on you, be careful on no account to disappoint it. Chapter 21. When his cousin entered the sick room, Edward was sitting in the armchair by the window, reading an old volume of Chaucer. Nurse Jones had taken herself below stairs for dinner, and Olivia slept quietly in bed.
"How is she?"
Judith whispered. "She grew restless several hours ago, but has been quiet since." Judith took several steps forward, but did not draw near the bed, as though afraid to get too close. She looked down at Miss Keene, an inscrutable expression on her pretty face.
"I was just speaking with your father. He seems quite concerned about her."
Edward shrugged uneasily. "He is taken with her."
"Which I find a bit odd." She tilted her head to look at him. "Do you not?"
Uncomfortable, Edward only shrugged. She studied him thoughtfully.
"And here you sit like a faithful hound at her side. Are you not afraid of contracting rabies?"
He shook his head. "The doctor thinks it only a fever."
"Does it not concern you?"
"Of course, but Sutton—"
"I do not mean the fever," she interrupted. "I meant, does it not concern you that father has developed a tendre for our under-nurse?"
When Edward didn't respond, Judith asked,
"And what did Mrs. Hinckley mean when she said, 'Is it not a miracle?'"
"Excuse me?"
"When I passed her just now, she said, 'Is it not a miracle about Olivia?'"
Edward nodded. "I suppose she means that Miss Keene has been talking in her sleep." Judith's plump lips parted.
"Has she indeed?"
Her eyes flashed in triumph.
"Did I not tell you she might be pretending to muteness?"
Edward felt annoyance rising. Yet had he not suspected the same at first?
"What does she say?"
Judith asked eagerly. Edward felt suddenly self-conscious. He murmured, deliberately obtuse.
"What does Miss Keene say when she talks in her sleep?"
Judith pressed. He hesitated, not wanting to divulge the truth, but his eyes must have given something away. Judith's fair brows rose, and the corners of her mouth twitched with humour.
"Do not tell me she calls out for you."
Edward felt his neck heat. "She mutters a good deal of nonsense, that is all." His cousin's gaze was all too knowing, and disconcerted, Edward looked away.
Olivia opened her eyes and looked about her, quite bewildered to find herself in an unfamiliar room. A candle lamp burned on the bedside table and a fire in the hearth. A woman she did not recognize sat nodding off in an armchair near the fire, a wad of needlework in her lap. Slowly, Olivia pulled herself into a sitting position, concerned to find the act quite taxing. Why was she so weak? At the movement, the bed ropes creaked and the unfamiliar woman roused herself and gaped at Olivia, eyes wide.
"Miss Keene, are you well?"
Olivia nodded, the memories of the attack slowly coming to mind. The woman toddled to the bedside.
"I am Mrs. Jones, chamber nurse. Do you need anything? Will you take some water?"
Mrs. Jones brought the glass to her lips, but Olivia gently took the vessel from her and sipped from it herself. The nurse beamed at her as though she had just performed an amazing feat.
"You wait right here," she said. "The others will want to know you've come back to us."
Olivia wondered how long she had been abed, and if she was fit for company. She looked down at herself, oddly touched to find herself clothed in a fine and modest nightdress. Whose, she wondered. Moments later, a voice rang out somewhere in the manor and echoed down the stairs and corridor.
"She's awake! She's awake!"
Doris, Olivia mused and sat waiting. A few minutes later, the door opened and Doris poked her head inside the room.
"Hello, love. Feeling well enough for visitors?"
Olivia nodded, feeling weak and a bit dazed, but otherwise well. Doris entered, followed by Mrs. Hinckley, both of them all eager expectation, which mildly confused her. Doris fluffed 2 pillows behind her and straightened the bedclothes.
"You've been asleep for 2 days, Livy. Did you know?"
Olivia shook her head. Mrs. Hinckley smiled down at her.
"You spoke in your sleep, my dear. I heard you myself."
Stunned, Olivia's mind reeled behind a stiff smile. What would Lord Bradley say? What had she said?
"You said a lot of balmy things, I hear," Doris chimed in. "I'd have paid 2 bob to hear 'em myself." "Can you speak now?"
Mrs. Hinckley's tone was gentle. Olivia hesitated. They were both looking at her so expectantly. Lord Bradley slipped into the room behind them and held her gaze. He gave her a slight nod.
Yes,"
Olivia stammered.
"I believe I can." "Oh!" Doris exclaimed. "And don't she speak fine, just like a lady? Say my name, won't you, love?" "And mine," Mrs. Hinckley added shyly.
Olivia chuckled.
"My friend, Doris McGovern, and dear Mrs. Hinckley."
Her eyes met those of the last person in the room, his expression inscrutable. She swallowed. "And my Lord Bradley." A small smile curved his lips. Doris and Mrs. Hinckley, suddenly self-conscious, murmured, "Excuse me, and God bless you," and hurriedly left the room.
"Perhaps she could speak all the time and didn't know it,"
Olivia heard Doris venture as the 2 women walked away down the corridor.
"Maybe so," Mrs. Hinckley agreed. "Or perhaps the sickness made her well."
When Olivia stepped into the nursery after her absence of several days, Andrew bounded across the room and threw his arms around her. Still weak and wobbly from her recent indisposition, Olivia had to grip the door jamb to keep from falling backward.
"Hello, Miss Livy. Are you well now?"
"I am." His little mouth dropped open.
"Say that again."
Olivia smiled. "I am. I am well."
Audrey approached cautiously and Olivia held out a hand. The girl hurried forward, then biting back her shy smile.
"Hello, Miss Keene," she said. "We have missed you."
"And you."
"I told you she could talk,"
Andrew said.
"I did hear her talk in her sleep, but you wouldn't believe me."
"Perhaps I did, Andrew," Olivia soothed, "but did not realize I could speak while awake."
"I must say I am disappointed in you, Miss Keene."
Olivia looked up, disconcerted to see Judith Howe standing in the sleeping chamber doorway, little Alexander on one hip. "I am sorry, madam. I don't—" Judith glanced down and then up again.
"You see, I had imagined you to speak with a Prussian accent, or German, perhaps, as would befit a foreign princess fleeing her home."
Olivia forced a laugh. "I am sorry to disappoint you." Judith straightened.
"You did not run away from a tyrannical father forcing you into a despicable marriage?"
Olivia's mouth was dry. "No. Forced marriage, no." The woman sighed theatrically.
"Ah, well, so be it."
Lord Brightwell knocked and stepped into the nursery.
"Full house today."
"Hello, Uncle,"
Judith said.
"Our under-nurse is well, you see, but fails to be the foreign princess I had hoped for."
He patted his niece's shoulder, amused.
"Life is full of such little disappointments, my dear." His eyes twinkled. "Though Miss Keene may surprise you yet."
"What does that mean?"
Judith asked sharply. Olivia tried to signal the Earl, but Judith caught her shaking her head. Mrs. Howe looked from one to the other with mounting suspicion.
"What is going on?"
"Not a thing, my dear. You must forgive the foolishness of an old man."
"Must I?"
Fearing Mrs. Howe might come to a more imaginative conclusion on her own, Olivia explained. "Lord Brightwell means only that he has realized my mother was once governess to his younger sisters."
"Indeed?"
Judith Howe said, surprised. She nodded slowly and chewed her full lower lip as the news sunk in. She was clearly still considering the notion as she let herself from the room. That night, when Olivia put the children to bed, they begged her to read to them, and she happily obliged. She read Psalm 46, her favourite, and another chapter in the history of robins. Once more, Audrey leaned her head on Olivia's shoulder, while Andrew curled into her side, lifting Olivia's arm and draping it around himself like a human cloak. When the mother bird arrived at the ivy wall, she stopped at the entrance of the nest, with a palpitating heart, but seeing her brood all safe and well, she hastened to take them under her wings.
"I like your voice, Miss Keene,"
Audrey said.
"Me too,"
Andrew murmured on the verge of sleep.
"Is that what our mamma's voice sounded like?"
And from the reverence with which he spoke the word, Olivia knew he referred to their first mother. Olivia felt the tremble pass through Audrey's frame and rested her cheek atop the girl's head.
"I don't remember,"
Audrey whispered,
"but I think it must be."
Olivia's throat tightened, and she could read no more. From an advertisement in the Times, 1847. Wanted, a governess. A comfortable home, but without salary, is offered to any lady wishing for a situation to instruct 2 children in music, drawing, and English. Chapter 22. When Olivia stepped into the kitchen for the first time since the attack, Mrs. Moore opened wide her arms and enfolded Olivia in an embrace as sweet as the confections she prepared.
Livy, my love, how I have been praying for you. I cannot tell you how good it is to see you up and about and in my kitchen once more. Now sit yourself down, and I will pour you a cup of chocolate, and we shall have ourselves a chat.
Olivia smiled and felt her insides warm before one sip of the hot drink had passed her lips. Mrs. Moore bustled about, then set the cup of warm chocolate before her, and a buttery scone as well. She lifted her thin brows, eyes wide in expectation.
Well?
Well, what, Mrs. Moore?
Ew, I have been waiting to hear you say my name. Say something else.
Mrs. Moore, you embarrass me. I feel as though I am called before my French master, there to impress him with my command of a new language.
Oh, she clapped her hands. Doris said you spoke like a real lady, and bless me, but she was right.
Olivia laughed. Is it so strange to hear me speak?
Strange and wonderful, my girl. Strange and wonderful.
A knock sounded on the kitchen door and Mrs. Moore rose.
You stay as you are and drink your chocolate. I shall return directly.
Olivia watched in silence as Mrs. Moore opened the door to the outside stairwell and accepted 3 hairs from Mr. Croom. Over the mottled grey fur, the gamekeeper snared Olivia's gaze, gave one curt nod, then pivoted on his heel without a word of farewell.
"Thank you, Avery," Mrs. Moore called after him.
Without turning, the old man merely raised a hand in acknowledgement as he climbed back up the stairs. Laying the hairs in a basket beside the work table, Mrs. Moore glanced at Olivia.
"You know, he asked about you while you were ill."
"Did he?"
Mrs. Moore nodded. "You really needn't be afraid of Mr. Croom, Livy. He's not so bad. Had a rough life, poor rogue."
Olivia tented her brows. "You are the first I've heard speak of him with any sympathy."
"How could I not? Lost his wife, my own sister she was."
Olivia was stunned. For a moment she sat there staring at the woman. Then she reached out and laid her hand on Mrs. Moore's. "He was married to your sister?" Olivia could not imagine a hard, angry man like Croom deserving a woman anything like warm and kind Nell Moore. But then, did Simon Keene deserve Dorothea Hawthorne?
Mrs. Moore nodded. "But she died long ago. Lies in the churchyard now, she does."
Tears misted the cook's eyes in spite of the passage of years.
Oh, never mind me." She sniffed and forcibly brightened. "We are celebrating your return from the sickbed and silence." Mrs. Moore squeezed her hand. "A very happy day indeed."
Olivia smiled and sipped her chocolate. "Do you know, Lord Bradley told me that Mr. Croom shot one of the dogs before it could attack me."
"Did he? Never said a word to me."
"I wonder if I ought to thank him." Mrs. Moore's thin brows rose again, all innocence.
"Do you think so?"
Olivia did not miss the twinkle in her eye. "I don't suppose you have any tidbits left over you cannot bear to waste?" Olivia found Croom chopping wood and shivered at the sight of him wielding a sharp axe. At his feet, a grey bird with mottled orange-brown wings showed no such fear. It shadowed Croom as he set another hunk of wood on the tree stump and split it cleanly in 2, clunk, chunk. He hesitated when he saw her.
"What are you doing here, girl?"
"Good day, Mr. Croom. I am Olivia Keene, as you may recall."
"I recall. The girl I caught snooping about where she had no business."
Clunk, chunk. She remembered Mrs. Moore's admonition. "Mind you give it right back to him." Olivia steeled her voice. "And I recall you, Mr. Croom, where you had no business. In Chedworth Wood with an Interesting group of acquaintances." He let his axe fall to his side and split her with a sharp look. Even the bird's proud rooster-like face seemed to sneer at her. "What I do when I'm away from here is none of your concern. No one else's either." "Very well." He riveted his eyes on hers, and she forced herself to meet the glowering glare. He bent and picked up another piece of wood. "Thought you'd tell the master about that." "I did not." His eyes narrowed. "And why not?" "Whatever else you be, you rescued me that night in the wood." He lifted the axe again, but hesitated. "Course I did. Young girl at the mercy of a vile, debauched man." He brought the axe down with a vicious blow, and she wondered if he spoke of Borgia alone. She added, "And now I understand you have helped rescue me once again, this time from 4-legged curs in this very wood." He shrugged. "Only doing my job, wasn't I?" He tossed the split logs onto the pile. "Even so, I am grateful. I am afraid I do not recollect the events of that day very clearly, but Lord Bradley speaks highly of your quick actions." Croom halted, peering at her. "Does he?" For a moment his expression cleared, but then his eyes alighted on the covered jar in her hands. He scowled once more. "I told you before, I don't need your charity." "I am glad to hear it, for I have nothing to offer you. This is from Mrs. Moore. Jugged hare, I believe she said. She made more than can be used in the manor, and said if you were too mule-stubborn to accept it, you might feed it to your pigs again. It matters not to her." "Said that, did she?" The faintest hint of a smile teased his lips, then fled to a tremor in his hand. "Sounds like Nell, bossy bird." "Will you take it, or shall I dump it in the wood on my way back? I, for one, hate to hurt her feelings." "No call for wasting it. Shouldn't have brought it, but I do hate waste as well as she knows, scheming woman. Leave it. I have dogs as well as pigs. Between us we shall see it put to use." "Very well." She set the jar on the stoop and turned without another word, holding her chin high as she marched away. But it was several minutes before her heart beat normally once more. At breakfast, Edward drank coffee while Judith took tea. His father had yet to join them. Hodges brought in the letter tray, bills for him, a letter from Swindon for Judith. Setting down her teacup, Judith peeled open her letter and, after skimming a few sentences, said, "A letter from Mother. It seems my dear mother-in-law, Mrs. Howe, has written to her about the fact that the children have no governess at present. Meddlesome creature." She paused to sip her tea, then peered at the letter again. Edward guessed his cousin needed spectacles, but she was too vain to admit it. "Good heavens!" Judith's cheeks flushed. "Mamma offers, I'd say threatens, to engage my old governess if I am unable to find one on my own. The cheek!" "I am sure my Aunt Bradley only wishes to be of kind help to you." "Kind?" Judith directed her stunned gaze at him. "Do you not remember Miss Ripley? I am sure you met her several times." "I am afraid I do not recall that pleasure." "She frightened me to death with her harsh ways and exacting nature. Miss Dowdall was a paragon next to the Rip. There was no pleasing the woman. I shudder at the thought of bringing such a creature under that is, your roof." "Brightwell Court is your home now, Judith. You know that, for as long as you like." "Thank you, but I should not presume." "Of course you must tend to the education of your children." "But they are not my children." "Judith," his voice held mild reprimand and cajolery, "they are yours now. You know Dominic would want you to treat them as your own." "I suppose. If his mother's gout were not so bad, I imagine she'd insist on raising them herself. Judith sighed. Such a pity girls' seminaries have fallen out of fashion among persons of quality. But Audrey is still young. I hate the thought of sending her away at such a tender age.
Do you?
Judith's eyes softened. Edward looked away from her melting gaze. Andrew will need to be sent to school eventually, but I do hope it will not be too soon.
How kind you are, Edward. Most men would not appreciate having another man's children underfoot.
Judith, they are very welcome, as well you know. She wrinkled her fair brow in thought.
There is a girls' boarding school in St. Aldwyn's, I understand. Audrey would not be so very far away.
Tugwell and I recently discussed that very place, he said dryly, but did not explain why. Still, how much better to educate her here at home.
It gives me such pleasure to hear you say that, Edward,
Judith said, a slight blush in her cheeks. Edward nodded, but felt uncomfortable under her praise. It was his father's generosity that housed them all, not his. Judith pensively studied the letter once more.
I don't suppose... No, I doubt it would be quite the thing.
What?
I wonder... What about Miss Keene?
Miss Keene?
She is wonderful with the children, and has none of the superiority and pretense I so despise in governesses.
Edward stared at her, rather taken aback, and not sure if he should welcome or forbid such a course. He knew Miss Keene's sentence was over, and he had no right to keep her here any longer if she wished to leave. Might such a post entice her to stay on? Judith continued, becoming more animated as she warmed to the notion.
I am already acquainted with her, as are the children, and she is very educated, you know. She has a fine hand, and she speaks, or at least writes, French and Italian, and she plays, well, a little.
He could not resist teasing her. Are you so disappointed she turned out not to be a foreign princess, that you shall make her governess instead? She wrinkled her nose at him, the expression reminding him of their days as childhood playmates. He asked, Has she ever been a governess before?
I don't believe so, but her mother was governess to Aunt Marjorie and Aunt Philippa. And when I pressed her, she admitted she taught in a girls' school somewhere, I forget where. If they would provide a character reference for her, I should be well satisfied.
He studied her, perplexed. Why are you doing this, Judith? Do you really so revile governesses in general, or have you some other reason for wanting Miss Keene in the post?
Many reasons. She is clearly an intelligent, patient young woman who adores children, who adores my children. She has already taken it upon herself to begin teaching them their sums and to improve their reading, all the while performing her other duties quite admirably. What are the chances of finding some stranger who can do as well, and who would fit so well into our household? I own the change would require a few adjustments. For one, we shall all of us have to call her Miss Keene instead of her Christian name.
You and I do so already. Judith nodded.
I have never been comfortable using her Christian name, she said breezily. There is such an air of the lady in her countenance. I am afraid she shall turn out to be nobility yet, and I want nothing to answer for.
Her dimple showed.
But beyond that, I see no great obstacles.
I must say, Judith, I am impressed. I can almost believe you care for the girl. She shrugged.
Not a fig. I simply relish the thought of amusing my friends with tales of our once silent governess.
Edward slowly shook his head and felt a grin stealing over his features. I don't suppose a month's trial can lead to any harm. We can always engage another governess, should Miss Keene not suit. Shall I have Mrs. Hinckley speak with her, or would you prefer to do the honours yourself?
Olivia hesitated.
Governess? Good gracious! I don't know what to say.
Was this an answer to her prayer for guidance? Or should she leave now that she could and risk going home, even though her mother had begged her not to return? Sitting together in the housekeeper's parlour, Mrs. Hinckley handed Olivia a cup of tea.
I don't blame you, Olivia. It would mean quite a change for you. No more fraternising with the servants, no tea and biscuits in the kitchen with Mrs. Moore. But why? My dear, you are not familiar with a governess's plight?
No. Her own mother had spoken little of those days.
A governess is neither a servant nor a member of the family. She must not socialise with either set. She is limited to the society of her pupils, and the briefest contact with the children's parents only as necessary to report any problems that arise.
I do not presume myself part of the family, Mrs. Hinckley. The irony of that statement echoed in her ears. But are you really telling me that, should I accept this situation, my dear friend Mrs. Moore will refuse to talk with me? That you would as well?
Mrs. Hinckley fidgeted in her chair.
It is not that we would refuse outright or be intentionally rude, but a very real wall will rise between us. I do not say this to discourage you from accepting, for you are no doubt doing those children more good than Miss Dowdle ever did, and I know you deserve the higher wages, but nor do I wish you to accept the situation unaware of what it will mean. We will very much lose you, my dear, and I for one will be sorry for it.
Olivia reached out and pressed Mrs. Hinckley's hand. You are very kind to warn me, but I have always wanted to teach. I wish what you are saying were not true, for I shall be very lonely without all of you.
Yes, my dear, I am afraid you most certainly will be.
For a moment longer the housekeeper regarded her with a gaze almost mournful. Then she drew herself up sharply, as if she had clapped her hands.
Well, if you have your heart set upon it, there is only one more thing to do.
Mrs. Hinckley rose and fetched quill, ink, and paper from her small desk.
Mrs. Howe would like to write to that school where you assisted and request a character reference.
Olivia's heart began to pound dully within her chest. Her brief joy fell away. She ought to have anticipated this. It was one thing to hire her without a character as a lowly undernurse, but as governess, responsible for the education of 2 children.
So, if you will just write down the direction, I will give it to Mrs. Howe.
She handed Olivia the quill and paper. Blood roared in Olivia's ears. Dared she? She had no doubt Miss Cresswell would write a fair and complimentary assessment. At least she would have been certain before recent events. Had Miss Cresswell heard what she had done? When she received the letter, Miss Cresswell would learn where Olivia was living. Would she feel obliged to share this information with her father, if he lived, or the constable, if he did not? She thought once more of the silent schoolroom high in Brightwell Court, lying fallow as an unplanted field, just waiting to be brought to useful life once more. Nerves quaking, Olivia lifted the quill and dipped it in the ink. With trembling hands, she wrote the name and direction, creating a connection with loops of mere ink that might one day form a noose. From My Governess, 1812, by William Upton. Who, as I scanned the letter page, took pity on my tender age, and made the hardest task engage? My governess. Chapter 23. The aromas grew stronger as Olivia descended the stairs to the kitchen. Something spicy, sweet and tangy, like autumn which seemed so long ago now.
"What is that delicious smell?" she asked Mrs. Moore, who was busy filling jars with quartered apples.
"Hello, Olivia. Just preserving the last of the apples in ginger syrup. My dear, I have heard the news and must congratulate you."
"It is not official yet, Mrs. Moore. We still await a reference from my former schoolmistress."
"And she'll write nothing but the highest praise, I don't doubt.
I hope you are right."
"Of course I am. Clever, kind young lady like you. No skeletons in your brief past, I shouldn't say."
"I don't know about that."
Mrs. Moore eyed her closely.
"Then you and I would have something in common, love."
Olivia wanted to ask her what she meant, but the woman began bustling about in her usual way, bringing teacups and filling a plate with lemon biscuits. Her face, while she worked, was impassive and welcomed no inquiry.
"We shall sit and have ourselves a memorial tea, shall we? One last hurrah."
Mrs. Moore sat beside her on a stool pulled up to the work table.
"Though I, for one, will be sorry for it."
Olivia could hardly believe she would no longer be welcome in Mrs. Moore's kitchen. Bravely, she sipped her tea and tasted the biscuit. Delicious! Mrs. Moore smiled, but the expression did not quite reach her eyes.
"May I ask,"
Olivia ventured,
"how long ago your sister passed on?"
The woman nodded as though she had expected the question, as though the topic had already been in her thoughts.
"Must be 28 years now.
Alice was just 14. "Alice? Is she their daughter?"
Mrs. Moore nodded.
"They had only the one child. What a dear girl she was, Alice. Never knew the kinder. Called me Aunt Nellie, though everybody else called me plain Nell. I can still hear her sweet voice and feel her arms around my neck."
Mrs. Moore's eyes shone with tears once more, and she dug into her apron pocket for a handkerchief.
"Avery was a different man then, I can tell you. What with Maggie to keep him fed and Allie to keep him tender."
She smiled tremulously through her tears. Olivia felt answering tears fill her own eyes. Fearing she already knew the answer, she asked quietly, "What became of Alice?" Mrs. Moore sniffed and looked down at her hands.
"They say she ran off with a young man when she was 18, but—"
She glanced up at Olivia, then away.
"But between you and me," she whispered, "I know better."
"Have you never heard from her?" Mrs. Moore shook her head, staring at some unseen point beyond the high windows.
"She's with Maggie now, she is. I suppose that is some comfort."
"Poor Mr. Croom," Olivia breathed.
"Poor Mr. Croom indeed."
Mrs. Moore sighed, then straightened.
"Well, that is enough of that. What a sorry last hurrah this is. But I will miss you, my girl. Upon my soul I will."
"And I you."
Olivia squeezed her friend's hand. Too tightly, she realized, when the woman grimaced, but she could not help herself. Its impression had to last. As she left the kitchen, Olivia crossed paths with Johnny Ross outside the servants' hall. His broad shoulders all but blocked the narrow passage, giving her little choice but to pause before him. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stuck out his chin.
"Governess, eh? I suppose that means you'll have no use for the likes of me. Fancy yourself above me now, I'll wager."
"No, Mr. Ross, I don't."
"Mr. Ross, is it? And I must call you Miss Keene now, and never more kiss you."
Glancing about and hoping no one was near, she whispered tersely,
"Which you ought not to have done at any rate."
Never said so before.
I could not speak at the time, if you will recall.
His lip curled.
How high and mighty you've become already. I told the others that was how it would be.
She gaped.
Thank you very little. I prefer you not to speak of me at all. What have I done to deserve your cruelty? Me, cruel? It's you what use me ill.
She frowned.
How did I ever? By throwing me over. You're too good for me now.
She shook her head. She had never thought of Johnny as a serious suitor. If she were honest with herself, she had always thought herself a little above him, but could not admit such a thing now. He would never believe her rise in station was not what had come between them. Doris scuttled toward them down the passage, laundry basket on her hip. She said tartly,
Let her be, Johnny. I'll have ya if she won't.
Doris winked at Olivia as she passed by. Less than a week after Olivia had provided Miss Cresswell's direction, Judith Howe marched past her in the corridor, a letter in hand.
A glowing recommendation, Miss Keene. She waved the letter, as I was certain it would be. I have wonderful instincts about people.
Mrs. Howe headed for the stairs to share the news with Lord Bradley, she guessed. Olivia was relieved. She was also curious about Miss Cresswell's letter and wished she might read it herself. Would it contain any clue about what was happening at home? She decided she would write to Miss Cresswell herself and ask. Now that she had revealed her whereabouts to her, what could it hurt? She wondered if she was still obligated to ask Lord Bradley to approve her letters now that her trial period was over. While awaiting the reference, Olivia had prepared for her post as best she could. There were several volumes in the schoolroom for use in instruction, as well as books of advice, like Hints to Governesses and The Plan for the Conduct of Female Education. The advice she read was often contradictory. Was a governess supposed to focus on making her pupil a finished lady or a knowledgeable one? Olivia did not wrestle with this issue for long and soon began developing her plans to help Andrew improve his reading, as well as introducing literature, poetry, French, Italian. It was the language of music, after all, geography, the sciences, religion, and, of course, arithmetic. According to the advice books, she must also teach Audrey plain and ornamental needlework, dancing, and drawing, as well as continuing the girls' lessons on the pianoforte. Later, a music master ought to be brought in, as well as a dancing master. The list seemed endless, but instead of growing weary at the thought of the overwhelming work ahead of her, Olivia felt more alive and purposeful than ever before. She could hardly believe she would be instructing pupils in the very room where her mother had once taught. She hoped she might be half as good a teacher. Olivia was both excited and nervous the first morning in the schoolroom. More nervous than she would have been because Judith Howe joined them, saying she wanted to see how things got on. Audrey sat at attention at the table, hands clasped before her, posture erect. Andrew slumped beside her, eyeing Olivia warily, as if unsure about this new creature who looked a great deal like his undernurse, but who now stood so officiously before them, iterating the rules of the schoolroom. Mrs. Howe said in a loud whisper, "Do sit up straight, Andrew." Olivia continued with the rules, much as Miss Cresswell had begun every term. Judith Howe interrupted to say, "I do not allow any physical discipline, Miss Keene, just so we are clear. My own governess was a fiend, and I shall not have Dominic's children subjected to such." Olivia nodded. She did not condone harsh tactics, but some form of discipline would likely be required, and she feared Mrs. Howe had already done a good deal to undermine her authority. Rules dispensed with, Olivia decided to begin with the topic with which she was most comfortable,
arithmetic. She began by writing a few simple addition equations on Andrew's slate and a few somewhat more difficult problems on Audrey's. Audrey began to figure her answers speedily, but Andrew only sat, chalk still. Judith walked over and stood beside him.
"Andrew, those are so simple. You're not even trying." "I am, Mamma, I am. You make me nervous. I wish you were not watching me."
Olivia wished it as well. Andrew furrowed his little brow, his tongue protruding as he pressed the chalk hard on the slate, figuring one answer, then hesitating on the second. Olivia glimpsed Audrey writing a tiny number in the corner of her slate and tapping it lightly to draw his attention to it. No doubt she could have finished her equations already, but instead she was trying to help her brother. Olivia knew she ought to reprimand the girl, but did not. She saw what Audrey was doing, trying to help her brother please a critical parent. For though generally kind to the children, Mrs. Howe did reprimand the boy a good deal more than she did Audrey. Unbidden, Olivia was reminded of herself as a girl, of the time she let the Harrow boy win to spare him humiliation. Tears pricked her eyes, both at the pain of the memory and the pang of affection she felt for Audrey, trying to protect her brother. Olivia determined to do all in her power to fill the gaps in young Andrew's education, and in the attention paid them. Eventually, Mrs. Howe became bored and excused herself, telling Olivia with a flourish of her pale hand to carry on. When the door closed behind her, Olivia took a deep breath. Audrey and Andrew did the same. Knowing the children were not used to attending for hours on end, Olivia declared a recess in lessons at 2. She would have liked to take the children out of doors, but the weather was very rough. Freezing rain specked against the window panes. So, instead, Olivia instigated a game of Puss in the Corner and felt her own spirits rise as she attempted to amuse her pupils. Becky, who now filled the role of undernurse as well as nursery maid, went downstairs to bring up the dinner tray. Olivia surprised the children by speaking French throughout the meal, encouraging them to repeat the names of simple objects. Fourchette, poulet, pomme de terre, and to ask for things to be passed with s'il vous plaît and merci. Audrey took to the game immediately, but Andrew groused, wanting plain old chicken and potatoes and to eat with his fork and not his fourchette. Olivia did not reprimand him. She understood how difficult it was to exercise one's brain all day when ill-used to doing so. She felt fatigued herself. After dinner, she allowed him to skip rope while Audrey learned a few new dance steps. That night, after Becky helped the children into their night clothes, Olivia went into the sleeping chamber to hear their prayers. Because Audrey and Andrew had spent the day in the schoolroom, with much of that time devoted to reading, Olivia thought they might prefer to skip bedtime reading. Both insisted vociferously that this was not the case. Olivia was heartened that the children wished to continue their bedtime ritual, even though she was now their governess. She remembered all too well what they, or at least Andrew, had said about their last governess. From The Complete Servant, by Samuel and Sarah Adams. A governess must possess good sense enough not to intrude on domestic privacy, and she must, of course, not make herself too familiar with the domestic servants. Chapter 24. Before Olivia had a chance to write a letter to Miss Cresswell, she received one herself, which Becky brought upstairs to her at the request of Mr. Hodges. Apparently, Lord Bradley had no wish to review her incoming post. Accepting the letter, Olivia instantly recognised Miss Cresswell's fine, decorative script and excused herself from the children to read the letter in private. Dear Olivia,
I was pleased to write a reference to a Mrs. Judith Howe describing your superior suitability as a governess. I hope it will secure a situation for you that will be mutually beneficial to you and your pupils. I confess I was relieved to hear word of you, my dear, since you left so suddenly. I desponded of losing contact with you as well. Do you know? And there a word. Where, she believed, was crossed out, quite unlike Miss Cresswell's normally exacting hand. The sentence continued, when you might visit us? That is odd, Olivia thought. Perfectly polite, but not one mention of her father's fate, nor of her mother, though she and Miss Cresswell were long-time friends. Had Lydia Cresswell no reaction to her mother's leaving? Or had she not left after all? At least if her mother were still at home, Miss Cresswell was sure to tell her about the reference request, and her mother would learn of Olivia's whereabouts that way. When would she come? At all events, Olivia was relieved the letter bore no word of condolence or censure. Surely Miss Cresswell would not write such a brief, polite letter had the worst happened. Olivia began the afternoon lessons by posing questions from Magnol's Historical and Miscellaneous Questions for the use of young people. Miss Cresswell had used the text a great deal in her classes, and Olivia had been relieved to find a copy on the schoolroom bookshelf. Now, Andrew, you will not know these answers yet, but do attend just the same, please. She cleared her throat and read. Name the significant events of the 1st century.
I am afraid I don't know either, Miss Keene,
Audrey said. Very well. Let us consider some of them. But before she could begin, Lord Bradley's deep voice filled the void. The foundation of London by the Romans, he began, leaning against the back wall of the schoolroom. Rome burnt in the reign of Nero, and the Christians first persecuted by him. Olivia watched him, lips parted. Jerusalem destroyed by Titus, and the New Testament written. Bravo, my lord, Olivia acknowledged. High honours for you. You forgot Britain's persecution of the Druids, but still excellent. He bowed. Distracted from her course and disconcerted by his blue eyes studying her impassively, she returned her gaze to the book and read another. Name some celebrated characters of the 16th century.
Oh,
Audrey said,
I know. Christopher Columbus and Martin Luther.
Very good, Audrey. Lord Bradley did not look as pleased. But what about reformers, Calvin, Melanchthon and Knox, or the great navigators, Bartholomew Gasnold and Sebastian Cabot, for whom Uncle Sebastian was named? And what of the astronomers, Tycho Brahe and Copernicus? Olivia was beginning to feel piqued. Well done, my lord, but you are not one of my pupils. Indeed I am not, and gratefully so. Might I have a word with you? She stared at him, uncertain. Alone? He added. She swallowed. Andrew, please write the alphabet, and Audrey, as many 1st century events as you can remember. She followed Lord Bradley into the nursery, but Nurse Peel was snoring softly in the rocking chair, so he led the way out to the corridor instead. Miss Keene, are you trying to educate my young cousins or bore them to death? She gasped. What do you mean? Magnol's questions? That is nothing but rote memory. You've got to teach them to think, Miss Keene, to develop their logic and discernment. I plan to do that as well, my lord, but certain facts are essential and lay a foundation for future learning of politics, history, and Audrey is at a perfect age for memorizing facts. She is like a sponge.
And Andrew like a dried bone.
He is young, I admit, but I do give him other assignments that are more suited to his age.
I should hope so. A boy of his energies cannot sit all day listening to you and his sister rattle off fact after fact about dead men and advanced concepts that are so much Latin to him.
I understand your concerns, and speaking of Latin, you will wish to engage a tutor for him soon. I do not claim to be an expert. Perhaps Mr. Tugwell?
Andrew is a bit young yet, do you not think?
Not if Mrs. Howe plans to have him educated at Harrow or Eton or the like.
I do not believe she has any definite plans as yet, Miss Keene. I rely on you to educate him yourself, to the best of your ability, for now.
I shall do my best, my lord, with what I have.
He studied her. What is it you lack?
Texts suited to his age, a blackboard for geography.
A blackboard?
A wall-mounted slate. The invention of a Scots headmaster, I understand, though I imagine large pieces of slate must be in short supply.
His mouth lifted sardonically. Anything else?
A bit of patience on your part would be most welcome, I assure you.
That, too, is in short supply. He gave her a long look, then turned on his heel, nearly colliding with Felix as he came up the corridor. She had not known he was again visiting for the weekend. Lord Bradley passed him without a word. Felix watched him go, brows high, then turned to look at her. He must think highly of you, Miss Keene, or he wouldn't push you so. So Felix had heard Lord Bradley's reproof. She doubted his interpretation. It is true, Felix insisted. My sister says you are an excellent teacher and very clever. Yes, I believe those were her words. Edward must see your potential, and that is why he pushes you, he added good-naturedly, and why he basically ignores me.
This caught her interest. Does he?
Oh, do not mistake me. He is good to me, just never satisfied. He's a dreadful perfectionist, as you must have realized by now. I have tried to dislike him, but I cannot quite stick to it. I should be terribly envious of him, and I suppose I am in some ways. But I feel sorry for him at the same time. He's never really fit in, nor seemed happy. Not at Harrow, not at Oxford, not in London. Do you ever see him laugh?
Olivia thought. Sometimes, I think, with the children.
If so, then it is only with them. At all events, when that green bug bites me, I say, Felix, which would you rather be? Unhappy heir to an earldom, or a jolly untitled man with decent means and an endless stack of invitations? Olivia smiled at him, touched by the vulnerability in his eyes. Ah, Miss Keene, what a gem you are, listening to me prattle on. You know, it is quite unusual for a man to take a governess into his confidence. Into his bed, yes, but not into his confidence. Not that you wouldn't be welcome in my bed, that is, if you wanted to, which, of course, you don't. Do you? Olivia shook her head firmly, embarrassed. But she could not bring herself to be too angry at a suggestion so humbly presented. Ah, well, never hurts to ask, as they say. He extracted a cigar from his coat pocket. Now you must excuse me. This cigar is demanding to be smoked, but my sister forbids me to do so indoors. He turned, then paused to add, It has been a pleasure, as always, Miss Keene, though I fear I dominated the conversation just as abominably as I did when you were mute. The next morning, Edward gestured Miss Keene into his study and closed the door behind her. He began quietly. "Miss Keene, do be careful about my cousin."
"Mrs. Howe?"
He frowned. "I meant Felix. I have noticed the way the two of you talk together." She lifted her chin. "I am allowed to talk now, am I not?" He pursed his lips. "Yes, and you have obviously made quite an impression on him, but—" He took a step closer and lowered his voice. "Take no offence, Miss Keene, but you are not the first governess he has shown interest in." She lifted her stubborn chin. "Never fear, I did not flatter myself that I was. At all events, he seems a pleasant enough young man." She hesitated. "Most of the time, you might treat him more kindly." "Kindly? Felix and I get on perfectly well." "He thinks you disapprove of him." "Disapprove of him?" Edward frowned. "He told you that?" She nodded. "Though I ought not to have broken his confidence." Edward admitted. "Some of his habits and manners are not to my liking, but I don't disapprove of him as a person." When she didn't respond, he looked up and found her regarding him thoughtfully. "What?" "Are you unhappy?" Edward felt irritation surge. "Why would you ask that? Did Felix suggest it?" She shrugged. Edward detested the thought of Felix and Miss Keene discussing his character and finding it lacking. "I may be a bit dour of late, what with everything." "But even before everything, were you really happy?" He thought for a moment and felt a wave of pain threaten to spill into consciousness. He pushed it away. "What an odd question, Miss Keene, and quite inappropriate, do you not think?" He realized he was doing it again, referring to her status to put her in her place, to stop her provoking questions. He saw the quick look of hurt replaced by sparks of anger, and, yes, disappointment in her eyes. She didn't say hypocrite, but he heard it anyway, and could not argue. At the end of her first week as governess, Olivia made her way below stairs in hopes of seeing Mrs. Moore, even though she knew she ought not do so. Doris and the hall boy stood in the passage, and Olivia heard the pleasant chatter of teasing voices and girlish giggles. Approaching them, Olivia saw kitchen-maid Suki and Edith in the still-room, and realized the four of them were together enjoying a respite from their work.
"Careful, girls, there's a lady among us," Edith warned. "Oh, shut up, Edie," Doris said. "She's only doing what any of us would do given the chance. Wouldn't see me with my nose in the air, no matter."
Not knowing what else to do, Olivia walked past without a word.
"If she is standoffish, I don't blame her," Doris hissed. "She don't make the rules. How would you have liked it if that last governess, that sour-faced Miss Dowdall, had tried to join in with the lot of us below stairs?" "Not at all, but she was a regular governess, a right snob."
Dory's attempted whisper followed Olivia down the passage.
"But Miss Livy is one too now. A governess, I mean, not a snob. And it isn't done, is it? She cannot have it both ways."
Though thankful for Dory's championing of her character, Olivia was relieved to enter the sanctuary of the kitchen. There, Mrs. Moore looked up from her receipt book and straightened.
Miss Keene, I am surprised to see you."
Olivia sighed. "I was afraid you would not be happy to see me. No one is, it seems."
Now, love, no need to play the martyr. I am happy enough to see you, but governesses usually don't venture below stairs."
"But I am not a usual governess, am I?"
"Certainly not.
Never knew one so clever nor so kind. Mrs. Moore's eyes twinkled. Olivia smiled. Would you mind if I sat with you for a few minutes? Mrs. Moore patted the stool beside her. A lonely life, is it? With only the young ones and Nurse Peel about? Olivia nodded. Nurse Peel isn't much for talking. When she does, she mostly repeats remembrances of the past, tales of Lord Bradley from his nursery days. Not diverting? A little, but not the same as talking with you. She squeezed the dear woman's plump hand. Mrs. Moore winked. What you won't say to get one of my lemon biscuits. On her way back upstairs, Olivia walked directly into the path of Judith Howe. The woman looked from the door through which Olivia had just emerged to Olivia's no doubt telling red face. Miss Keene? I know you were one of the servants for a brief time, but I had hoped the experience had not affected you to a marked degree. I realise you have never been a governess before, so allow me to enlighten you on the proprieties. Olivia swallowed as she listened, realising she had paid her last visit to dear Mrs. Moore.
From the Friend, 1809, by S.T. Coleridge. The lower lake is now all alive with skaters, and by ladies driven onward by them in their ice cars. Mercury, surely, was the first maker of skates. Chapter 25. One afternoon in February, Edward stepped into the schoolroom, only to find Miss Keene and the children about to step out, bundled in coats, caps, mufflers and gloves. Where are you all bound for?
We are going ice skating, Audrey said. Do come along.
Ice skating? I have not strapped on skates in years. Andrew tugged his hand.
Come along, Cousin Edward, do.
I haven't the foggiest notion where my old skates might be. Miss Keene pulled the largest blades from the trunk with a flourish and held them before him. How fortunate, he grumbled. A few minutes later, cocooned in his beaver hat, coat and gloves, much like the children, Edward led the way as the small troop tromped through the snow into the village, then along a well-trod path to the mill. He explained that the miller diverted water from the mill leat every year to fill a skating pond behind the mill. Very obliging of him, Miss Keene said. Edward considered this. I suppose it is. I have never thought of it before. Using an old millstone as a makeshift bench, Miss Keene helped Audrey strap skates to her half-boots, while Edward assisted Andrew with the same. Wait for me, Andrew. I shall come out and help you, Miss Keene called, tightening Audrey's final strap. Edward eyed the blade still lying on the millstone. Are you not skating, Miss Keene? Oh, no, my lord. I don't think it would be proper. I only brought that pair in case one of you tore a strap. She glanced around at the few skaters on the pond. Besides, I shall be more sure-footed in my boots and more able to lend a steadying hand. Not fair of you at all, he said in mock sternness. Insist I come, then sit out yourself. Come now. What may not be proper in London or in your prim girls' school is perfectly proper here. Oh, very well. I shall give it a go. That is more like it. She strapped on her skates before he finished his own and hurried onto the ice to assist Audrey, who was flailing her thin arms and appeared about to fall. Andrew was busy chopping the ice as he marched along, not falling, but not really skating either. Glide, Andrew, glide, she called. Edward skated to Andrew's side and held his mittened hand. Miss Keene took Audrey's arm and attempted to steady her while quietly instructing her on proper technique. Suddenly the girl's arms flailed again. Her feet flew out before her and she fell back, taking Miss Keene down with her. They both slammed hard against the ice. Edward gave an empathetic wince and skated over quickly, leaving Andrew to his own devices. He crouched over their prone forms. "Are you all right?" "Mortified and sore, nothing more," Miss Keene quipped, sitting up.
"I am sorry, miss,"
Audrey said, scrambling to her feet and wearing a pained expression. "Never mind, Audrey. You shall master it by and by." Edward offered Miss Keene his hand and, when she took it, gave a hard tug to pull her to her feet. The lurch propelled him backward, causing him to lose his balance and fall back, and as Miss Keene's hand was still captured in his, he pulled her forward with him before he could think to release her. He hit the ice first, and Miss Keene fell onto his chest, knocking the air from his lungs. Edward opened his eyes, squinting at the blinding sunlight reflecting off snow, and at the disconcerting experience of having the governess draped over his body. If he could but breathe, he thought, the sensation would not be unpleasant in the least. Her blue eyes, wide with shock, met his. For a moment, they simply stared at one another. Then Audrey giggled and Andrew laughed out loud, breaking the spell that held them. Miss Keene's face blushed deep pink and she averted her gaze, quickly pushing herself up and finding her feet with less than her usual grace. Andrew, oblivious to their discomfort, continued to laugh. "It is not kind to laugh at the misfortunes of others," Edward grumbled, pinning Andrew with a look of mock severity, which only sent his young cousin into a convulsion of guffaws. A quarter of an hour later, Lord Bradley skated beside her. "I see you fooled us all by falling at the outset. You are quite graceful on the ice, Miss Keene." "Thank you, my lord." Olivia had not skated